Welcome, welcome, welcome to the University of Auckland Interclub Esports Day 2 of the League of Legends side of things. And of course, sponsored by everybody's favorite, your favorite too,
My
my
favorite.
favorite too, even the production team's favorite, Indomie. Of course, comes in many flavors. We got the fried noodles. This is the original, as far as I'm aware. There's also
Hot
the
and spicy.
fried chicken flavor as well, and the hot and spicy. This
This
is
one's a hot and
pink.
spicy.
This
Yeah.
is red. The
I've
red's the
never had the
original,
pink one.
hot
I
and
need to try
spicy.
it.
I've never tried it before, but I've heard good things about it because it is everyone's favorite noodle company. So, just to give a quick rundown of yesterday's games. Of course, we started with Devs, and I believe AXA. Of course, AXA did pull through at the top, and AXA did manage to take over Devs. Right? It was a great game to watch. It was a great game. It was a competitive game, right? And then the AXA made it through the bracket, and they were taken down by Tanza. And then right after that, we did have our SESA AUSS game. AUSS did pull through, and then they also managed to pull through against AUEC. And now we'll be going into the game one draft of IEEE versus CSSA.
Well, it's interesting that we have a Katarina ban. Probably someone that's a one trick on IE.
Mm-hmm.
Bard, Diana. Bard's very common ban nowadays.
Yep.
Just of how what a variable he is in
Mm-hmm.
games. He does things that other champs are not allowed to do.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing Zarya ban. I was saying Zarya jungle, but I was. It's just these bans are very interesting.
Yeah, they're coming out. They're coming out with these bans straight away. They do have the 30 seconds to think, but these rapid fire bans straight into the picks.
Zarya B1 getting covered here.
Yeah, the
I mean,
Zeri first pick, it's interesting. Zeri has some matchups that are quite difficult for her, but of course, currently with the new builds where with the hextech item where they get the ultimate haste, where
mhm.
she gets that bonus movement speed, the attack speed. She does have a different build path now, which does offer some flexibility through Zeri as well.
It's locked in. So now IEEE has the response for getting two picks here. See what they're gonna pick in this area. Probably a lane bully or something that scales equally as well. Varus, best of both worlds, both
Hmm.
a bully and scales pretty well.
Yep.
See what we're gonna get paired with Varus here. Maybe a jungler, maybe a support. See what we can do to lock down CSSA's probably
Hmm.
greedy B1, honestly.
I would like to see, a support being picked from IEEE here, rounding up that bot lane. But a Zinza pick comes through. We did talk about it behind the scenes. We were talking about the Jarvan jungle picks. We were talking about the Zinza Jarvan picks.
Mm.
Of course, they're the dive heavy champions, gets that backline access and offers that tankiness. But, Jarvan offers that guaranteed engage, while Zinza does offer the ultimate to be soaking up the damage. But yeah, I'm interested in what CSSA has in response to the Zinza.
We got a Warwick coming out. Potential pick here. Warwick Zin's our matchup. I think that's actually
Yeah.
quite equally favored. Maybe a little bit
Hmm.
skewed towards Warwick, honestly.
Yeah. Of course, Warwick also, flexible to top lane
Hmm.
in certain matchups. And
True, true.
yeah, and Akali instantly locked in for CSSA. Mid lane already picked in the first rotation, and the jungle and the ADC secured. Support and maybe top lane or jungle available CSSA in the second rotation. I guess CSSA was, kind of afraid of the mid laner's trample being banned out. If
Right.
they tried keeping it for the second round of picks.
That does make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Xin Zhao could have been paired better with like Vi or something. Zeri feels kind of unlockable right now, but now we have the Talon. Very like solo queue-esque. We got two
Hmm.
assassins
Hmm.
in the mid lane potentially.
Yeah, some pretty big, hands checking kind of a lane in the mid lane that I think we're seeing here today. A Lulu ban comes through from
Pretty
IEEE.
obvious. Yeah.
Yep, pretty normal, Zero and Lulu, insanely powerful pairing. Of course, the polymorph from Lulu, so much utility, especially when they have a Xin Zhao and a Talon, right? And the Pantheon ban, we saw it multiple times yesterday, but
Hmm.
I don't know if you really want to be banning a
I
Pantheon
don't think
when,
it's the most highest priority
yeah,
ban right now.
especially when the jungle has already been revealed, right?
Yeah.
And the Yumi ban as well. They're really afraid of letting this Zeri,
Because
hop on the steroids.
IEEE is lacking a lot of magic damage. Pantheon does not make sense
Mhm.
logistically
Yep.
because they're gonna need some magic damage. But also CSSA has no hard CC. Like
Hmm.
we're gonna have to pick a support that's hard CC, but you want like an enchanter for Zeri, right? So we're getting a bit mixed up here. Darius is getting banned, even though we're probably gonna see like a mage in the top lane. We're gonna see a Cannon, we're gonna see a Gwen, we're gonna see
Hmm.
I'm missing one more, I know I am. Varus Renata, very, very common in lane.
Yep. Also, also got to keep in mind that IEEE does have that last pick for the top laner. So, banning out these Dariuses, banning out the Pantheon top lane potential. I don't think it's really something you should be looking for, because no matter what you pick as CSSA, you're not going to be having that favorable matchup in the top lane, right? If you pick a tank, they're going to be looking for Gwen. If you're picking someone range, they're looking for people that can run you down.
Yeah.
I think they should have just focused on more on, trying to secure that favorable bot lane matchup instead.
We're gonna see Zerimilio here. Not the best pairing, but honestly, you didn't need Enchanter. But now, I believe top lane is gonna have to be forced into like a CCS champion.
Yep.
Like, we're gonna see Cassante. We're gonna see like something hard CC, maybe an Ornn, maybe another tank, Scion.
Or even a Scion,
Yeah. Ornn's gonna come out here. Gonna get locked in. That's the finalized comp for CSSA. So now we have a counter pick for IEEE.
I think.
See what we're gonna
Ooh,
run
a
out.
Vladimir
Vlad's
pick.
crazy. Yeah, that's the mage that we needed.
That is the AP damage we needed. I did personally expect a Gwen pick to come through, but I guess there is a Zeri, there's Emilio. It is kind of hard for
To get into the back line,
for Gwen to just run it down. So I do like the Vladimir pick as well.
That's
of course,
very
it's
nice.
something that I didn't consider, and
Yeah.
I can see the angle that both drafts are taking.
Yep.
And of course, with the Varus and an Akali on the enemy team, it is very difficult for the Varus to try play. But now that the draft has been done, we'll send you to the interview room for the after the draft, and we'll get back to you once we have loaded into the game.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Interclub Esports Championships 2025. For the pre-game interview, we are here with...
Megan.
Kirsty.
Celine.
Kelly.
All right, everybody. So, who are you guys supporting here today?
CSSA.
CSSA, let's go, all right. And from CSSA, who's like the number one player that you guys, want to look out for?
Of course, Joshua.
Joshua?
Joshua Max.
Damn, okay, Joshua, I see you. Damn, okay. That being said, lots of support for CSSA. But are you guys confident that they'll be able to win this tournament?
Of course.
Of course, we only know CSSA. That's who we have.
CSSA.
CSSA the best.
Only CSSA. CSSA, they the best. I see. And other than that, any messages, any like words of support for the team? Can be in like English, Cantonese, whatever you want.
麥子信加油！
加油！加油！加油！加油！加油！加油！加油！
Lots of support. Add oil. All right. Getting oiled up. I see. Other than that, let's see. Interclub Esports Championship is brought to you by Endomy. Everybody, get your Endomy today. Everyone here, what's your favorite flavor of Endomy?
The blue one.
Blue one, barbecue chicken.
The original.
Original.
The original as well.
Original.
Original as well.
Original. I see. Lots of original. Personally, I'm a fan of hot and spicy. Hot and spicy is pretty good. Just loading into the match now. But thank you guys for agreeing to do this interview. Hope you guys enjoy the tournament. Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yep. So we'll be getting right into the game soon. So, Tony, outside of this game for the whole day today, if you had your favorite team to support, right? What would it be? Favorite player, favorite team?
UACS. sadly.
UACS?
Actually, and it's not Alvin, not Dante, but
Yep.
I think my favorite's Obsessed,
Obsessed the
Very
jungler.
down-to-earth guy, bro.
Down to
Yeah.
earth guy. Well, he's pretty tall, so he's actually pretty far from earth if you ask me. But yep, let's get right into the game.
Onwards to Summer's Rift.
Yeah. So what are you really looking for in this game today, Tony? Do you have any expectations? Any exciting things that you expect to see out of this game? Big team fight combos, skirmishes throughout the mid game. What are you truly looking for out of this game?
I'm looking to see what the assassins do in the early to mid game. We've got double ignite, so we're gonna have TP rotations correctly. Actually, IEEE has no teleports whatsoever, so maybe CSA can use that to their advantage. Get some good rotations and get some, you know, good macro play. But we'll have to see, because you never know what happens when you have assassins in the mid lane, right? You're going to have to carefully watch where they go. You're going to have to put wards up. You're going to have to set up vision. But it doesn't feel like there's many people on both sides that can really face check to get vision in.
Of course, you know, Vladimir with the phase rush, so he has that backline access, right? You see Varus with the lethal tempo. You know, you love to see it because with tanks like Ornn and Warwick, there's no easier world where you can stack the lethal tempo, right? It doesn't get easier than this. So, you know, great picks, you know, great rune choices from both teams. And yeah, as we get lane started in the mid lane.
I feel like the summoner spells from both sides is a bit interesting. Renata getting a little bit of priority here, using Rush to get some poke off. And mid lane just, you know, fighting, getting some poke in, just the usual stuff. Just wanted to highlight the Renata with Ignite, but she really wants to play uber aggressive here. She's getting all the poke in. Zeri and Emilio can't really do much about it. They're just going to have to forfeit a bit of priority here. Varus just slow pushing the wave, getting that level 2 crash.
Of course, early game, you know, Zeri doesn't have that much agency into the Varus. Of course, level 1, Zeri basically doesn't have an ability, right? Her Q is just, you know, an enhanced auto attack, but isn't really even enhanced at those earlier levels. And we can truly see that in the laning phase where Varus and already's gotten full control of the bot lane, right? They've already got that push in, you know, and Zeri, of course, not that healthy already. You know, a lot of HP already chunked away in the side of IEEE.
Yeah, we're gonna miss a few minions here, just because how the lane goes, and we're gonna just see how every other lane goes. I would like to highlight the blue buff start on both sides for junglers. So we're just gonna path towards our red buff, and then we're gonna have sort of like a split map going on. Nana's landing the Q, getting a lot of poke in. Emilio,
Arrow hits the Emilio. The Emilio is chunked. And I'd also like to point out that Warwick is pathing bot lane this game. But if you look at the wards that IEEE has set up in the bot side, this Warwick is going to be perfectly tracked throughout his bot side clear. There won't be a ganking angle for him. There won't be any room for the Warwick to actually do anything as he's being perfectly tracked. Whilst on the other end, I like to chop perfectly on Fog of War. You know, CSSA have zero clue where he is. He can pop out at any moment, any side, you know. So I think it's a very good position IEEE is in.
Yeah, so we're going to have a little bit of a trade here. Vladimir, Ornn, kind of a bit of a, you know, stale matchup in the early game at the very least. We're just going to have farming and farming until we get later on to the game where Vladimir can hopefully get some, you know, value into his pick.
Of course, Vlad, you know, with his passive, he gets so much extra gold value out of the items, you know. Of course, Ornn also gets the extra gold value through those items, right?
Yeah, quite similar.
Yeah, but, you know, completely different roles, right? One's here to 1v9 the game.
Yep.
One's here to soak up everything they can. It'll be very interesting how the top lane dynamic goes. Of course, the mid lane, surprisingly not that amount of trading going on. You know, 2 assassin matchups, especially Talon. But I like to chop, looking for the gank here. He misses the W.
Okay,
3 more auto attacks left on the Q. Akali is shrouded, but he does manage to walk out. The engage will not be as easy as the Xin Zhao expects, especially with that shroud on Akali.
Yeah, no hard CC on both sides until you hit the free auto attack on Xin Zhao. So very difficult to keep the Akali where you want her to be and just, you know, keep attacking her, but
yeah,
looks off the shroud.
Akali, one of the champions where you kind of engage and disengage on Akali's choice, right? If you're playing into Akali, you don't really, it's really hard for you to engage on her, and it's also really hard to disengage on her. It's almost like you're playing by her rules.
Right. Now bot lane's gonna back here for red side. IEEE gonna look to potentially set up a little bit of a freeze here. The wave state's gonna stay near the turret of red side.
Of course, bot lane, you know, timing the recall with the jungle bot side to look for this dragon that is coming up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, very well played.
I'm really interested in how this bot lane fight will go. Of course, Talon and Akali both looking for their first recall this game. They are sitting on, you know, 1,000 gold each, right? They really want to be looking to spend that, especially, you know, Talon for Serrated Dirk.
Yep.
You know, Akali for their Blasting Wand or
Alternator.
Yep. And those are the big spikes that they need in the early game to look for those kill potentials as an assassin.
Yeah. The big difference is that Talon has a mana bar, so he definitely does want to recall. He's just completely out of mana here, and he's not going to be available for this Drake fight. Akali's going to have a bit of more priority if they decide to test this dragon.
Yep. And both mid laners hits level 6 here. But of course, like you said earlier, Talon with the mana issue, how much can he really, you know, contribute if a team fight does pop out?
Yeah, no teleports. This is a big issue when you take Ignite in the mid lane and you're not getting much value out of it. If you're not using Ignite for first 5 minutes, something like that, you know, teleport would have been better value here.
Yeah, and of course with teleport, this Talon could have already recalled great of the Serrated Dirk and
even
teleport,
boots, you know,
yeah,
something
TP
like that.
back. course, Dragon started from IEEE just using that natural bot lane prio. Of course, Zeri just can't really do much into that Varus, Renata matchup early.
Yeah, so we're going to see IEEE can take the break here pretty much for free, but now we're looking for a fight. But now Talon has no mana. We're going to see what's going to happen. Fear going to go on to Alaka Chop. Alaka Chop getting pressed down. Akali gets first blood. 2 kills over to CSSA. They're going to wipe out the fight here, basically.
It was a very well played fight from CSSA, but I also didn't really like too much how many summoner spells was burned on the side of IEEE there. The Renata burning the flash and the ignite. The Xin Zhao burning the flash despite getting hit by the Akali. It's hard to make these decisions in the moment, but it does feel really bad when Grubs is coming up in a minute, right?
Yeah. So it's like, Talon has no mana. Like, it's just so hard. Yes, we get the Drake, but what do you do in the ensuing fight that comes along,
Yeah. It's just difficult. They tried utilizing the bot lane prior, but how much does the bot lane prior mean when there's a level 6 Akali in full control of mid lane in that moment?
Yeah, your bot lane's level 4, like, we can't really do much about it if Akali just jumps on you,
And it looks like the Warwick is looking for a gank here. He does parkour out, and he's out of he's safety,
The assassin.
Yeah, it's just the assassin things where they always have that mobility to avoid any ganks. And especially with mid lane being the shortest lane, it's just so hard to, engage on those assassin mid laners.
Yeah. Overall, 300 gold lead for TSSA. Most of the gold lead on the Akali. There's about 700 gold lead in the mid lane, but we see that's mostly mitigated because of Vladimir is 300 gold up. He bought a cull, he's gonna try to farm up even more. Vladimir actually invading a little bit because of the lane priority he has. Going to just annoy the Warwick just a little bit. Now Xin Zhao is gonna pop up. Now Renata misses the, I can't remember the score, the Renata Q. It was so just
the handshake.
Handshake, yeah.
Of course, Grub coming up in 5 seconds. I don't think CSSA can compete with this one, right? Because, the Vladimir is so strong. Talon is holding up his own at the moment in the mid lane. It's a position where, both sides can't really roam freely, right? And Ornn is hitting that recall. If he TPs, maybe it is lookable on CSSA's side. But if you didn't know, Tony, in all of yesterday's games, whoever managed to secure the majority amount of grubs was winning the games. This is a 100% win rate fact.
It is crazy.
And the wall can't be here. The Xin Zhao has already hit level 6 here. This might be a free kill on Talon's side. Ignite comes through, and they all come through from the Talon. Akali's looking for a way out, but of course the Shroud keeps her safe here. With that Shroud, it's such a strong ability, right? Of course, it's on an 18-second, 16-second cooldown, but just that one pop almost always guarantees your safety when you have that much mobility as an Akali, and you're in a short lane like the mid lane.
Yeah, it kind of made no sense for Warwick to be there. We know we're going to give up the grubs, right? Level 5 compared to level 6 in Zhao, he's like basically 3-4 camps up ahead of you now. This is kind of a disaster game for the Warwick here, 0-2-2.
And if we follow the theory here, it looks like IEEE will be taking this game today. But, of course, to every theory, there's always someone to disprove it. And maybe that could be CSSA today.
Yeah, we got Akali. He wants to, carry this game, snowball the game out of control. 20 CS lead, 2 kills. Has the Proto Belt already finished?
Of course, the Proto Belt, extremely helpful in getting to the backline faster, getting to that Varus, getting the ult range onto the Varus that can guarantee the E hit.
Wow,
great buy from the Akali.
Vladimir does no damage. He has a cull, man. He just wants to farm. Ornn wants to farm. It's pretty chill.
But of course, that cull, before you even notice it, it's giving you that insane gold value, right? 100 CS, it feels a long time, but when you get to the skill levels of these players, 100 CS is 10 minutes. It's only 10 minutes, and when that 10 minutes is up, all of a sudden you're behind in gold.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to keep track of this Vladimir. There's not really much you can do to shut down this Vladimir on the side of CSA.
I think it's... Ooh, this Renata might be caught out. Nope, and Akali walks back to the lane. I don't think there's much of a chance for this Akali to, Talon to truly look for a solo kill angle on this Akali, right?
Yeah.
A gank, you're not ganking this Akali either. I really want to see this Talon look for some roam angles onto the bot lane,
Skirmish.
look for some skirmishes into the Warwick, right? Of course, he's not killing the Ornn. The top lane is an island this game.
Yeah.
So I really want this Talon to look for opportunities to come back to this game by other means than just fighting the 1v1 into the Akali. Of course, Akali might be looking for something here. No junglers inside for both teams. The E does connect. Perfect execution is not even used. Solo bowler on the Talon.
Yeah. Just so simple, so easy when you have the rocket belt. You got the ignite, got a level lead. It's so easy to kill.
Yeah, and of course, plating goes down. to Akali as well. This Akali gold lead is probably massive here. And the handshake does come through. It is a two-man route here. Varus does have ult, but it doesn't matter. Zeri pops the ultimate and he's running down the Varus. They're looking
Varus
for the
has no
fight.
abilities.
But the Varus misses the ult. The ignite comes from the Zeri. Barrier. But there's ults down there now.
Okay,
The hostile takeover. The Zeri stays alive. The ult, but the ult, the E is cancelled. The Zinza ult comes through. The Warwick is trying to jump on the backline, but it's not enough. But there's too much damage on Varus' side, and the Warwick is just like that removed from the game. His healing passive means nothing when you get one shot by the Varus at half
Akali's
HP.
here now. Akali in the ultimate, but she's gonna get a few kills here probably. Only gets one so far, but
Cleanly
now
played on the Renata here. Now they're on equal playing field for this dragon. Of course, Warwick is back now as well because the death times are so short at a low level. The whole fight and the whole kill on Warwick is now negated by Akali. I think beautifully played from Akali. She really did come and clutch for her team there. And now they can look for another play on this dragon.
Varus getting 2 kills, gonna extend the lead for him. He's 700 gold up now. He's 30 CS lead, like it's pretty crazy when you think about it. But Akali is trying his best to, you know, save the game here.
Of course, you know, on TPing bot lane here or being bot lane there to begin with, it doesn't come at a free cost, right? He didn't have his wave crash. He didn't have full power in the lane, and of course, for that reason, Vladimir does get the big shove in the top lane
Yeah,
and
2
gets to
plates.
get off with 2 platings.
Yeah, it's crazy. But overall, that fight, it's a bit messy from both sides. A few mistakes, but overall, IEEE is still able to mostly get out on top. Have you ever fed Varus now? He's a win condition now.
Oh wow, that Kali damage is just absurd. 2 Qs
That's
and a
nasty.
passive, and the Talon's already at half HP, popping his potions. It's looking like a very difficult lane for Talon for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but we gotta notice that the AD carries both have no summoners for this dragon fight. So if something comes out, they're gonna be prime targets, especially for the both assassins who have flash, who have the ultimates. Even the Talon has the ignite. Even though he doesn't have his full item yet, he's probably gonna wreak havoc on the backline if he's given the chance to.
Of course, Akali constantly, you know, is shoving that lane, because right now in the mid lane meta, it's just, you just shove the wave as soon as possible, you just kill the whole wave as soon as possible, you know, look for Roman skirmish angles, right?
Yep.
And I love that movement from Akali. After every kill on the wave, she's instantly walking down bot. She doesn't even have to fully commit, she can just sit in the river, but the pressure of her not being in the mid lane
Exactly.
makes it so Varus can't play the game. He constantly has to back up, he constantly has to show respect, and he just can't push that lead ahead.
Yeah, you walk a bit too close to the turret, and all of a sudden you're too far from your own turret, and you're just gonna get punished for it.
This Akali just doing a very good job, you know. Of course, she won her lane hard, but she's also facilitating the bot lane just by not being in the mid lane.
Yep. She's in 2 lanes at once. It feels like it, you know?
It's just the aura of a 4-0 Akali, right?
Yeah. It's like the Gala meme. Akali's coming, Akali's coming. Akali's coming.
There's not even Akali in that game.
Hilarious, bro. But, you know, this Varus, even though he has to play the Rune King, he's like, he can't walk up. He has to play safe.
IEEE is looking for this dragon. Of course, securing that second dragon is extremely important, because once you secure that second dragon, the enemy team, the CSSA, does begin to feel, you know, the pressure of trying to secure dragons, right? The all ultimate is coming through. Akali is
here.
in the top side. Perfect
A lot of
execution.
damage.
But the ghost and the flash comes through from the Vladimir. Will he be able to get out alive? The all healing does come through.
Akali has
Perfect
ultimate and
execution is
ignite.
still
I think he's
available.
dead.
I don't think she needs either of that though.
Yeah.
And the Vladimir does go down. It does feel really bad when you couldn't even finish that cull for that buy, right? Still 2 stacks left. But for that top lane fight, they do give up the dragon here. Unless Warwick is looking for that steal.
I think it's pretty much a neutral play. You're gonna make this Vladimir lose a few waves in top lane, but you know, he's already so ahead, it doesn't really matter. But 600 gold lead for Vladimir compared to what feels like 2,000 gold or even more for the Akali, you know? A level lead is like 500 gold, you know?
Yeah, of
And
course.
Get
Oh,
ultimate,
perfect
she's gonna go
execution
for a
comes
solo
through.
kill again.
She
Misses
sees
the
exactly where he is. The ignite is still on him. Oh, the perfect execution misses because of the parkour from Talon over that wall.
That made no sense, but you know, that's just how it goes.
That's just how hitboxes work in this game. The handshake does miss, but it doesn't matter. The Zeri has no damage. Look at her components, right? She's trying to build that Yuntao, but without the BF sword, all you're doing is building attack speed and a long sword.
Yeah. Oh, it hurts. The Blaze of Rune King on the Varus hurts so much. Vladimir's gonna pull away from on, and you know, we're just gonna have a little bit of a loss in top lane.
One thing I do want to point out is that Vladimir does not have any summoner spells for Rift Hill Fight if it is going to break out, right? He did burn that Ghost, he did burn that Flash for the top lane to try survive, but just didn't work out in his favor there.
Yeah, Varus being so confident now because you know where Akali is. You can just play your heart's content, you know, bully how you're wanted to play the whole game. Now you get that lane priority.
Of course, that grub value also coming through in the bot lane there, right? Just a couple auto attacks and it feels like the damage doubled, tripled. Of course, it's not actually, but the effect of just seeing those, you know, damage ticks over time, it's also like a mental thing, right? You feel like you're losing lane even harder now because you see your tower just crumbling through right in front of you. And you just gotta watch your Zeri into a Varus. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, but IEEE having the majority of objectives, we're probably gonna get the feat. They probably have feat objectives already, right? And then what's interesting with feat's gone now?
I believe the first 3 kills went over to CSSA and the objectives went over to IEEE. We're just waiting for the first tower now, but it does look like it will fall on the side of IEEE here, looking at the top lane and the bot lane towers.
Yeah, they're gonna try their best to not give up the first turret. Whoever gets Herald, most likely gonna get the first turret as well.
Of course, there looks to be a 3v3 battle to happen soon in the top lane here over this Rift Hill, right?
Yeah.
As Vladimir is looking to run straight down into the mid lane. Akali cannot recall here. Remember, she did prioritize the Ignite over the TP here.
Yeah. Should be fine. We're just gonna pretend that we know what we're doing and we're gonna walk up towards the Herald, maybe hit it a few times, but yeah, mid lane, bot lane going towards mid lane, top lane going bot lane, mid lane going top lane. We're just gonna have a few rotations.
I really like the help because, of course, a Vladimir, you know, level 11 without those items is not as valuable as a Varus for this Rift Hill fight, right? So, of course, sending Varus down in the bot lane because Zeri cannot match that Vladimir anyways, right?
Yeah.
And then while getting that Varus value because he is strong at the moment for the Rift Hill fight, I really like that lane swap play coming in from IEEE.
Yeah, and that basically just guarantees first turret. Basically, Zeri can't really do much when Vladimir shoves into you. Needs a few more auto attacks and basically done. So Zeri's gonna forfeit that turret, gonna go towards top lane. And actually, Ornn's gonna teleport towards bot lane, and instead they're gonna just rotate a few more positions around. But yeah, Ornn desperately trying not to give this turret up, trying to keep his wave here. But yeah, it seems to be really successful. Don't miss it. Oh, bravo.
-1.
-1. That's 90 gold.
Wow, a Rabadon's as a second item
my
bought for
God.
Akali, you know? That's a big ego
That's
play,
disgusting.
big power play. She grabbed herself a Dark Seal as well, and I'm excited to see the value. But as these supports items are being finished, you know, as Renata grabs the locket, it's a harder job for Akali as the game goes on, right? It's harder for her to get those kills, especially with that, not the hostile takeover, sorry, but the W from Renata with the revive, right?
Yep.
It becomes so difficult for this
bail
Akali to actually be able to, you know, look for those shutdowns, look for those early game kills, you know, look for those early kills in the team fights. So I'm really interested in how this Akali will manage and how her, you know, approaches to these team fights will change, to these skirmishes will change as these support items are being built, as the tank items are being built, you know, and more the scene is created. Varus changed it,
Caught out. But one shot.
But the beautiful instant cleanse from the Melio there.
600 gold, shut down.
Now this is looking really bad. The Renata does flash come through, but the E does connect from the Akali. The hostile takeover. But the talent, he doesn't have enough damage. His ult didn't get redirected onto Akali.
We're gonna jungle 1v1 here, and the mid lane, everyone's flashing, they're trying to get kills, but we're just gonna disengage now. Kali nearly falling, but because of how tanky she is, from extra HP, from levels, protobelt, blah, she's not gonna fall down. Now I'm gonna stop the Herald for some reason, even though everyone should be out of commission. But they're not willing to give this up. Vladimir is finally here.
And of course, he does have the summoner spells now. You know, I'm interested in the damage that he can do here, but I still don't think he has the items built at the moment. He doesn't have what's necessary for him to actually truly fight. He flash comes through, and the ghost comes through, but the Q3, it's not enough damage, Vladimir. You can't be doing that. You're not full build yet.
Yeah, he only has, I believe, the Cosmic Drive. There's not enough ability power to do much here. Only a boost, and yeah, mainly just ability haste.
Yeah, Varus is back in lane, but Akali ult, the perfect execution, is also perfectly back in time.
Own ultimate, where is the own ultimate going? Towards the river.
Maybe he wanted to hit the control,
Maybe
you know?
a misclick.
We can't judge it.
Yeah.
You know? I do sometimes like to also on all my controls as well, you know? But
Oh man. But both sides' objectives are up. Herald and the Drake are both up. Let's see what they're gonna pivot towards. It's probably gonna be.
I don't know if they can even be. I don't know if they can even, contest. Of course, I like the top in the top lane in the moment. So it looks like they are just going to be giving away this dragon. Maybe they look for, a cheeky fadeaway fight as they are leaving the objective.
I feel like we're so scared of the Akali now, You've seen what she could do last fight with the Death Cap. Vladimir has no flash, no ghost, no ultimate. I don't think we really have a talking point to get in here. But still, we're going to try because we like flipping games off of one objective.
All ults on CSCSA side, apart from the Ornn ultimate, of course, which is arguably the most
ultimate.
important. Varus ultimate does connect with the Emilio. The Emilio is instantly popped.
fit.
Hostile takeover comes out on the Ornn, but do they have enough damage? He's too tanky, but the CC might be enough. He does manage to get away. The Zinzao connects with the W, it's enough of a slow, and the Talon does manage to pick up the kill. But at this point in the game, what will the Talon really do with the kill on that Ornn, right?
Yeah. I'm going to see, the red side now, they're going to start the Articon because they got priority 2 members down for CSA. So overall, positive win for IEEE.
Yeah, I think Varus did a really good job there catching them off. Like I said before the fight, they were just looking for, a cheeky little fadeaway, right? They were just looking for a pick or two so they can also secure that Articon whilst they give up the dragon. Of course, Articon much more valuable than a dragon, right? The Articon passive of just getting the XP is already good, but the fact that on a shutdown you do current max HP damage and the AoE slow is just so much valuable, so much, utility that you don't actually notice but does so much work in those team fights.
Yeah, just, I don't know what to say. Just, we still got Herald up. It's been 22.5 minutes. It's very, very, not an interesting objective for both sides. They're not really interested about it, We want to flip games over dragons instead, But now we've got 2 items unlocked for the Vladimir. He's got Riftmaker, he's got the Cosmic Drive. Darius only 1.5 items compared to Darius. Now we're going to look for another engage.
Perfect execution comes out from the Akali. The E does not connect, and looks like the Renata can just walk out. Of course, the R does guarantee the E most times, but in certain angles, it does make the E hard to hit for the Akali,
I think
right?
it's a handshake. Very good time for the handshake. Makes her really,
Beautifully played from the Renata. Of course, it is a Grandmaster support, right? So that is where you see, the mechanics coming out from that level of players.
Yeah, it's just like my kind of support,
Huh?
That's my kind of support.
Your kind of support?
Yeah, it's my support gameplay.
My kind of supports don't really play pussy enchanters, but anything that floats your boat.
Oh, Varus caught out! No, what is happening?
The Varus can't be there. Varus can't be doing that. The
Varus
Ornn comes through.
bailout.
No, only on the
bailout.
bailout.
Wait, the Varus is alive. Why is he alive?
Akali's
trying to
looking for
best.
something, but
Akali.
she doesn't have enough damage. The Varus takes down everyone. Beautifully played from the Renata.
Oh!
And the Varus damage is now finally coming through.
Varus and Vladimir, they're running the game now. It's their show. They're scaled up.
The truth is, the fight looked so good for CSSA, but they felt so split. Ornn, you got the 2-man knock-up on the Varus, but then why are you looking to ult the Zinzao, right? You gotta look on the correct
You gotta
people.
commit. You gotta go all in on the... if we killed faster, the bailout would have not rezzed the... Varus, but
If you target the one person, Varus goes down, and if Varus is dead, then Akali can look for more of the backline, right? She can look for that Renata. She can one-shot the Talon out of the game. But when that Varus gets the bailout, Akali's resource, after already being used, you can't do so much, right? You can only do so much as an Akali. Your cooldowns exist. You don't have infinite cooldowns. You can't just jump on the Varus, and then... But the Varus might be caught out here again. But no, the Ornn decides to sit back.
yeah. Tier 2 top turret gonna fall down. It's such a gold influx towards IEEE. 8,000 gold lead now for the Varus. 2.8k gold lead, and even the Talon's catching up. They're only like 600 gold behind.
And of course, a shutdown on the Talon as well.
Vladimir is like 3,000 gold ahead. He's gonna buy 2 books. He's a librarian today, but just Akali kind of feels neutralized. Yeah.
I think the biggest fumble of the team comps that we're looking at today has to have been the Warwick, right? I feel like, sure, he does have that, the tankiness, that bruisiness, and the fair and the slow in those team fights, but I just think that he's just never ulting that Varus, right, if he doesn't step up. And
He
even
did get the ult on the Varus, I believe, in that little fight.
in the fight in the
But even
river.
then, that was like the perfect
But it's just without the coordination, without that targeting, I really think something like even a Vi could have been great from the instead of a Warwick, right? It's just many
Legit
missed
anything.
opportunities.
But yeah, it was crazy. The Varus looked so out of position, but team was there to step up. He was ready to. They were ready to just kill him off. Varus gonna look for another engage ultimate.
But the Ornn just so tanky, and the melee ult flash for the Ornn to be able to walk out. But he doesn't intend on walking out. He just walks down the Varus, but gets taken down in the process.
Yeah.
Akali, of course, looking for an angle. She does have the damage, even if it is a high HP Vladimir, because he doesn't have the resistances, right?
Yeah, but now Vladimir just walking menacingly, just trying to get some pressure applied onto this mid lane here. Maybe look towards the Baron now. Not much priority. All the vision has been cleared out from CSSA. IEEE playing a master game here.
Baron's up, and now Dragon's coming up too. I think CSSA, they have to give up the Baron, but they should look for the Dragon here, right? I feel like if you just give up the Dragon as well, it just feels like you're bleeding too much. But this Akali can't be here. You're all alone. Your team is not there with you.
Oh, the Vladimir's one-shot.
Vladimir all comes through E, and but the perfect execution is enough. But the miscommunication. The Vladimir flashes as the Talon confirms the kill. This Warwick is caught out as well. Warwick ults out to get up, but the Talon is chasing after. He wants to look for more. Talon, you're a little bit too far up now.
Okay, but the Zeri's level 11 kind of does no damage. Ornn's still trying to engage. This is a 5v3 situation.
The handshake does
I don't know if you want to be here.
The Zeri's a little bit too close. The Chains does manage to spread onto the Zeri, and now it's looking like an even dire game for CSSA. 3 players on your team dead. Ornn, he just came back and he just decided to run it back down mid and die. There's an Ornn, virus going on in this game. Every single player who's played Ornn has been running it down in these games in this tournament in the last 2 days. Of course, Dragon now secured for IEEE, as IEEE also does crack open the walnut, the base of CSSA.
Yeah. Duality of playing Ornn in this kind of situation, you kind of just let your opponent free scale. Yes, you get a free scale, but your opponent also gets a free scale. And this Vladimir is so dangerous. He just walks wherever he wants. He doesn't care. He's gonna take your lunch money, Horizon Focus. Is that normal on Vladimir? I mean, to be fair, the stats are really strong on Horizon Focus. You really don't care about the...
Yeah, you do buy it for the stats,
yeah,
but...
you buy it for stats.
I'm not a Vladimir professional, but I don't hate it too much, right?
Makes sort of sense,
But I think, maybe Zonya's, right? Maybe he sits back a little bit, buys those defensive items to show respect to the enemy team. Or if he wants to EGOT more, grabs a cheeky Rabadons.
Right.
But yeah, maybe Horizon Focus has that value that we are not seeing here today. And if it did, I wouldn't be surprised, right? It does offer those great stats for that cheap cost.
Incredible stats, yes. And we see that the gold lead is so blown out of proportion now. 13,000 gold lead. Level leads even more, so it's even like 15, 16,000 gold leads, We've got level 16 Vladimir, level 12 Zeri. I don't know what she's doing this
4k
game.
gold behind on this Varus as well. This Ornn caught out once again. I'm telling you, people talk about Varus's ult being a virus, but I say Ornn is the real Varus in this tournament. But yeah, and then Ornn goes down again.
Yeah, he's only got one and a half items. Like, he's so broke out here,
He's so broke.
He was relying on his team to carry, right? That's why you play Ornn, right? You play because you're so confident in your mid lane, your jungle, your bot lane to carry you. But unfortunately, no one has really shown up except the Akali.
And after those 2 bad team fights, Akali's nothing. And the handshake does connect on the walk, but he can always just, use his unstoppable ult out of it.
Forces it out. So now we really don't have an engage. We got to.
And the flash from I Like to Chop. Warwick just running it down.
That's not much you can do there, level 13.
You have to just look to clear the wave, but
They're trying her best.
and it looks to be in. And the flash is in for the perfect execution.
Not much damage.
But there is a bailout on
Zonya's.
and the Zonya's come through. The Varus does go down. The handshake does connect on the Akali. Akali is looking for the backline, but Renata, she is still so tanky because of that locker, right? Those resistances that come through. And it looks like Ornn has given up from the game. Well played from both teams. IEEE, well played, beautifully played game, and you will be advancing on to the second game to play against ESA. CSSA, of course, thank you for coming out today. It's not easy to play on LAN. 5 great players on the side of CSSA. They played the best. It didn't work out. And, losers in this tournament, of course, we are sponsored by the greatest noodle company of all time. They won't be going home empty-handed. They will be going home with the Frame Indomie instant noodles flavor, right? So, yeah, it was a beautiful game. And now we will be going over to the losers interview.
Oh, yeah. So we're just going to talk about the game for a little bit while we wait for the interviews. But, yeah, I feel like we had a lead in the mid lane. Akali had really beautiful rotations, but you're leaving top lane on an island. I mean, that's to be expected, right?
Yep.
Vladimir on, but you know, we're gonna have. It's just so difficult to play in the Akali's. Like, if Warwick was something else,
Mm-hmm.
we could have seen something else happen.
Yeah.
Of course, but just the Warwick felt so out of place, you know.
Yep.
Xin Zhao had value. Xin Zhao was like the false tank,
Mm-hmm.
had the ultimate, tanked everything. Zeri was so behind. I feel like there was no impact in the bot
Yep.
lane. Melio couldn't roam. Melio couldn't really do much. Only thing he did really was cleanse the ultimate,
Yes.
Varus ultimate for Akali to pop off. But apart from that, just like, I wouldn't say it's complete draft diff. There was some hand diff, some player
Yep,
diffs,
yep.
but it's just, you know, brought it back. IEEE, they looked a little bit like worried in the early game. They had some shaky moments. The Akali was popping off in a Drake fight. That Drake fight looked kind of pivotal,
Yep.
but it didn't matter in the end.
Yep.
There was 2 Drake fights, you know, where they take the Drake, but then they kill 2, then take the Otacon. Otacon was a huge swing.
Mhm.
I mean, that was game decider right there.
I think the biggest comeback opportunity that IEEE did give CSSA was when that Varus got called out by that Ornn knock-up in the
Right.
top lane river, right?
Yeah.
But it's just that that's when I think the communication and the hand stuff a little bit came through, where that
Yeah.
Grandmaster support, right, that Renata could keep that Varus
Incredible
alive.
peeling.
And, you know, CSSA did fall apart there in terms of target selection. Where
Mm.
Ornn was going for another, and then Akali was trying to get on that Varus, but it's just not that easy when Varus has all those summoner spells. You know, Renata has all those tools available to her to keep that Varus alive, and of course
Yeah.
that led to, you know, the whole front line just being demolished by that Varus, and then Akali by that time not having enough tools because it just gets negated by that Renata, and the game just falling apart from there onwards. Yep. So now I think the losers interview will be ready here, so we will be looking to pass it through.
Interclub Esports Championships 2025. Welcome back to the interview room. I'm here with.
Mockingbird, TSSA, Lucas.
All right, Lucas, give us your thoughts on the game that you just played.
It was a bit rough, honestly. Could have been more prepared, you know. I'd just say that the enemy was better, honestly.
Damn, that's tough, man. IEEE going into the next round, CSSA unfortunately eliminated, but it was tough. It was tough, and it was a good effort, man. Now, my next question for you is, what are some of the teams or players that you think people should watch out for the remainder of this tournament?
I gotta say, UOACS, like the computer science club, they got Dante. Bro, he's the guy to look out for, honestly. Bro, X-Pro, like, I've looked into his OPN, right? And he's just a GOAT, honestly.
Damn, some demons on UACS. Similar sentiments from yesterday. Now, that being said, any shout-outs you want to give out before we go?
Shoutouts to VN, honestly, pretty good Akali game. And for Joshua for subbing in on such a quick notice, honestly.
Joshua the GOAT. Everybody in the interview room saying, let's go, Joshua. Let's go, Joshua. Hey, you're the man, brother. Now, before we go, I just wanted to ask, what's your favorite Indomie flavor?
Oh shit, what is there? Probably this one, the barbecue chicken flavor. I like this one.
Barbecue chicken flavor. You heard it here. Now, thank you once again to Indomie for sponsoring Interclub Esports Championships 2025. Now, we're going to head back to the commentary room. Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Awesome.
So hey guys, thank you guys from the interview room. We are now here with the winners. So this is Vinx, the support from last game. You know, so how did your draft feel? You know, when you're first going into that draft, you know, you see that Zeri first pick, right? It's not the most common first pick.
Yeah.
You know, what was your drafting process into that Varus? I believe that Varus was a great pick as a response to the Zeri, right? But what was your drafting process? What was your thought process as you guys were going into that draft and you saw that Zeri first pick?
Yeah, so we were actually, when we first saw the Zeri first pick, we
Mhm.
wanted to get rid of all of the, like,
Enchanter supports?
Yeah,
Yeah,
enchanter
yeah.
supports. We did forget about Melio, to be honest. I
Yep.
totally forgot about that,
Mhm.
which was a great pick against Varus.
Yeah.
Especially into Renata as
Yes.
well. It's a really good pick. But, you know, it was, we got pretty good with
Yeah.
our draft, I think.
I would say so, yeah.
Slamming the Vlad top since we had no other AP mid. So our mid laner got completely banned out.
Yeah.
He was a bit worried about that, but he played great.
Yeah. So, game one, it was a little bit shaky at the start, right? Of course, Akali getting those 4 early game kills, and your support, your job is to protect the ADC, and the win con was your ADC, right? So you had a lot of pressure on your hands that game,
Yeah.
and of course, we saw your bailout, we saw your ultimates, the hostile takeovers coming in clutch and many team fights. What were you feeling, in that mid game where you see that Fed Kali, you saw your Varus get caught by the Kali and getting one shot, right? The flashes, it didn't matter. He would just die all the time. How were you feeling going into that, that river top lane fight where your Varus did get caught out once again by the Ornn knockup, right? What was your thought process when you saw that knockup come through?
Yeah, I was a bit worried about that. Pretty much our entire game plan was to get our Vlad ahead or get our Varus ahead.
Yeah.
So once our Varus did pick up a few kills, we got a lot more gold than the enemy AD carry. So my thought process was just to keep him alive for as long as I can, while our Vlad runs havoc in the back line. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So just before I send you off, I have one final question for you.
Yep.
So, yeah, what's your favorite, Indomie flavor, right? I know it's your favorite noodle brand. You don't got to tell me. I know you love all their flavors. They're all 10 out of 10s. But if you had to choose your favorite flavor, which one would it have to be?
It'd have to be the hot and spicy.
The hot and spicy?
Yeah.
Well, it was a pink one, everyone. Keep that in mind. Pink Indomie hot and spicy. Great macros. 0 calories. It's not actually, don't quote me on that, but here you go. You will be taking this home with you. And yeah, right after this break, we will see you again for Game 2 against ESA.
Great.
So hey guys, we are running into some issues in terms of the players with traffic and transportation. So instead of going on a break later, we will be just going into a break right now. 20 minutes is just hang in there, and we will be able to come back to you with a great matchup. It is IEEE and ESA. ESA being one of the favorites of the team. They have an X-Pro on there. So yeah, come back in 20 minutes, and you might see a game of a lifetime. Thank you. So hey guys, welcome back. Our break is now over. We'll be starting off today after game one, ESA versus the game one winner of IEEE. So let's quickly go over yesterday's games for people who weren't here. Right. So yesterday we started off with, I did get cut off earlier, but I was talking about Devs versus AXA. Of course, AXA did pull through in a pretty easy game. It wasn't too competitive against Devs, and they did go through and played against Tanza in the quarterfinals. Of course, Tanza, one of the tournament favorites, they did win the last League of Legends tournament. Had a nice game against AXA. It was pretty competitive. AXA did manage to get the early game lead, but Tanza did pull through and eventually win. After that, we saw, SESA versus AUSS, right? Everyone knew, come on, the AUSS is going to win, right? We had a quick stomp. It was a bit of a shaky game, but it did become a stomp, and AUSS did pull through. Then we watched WDCC versus VAUSA. WDCC did manage to clinch the win. It was a very close game, very back and forth. And behind the scenes, there was AUEC versus AUSS, where AUSS maintained their winning streak. And then to wrap up the day one League of Legends games, we saw UOACS versus WDCC, and UOACS sent WDCC home in a very dominant fashion. And now today, we just watched IEEE versus CSSA, and of course, IEEE took the game home. And now we'll be seeing ESA versus IEEE.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen with this game. I think it's going to be an entertaining game at the very least. Excited to see what ESA has.
Yep.
And yeah, I think comes to draft, hopefully there's going to be some creative picks. I want to see some important bans come out.
Yep.
We're going to red band side. Varus ban. Varus is very
Instantly.
strong. Yeah.
Yep. Of course,
I
with
think
the Varus from...
Varus very blindable, very strong, scales well, blind pickable.
Yep.
Samira ban's very interesting. Probably ESA has a Samira main, something like that. Samira's scary. But
Yes.
I think Samira is not your worst of problems, but they warranted to have a ban. Vladimir ban from IEEE. Definitely they were watching the game. They were scouting the game. See, Vladimir is a problem. Are we going to see triple ban for
The ADC.
yeah.
Of course, I also want to point out that ESA is one of the tournament favorites, right? Of course,
Yep.
they have a near full master roster. They have a challenger support. They have an ex-pro for the LCO scene in the jungle slot today. So ESA, very competitive team. It's one of the teams that you should be watching throughout this tournament. And playing against IEEE today, I'm very excited for them to show what they
Smolder,
have.
man.
We haven't seen these ESA play yet. You know, they're one of the teams that, you know, it's the last team that are playing today that we haven't seen them perform before. So I'm very interested in how they play today. And, you know, first round of rotations, and we're already seeing 4 ADCs banned away from both
Yeah,
teams.
So we're gonna pick potentially the Ezreal here, pinch the AD carry pool a bit more. Very blendable pick, very safe pick.
Of
I don't
course,
think Ezreal is that good in this meta right now, but
he does feel very weak, especially into those front lines.
yeah, he doesn't have the amount of DPS or output damage that you would like from a AD carry.
Yeah.
We're gonna see what potentially, if it is the Ezreal, or they're still gonna think about it, and maybe we're gonna, it's gonna get locked in. So we're gonna see IEEE see what they have to answer this Ezreal.
I would like something like maybe, you know,
I like
a Xayah even. Xayah's a nice, I think.
It's alright.
I think a Jinx is nice here. There's
Jinx
just
is
not
good.
many ADCs, but I think what is very important is that they need to pick an ADC in this first rotation. Because if they don't, what do you have left to play for that second rotation of ADCs, right?
Yeah.
Especially when there are 4 more bans on the board.
3 seconds left to pick. We're gonna get the Wukong for I like to chop here.
Yeah, I love a cheeky Wukong, you know. Of
Yeah.
course, he does get that passive where he can stack that armor. It makes it very difficult for the Ezreal to be able to deal damage to the Wukong. And Ezreal is one of those ADCs that are forced to play front to back, right?
Yeah.
And having that Wukong is a nice pick into their Ezreal.
Yeah, I feel like Ezreal struggles a lot into Wukong. When you're playing it, you're doing like so little damage, and we're gonna see a Sivir come out. Sivir, very standard answer. Bit boring, but it is what it is.
Yep.
IEEE has to sweat this game out to and try and keep their playoff run alive.
Yeah, and of course, people who was on the stream yesterday, they know how much I hate the Sivir,
Yeah.
right? If she buys a call, I might go home early today, you know. But yeah, and the Sivir pick, you know, as boring as it is the good call. And of course, a Sylas pick comes through here. Of course, Sylas, you know, flexible in many roles, right? Right now, he's playable, very playable in the jungle. He's also very playable in the mid lane.
Yep.
But it is an interesting Sylas pick into a Wukong Sivir only revealed from IEEE.
Well, they're gonna take the Alistar, so at the very least, you're not playing. Oh, actually, no, that doesn't make sense. But Alistar Ezreal, that's the first Alistar we've seen all tournament. Let's see what's gonna happen. Sivir Alistar, very interesting matchup.
Yeah, and of course an AP mid laner to match that AD jungle, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, but I'm interested in what ESA was thinking by taking the Sylas when they do have an Alistar, right? Because why would you take the Sylas? Alistar is a pick that you could even try bait IEEE into taking.
Yep.
You know, having Alistar on the enemy team, the Sylas is a great ultimate. Of course, a Vex ultimate is also nice, but it's not the greatest value you can be getting out of a game of Sylas. Jarvan ban comes through from IEEE. And ESA is now looking to ban Lulu. Of
Sivir
course,
Lulu, yep.
Sivir Lulu, you know, not it's expected.
Yep.
You know, Lulu ban does come through. And of course, the top laner and the support roles left for IEEE. And for ESA, possibly mid or jungle, and then the top lane left as well. Of course, IEEE, being the red side, will be getting that counter pick on the top laner though.
Yeah, I'm seeing IEEE. They're gonna have to pick a supporter here because they want to hide the top laner. We know that there's Alistar support, so we're gonna have to think, what can we play against this Alistar? Maybe get something favorable for Sivir. I'm seeing something like Sivir, even Sivir Janna looks good. Sivir Yumi, like Sivir loves her enchanters, but she's not shy to play engage support. Sivir Leona's not too bad. Sivir Nort, Sivir Fresh, something like that. It could even work. So there's a lot of versatility and options that you can play here, but we got to consider you're playing into Ezreal Alistar, which sort of have 2 different identities, right?
Yep.
But either way, we're gonna see a similar Tom Kench. That's pretty interesting. I actually like it because Sylas Alistar, they want to dive so heavily. Tom Kench has that protection and is a tank that you can just soak up damage with.
With these double jungle bans coming in from IEEE, I think they are fully banking on Sylas being the mid laner here, right? But I still think there is that potential for Sylas to go to the jungle. Of course, it's not the easiest fights, it's not the easiest skirmishes playing into the Wukong. But by the looks of it, Viego will be the jungle and Sylas will be the mid laner.
Very interesting. So we're blinding Sylas and we give Vex. I think Sylas Vex is quite a tough matchup.
Yep.
I would have liked it to be flexed into the jungle, and then you could pick something like a Victor or something like maybe not too sure, but something with more prior than this, but we're gonna see a set here.
You know, now the biggest worry here, the only main source of AP damage being the Silas mid lane into a Vex. He's not going to have an easy time.
Right.
And when your main damage dealers is going to be the Ezreal, Set, and Viego, when you have a Wukong, when they have a Tahm Kench, where is his damage coming out of? When that Wukong dive, you guys, how are you going to be able to stop that Wukong from getting to your Ezreal? How are you actually planning to shut down the Wukong? I think ESA, in terms of the damage spread that they have for their team, it feels very weak, right? It feels like they are missing that bit of AP damage. It feels like they're going to be struggling unless they manage to get that Silas activated, unless they manage to funnel some gold into that Silas.
What top lane is, it's gonna be a Darius locked in, Set versus Darius, very, very brawly matchup here.
Very volatile, you know.
Yeah,
It's one of those matchups where whoever gets even a little bit of a lead usually takes over the lane here. So usually pathing down bot is the best strat, right? You're playing into ganking two people. You have the chance to remove two people out of the game. But in this scenario here, you know, when it's a Darius and Set matchup, when one kill can snowball the game out of proportion, right? I don't think it's too crazy to see the Viego, to see the Wukong look to path top lane. Yep. So I think here now we'll be passing it over to Atlas in the interview room, a familiar face.
Goodbye, CSSA. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Auckland Uni Esports Club, Interclub Esports. And I've got two guests with me today. My name is Atlas, and I'm joined by Matt from ESA and Ethan from IEEE. How are you guys doing today? We'll start with you, Ethan.
I'm feeling good today. IEEE gone through the first round, and I'm happy with that. So I really don't mind regardless of the result for this upcoming match. But yeah, so far so good.
Awesome, good to hear. And what about you, Matt?
I'm feeling good. I think my team is pretty strong. We've got some pretty strong contenders in there, and I think this game will be pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, and talking about this game, of course, we've just seen the draft come through. And look, I'm not much of a League player myself. I couldn't know anything about this. So what are your guys' thoughts on what's going on here?
Honestly, I don't play League as well. I've never touched a League game in my life, but I put full trust in my team. Especially my GOAT, Chase Thunder, my GOAT, Leon. So I put trust in the IEEE team that they'll do well, and if they don't make it out in the end, then they die trying.
Fair enough. What about you, Matt? Can you enlighten us to some League know-how?
No, not really. But but like all I can say is I do play a little League, but when I play, I just play Gragas jungle, so I can't really say anything. But I know the person that's strongest in our team is probably like Into the Night. And so pretty excited to see what he does.
Yeah, fair enough. And what about for the tournament then? Do you think your team can make it the whole way?
Yes, I do know that USCS has a very strong team, but I think we're pretty much on par, hopefully. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
And I mean, I know, Ethan, you said that you guys were just kind of happy to get through the first round, but like, what do you reckon? Do you think you can get a little bit further, or is this it?
Yeah, we believe.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, of course, we do got to get to what's behind us. Of course, it's the Indomie. What's your favorite flavor going into this?
Definitely the barbecue chicken. So yeah.
All right, barbecue chicken. What about you?
I think the original for me, like, it's probably the best flavor. Like, the original is like what I always eat. So yeah.
Fair enough. Awesome. Well, that's all from us here in the interview room. We're going to be throwing it back over to our casters now to get into this game. So don't go anywhere. We're getting right into it.
Thank you, Atlas. Thank you, Matt. And thank you, Ethan. I do love Chase Thunder, but will he be able to chase the glory of this game? And it looks like Viego might already be caught. The fear comes through. And the
tongue lash, okay.
And a flash on Viego. And being at 1 minute and 10 seconds, that will delay his clear and, of course, his ganking potential with the flash gone.
Well, that's a rough start for the Viego. Did he even pop potion? Did he even buy a potion? Oh, more brawls. Fun.
Of course, it's W star from the set, and this Darius is forced to recall here, or else he does risk that potential of a dive, and it looks like Viego will be pathing top this game, and Wukong will be pathing bot lane.
Wow, so many brawls from both sides. We're going to see quite a feisty game, I reckon. Low range comps, everyone wants to fight, wants to brawl. You know? We've got a mix of animals in the bot lane here. We've got a
Catfish?
frog, catfish, yeah, and a cow.
Yep.
Yeah, just headbutting each other, do some pokes.
Let's see if they play like animals as well this game today.
Well, both engage support, not engage support, tank supports took heal. That's pretty interesting to me.
Yeah. I think in the side of ESA, you know, having that heal for that movement speed into something like a Sivir can be helpful. And of course, same goes for the Sivir. You know, when there's a rundown team like Set and the Viego in the enemy team, I think they'll both be able to find value out of those heals. Of course, Alistar did grab himself an unsealed spellbook though, so he will be switching around with the summoner spells the other game. Wukong spotted in his topside chickens, and Viego, he will be pathing up towards his blue, and which IEEE does have a ward on.
I wonder if Darius actually got his recall off. I don't think he actually did.
No, he did. He chose to stay.
Okay, but didn't he just forfeit all lane fire? Just let the wave push into you a few hundred times.
But I guess those are the things you just gotta tank when you don't have the TP,
Oh,
right?
he's gets ignite. Where's ignite? Oh, okay. Very interesting. That could have been a solo kill right from the get-go. That would have made the Darius like so far behind.
And of course, like I said earlier, one death as a Darius into a Set, or the other way around, spells doom for your lane, right? It's one of the most volatile matchups. It's just the difference of 100 gold, you know, that wins you or loses you the lane. Of course, Wukong and Viego both finishing up their respective clears. We should be looking for some fights soon here, or at least after they finish off the Scuttle Crab and look for the first back.
Yeah, we're gonna see standard clears. We're just gonna go opposite sides. We're gonna start red from each side and path towards the respective top lane, respective bot lane. Gonna get Scuttle Crab. Gonna recall probably. I don't think it's gonna be many fights. Similar Tom Kench cannot really, you know, do much in terms of setting up for the Wukong. And
Wukong already spotted in the bot lane as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Viego is currently, however, unspotted, but they are aware that he is top set by looking at the timers that they have.
Right.
Viego, Wukong might be looking for something in the mid lane, perhaps.
Yeah, we have Dawn Shield start for Silas. He doesn't really, you know, want to play this lane too hard.
A death like this can mean doom for the Darius. Oh, but he misses a W and it connects with the minion.
Double E.
Darius only needs to get away by only using his ghost. Not having to use flash to escape that gank is extremely nice for the Darius here.
Yeah, Wukong is the biggest winner. He gets free chickens off of that.
And he can also look for that Silas gank, as Silas probably expected this Wukong to recall and path back top.
Silas is Viego's back. Flash E.
Flash coming from both top laners here.
Yeah. Pretty neutral, but I think it's just punishing the Darius for overstepping here. But then again, you're wasting a lot of time. As a Viego, your camp's on now, and Wukong basically gets 2 extra camps on you.
Of course, the Silas just can't really do much into a Vix, right?
Yeah.
You can either sit in lane, dodge skill shots, and look to farm and just tank the poke, or you can look to fight and just die, right? That's all that matchup is. And of course, back to the top lane, just a perma brawling lane. I think the camera will be up here a lot this game, right?
Yep.
I think, of course, Viego looking to funnel in this top laner.
5 minutes now. Drake has spawned. We're gonna see what's gonna happen towards the bot lane. Sivir top lane gets the first recall, so Ezreal Alistar is gonna be a little bit late in terms of tempo. But it doesn't seem like Wukong is gonna end up towards the bot lane anytime shortly, so it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But very interesting in terms of tempo gameplay. Sivir does pick up the call. He might be going home early tonight.
Perhaps. It looks like both bot laners have got their recall off. The mid laners are now looking for their recalls. Both junglers managed to grab themselves a Sheen, Darius, and the top laners also managed to get their recall in as well. It is now looking like a bit more higher damage, bit more fighting in the lanes to be seen here, apart from the bot lane, because they did grab a cull.
Oh, Darius lost that trade. Seth picks up the bone plate.
So it does have a W, but he releases it too late, and the value of it is gone.
He's recalling in a brush. Seth knows he's in that brush. It's going to cancel that recall. Yeah, a bit scared. Has to actually back all the way back.
And of course, it doesn't feel great, especially when you don't have TP, right?
Oh, Tom Kench engaging on Ezra. Ezra has the argument. Doesn't matter. Turn, get the WQ off, get some mana back, get a little bit of poke.
See, I'm just worried about, you know, even if this Ezra does get strong, right?
Yep.
How are you going to be fronted backing through the Wukong, through a Darius, through a Tahm Kench?
Yeah, I think it's going to be what Silas does with his ultimate, high-tech ultimate. Maybe you can get a Wukong ult, maybe a Vex ult. If you have a Vex ult where, you know, Silas barreling down at you, that's kind of scary.
Grub's up in a minute and 30 seconds. You know, we've already determined that it is just the win con of this tournament.
Oh my days.
Whoever gets Grubs wins the game. Darius zoned off the wave. He doesn't have any summoner
okay,
spells.
cancel
He
that.
can't be here. He's going to pop. The double hit double sweet spot Q hits, and that does give him the heal to safely walk on the tower at a mildly healthy HP bar. Of course, any lower could mean that he gets stove there, and he even loses those 2 waves.
Darius in a bit of an island, but in return, they get a free dragon off of this. This is really good for IEEE. Darius managing to successfully fend off the dive. And, well, I don't think Ezra can steal this, but no, he's gonna... Wukong just gonna Q smite it. Not much counterplay you can do to that.
And Darius gets a nice crash and a free recall off that as well. It feels like that whole dive that that ESA did in the top side didn't really pay off there. I feel like all they did was just give up a dragon, you know, wasted the jungler's time. And yeah, I think it feels really bad, and it was really nice for IEEE. Oh wait, Spell Shield wasted on the side of IEEE. And the Ezra Q still connects.
What the... Looked like a little bit of blunder from Edgar when the Arcane Shift, he didn't really block anything, but at the end of the day,
it paid off?
Yeah, it baited the Seven Spell Shield.
No, who knows, maybe they did it on purpose, you know?
Ezreal has so much lane dominance here, he can play with so much confidence.
Of course, that's what happens when you choose to buy a Cull while the Ezreal builds a Sheen.
Sheen Tear, like such a perfect recall for them. Just want to highlight the Darius now has the skill, play skill cap, so now he's not as vulnerable to these physical damage ganks.
Ping's coming out for the grub play from ESA. You know, they know it's the win con. They've heard me say it multiple times. Grubs is 100% win rate so far in this tournament.
Grubs wins you games.
-1 on that.
But hey, we're gonna...
I like the chop. Might be looking on the set right here.
Yeah, level 6. Maybe he's gonna look for it. Not really.
But Viego is here. And they do know Viego's here as well. The on my way pings are coming in. Vix and Tahm Kench are rotating here. The Viego can't be here.
Edward ultimate coming in.
But the Seer ultimate comes out on the Tahm Kench.
Okay. Huge headbutt from Alsa.
But everyone's knocked up. There's so much chaos from the Wukong. There's so much chaos, but the Wukong was popped. But Viego needs the reset. Viego gets the reset. Oh, the Darius is so low. The the sweet spot from the Darius, but it doesn't matter. Reset after reset. The Vex can't do anything. She can't walk up. But the shoot W flash comes from the Viego. The Vix is 1 HP. She's trying to run away. The Tahm Kench eat, but it doesn't matter. There's just too much damage. That shield means nothing. And the whole grub fight goes completely over to ESA, and IEEE gets nothing out of it.
That's a clean sweep 4-0 for ESA. So unfortunate. So many health bars went basically almost to 0, but it wasn't enough, you know? If we had a few more damage, maybe if there was Darius, he was healing so much. If he was able to get 5 stacks, get the dunks on, he was maybe able to turn the fights, but he's so behind, you know? He had to play skill caps rather than any actual damage items.
The skill caps, they do give him the durability, but it's just not comparable to the, you know, the damage items that he could have, like even a Tiamat, right? In that situation. But wow, that Q sweet spot on 4 of them, that really looked like, you know, something crazy could come out of it. But of course, there's just too much damage on the side of ESA, and he still just gets instantly popped from that fight.
Biggest winner, Viego getting 3 kills and 1 assist. Good critical shutdown.
Yeah. Of course, Viego being Reneko, you know, a ex-pro player in the LCO scenes, that 3 kills will mean so much more than what it actually is for some lower level players.
Yeah, a bit of a ball in the mid lane. Silas going very aggressive, has the Conqueror stacked up.
Oh, maybe a cheeky little ball lane fight.
Okay, wet noodle fight. Oh yeah.
The Q is spell shielded away, and Silver walks out of that fight with that heal from that spell shield, right? And Ezreal is very low here.
He's gonna recall anyways. He was looking for a back timer anyways, you know? He was just out of mana.
Oh.
Doesn't hit the Vex though.
It's just so hard to get that back timer on the Silver though, right? Her W, her Q, just such insane wave clear. It's when you're not hard winning lane, it's just hard to get that timer without losing those minions and the XP.
Yeah. ESA with 3,000 gold lead here, trying to look for some more fighting to ensue. You got a 3-0 Viego coming with a Trinity Force. He's so strong. He's gonna path towards the bot lane jungle. Gonna get some vision in towards the Drake pit. Wukong gonna recall, see if he has his own Trinity Force. He does not have the Trinity Force for this fight. It's actually just so scary if Viego's able to jump on. He gets so many resets and he just snowballs out of control so quickly.
I know the game state, you know, it looks pretty difficult for IEEE here. I feel like them fighting for this next dragon, it is very dangerous, right? Of course, Viego has that Triforce. He has an item on everyone but the Sivir. But of course, Sivir with a Yunta without the stacks on that critical strike chance, it's just not worth as much as a Triforce like what Viego has here, right? It's looking like a very difficult fight, and it probably will, you know, if this dragon fight is probably the big deciding factor going into the mid game.
right, because ESA, they have so much power to take the second Drake here. And if they decide to forfeit it, they don't get 2 Drakes, which is usually what you're meant to get if you're...
Of course, Sid does have the flash and ult too. But he chooses to hold everything, gives the 5-stack over to Darius. And it's quite looking like a hard fight for the Sid into this Darius, even despite with the level up.
Yeah, I think it's just whoever has better hands, and I think Darius winning out on the trade here against Zed.
Looks Wukong hovering top set as well here. I think they are just looking for a cross-map play rather than Dragon, because they know that there is no hope in fighting for this Dragon, right? There is no hope in trying to kill that Viego and take him out in the fight.
Looking for a dive on a set. Set of all with champions to try and dive is very scary, man.
Wukong just doing nothing in the tri-bush, playing with his fingers. Oh. Now there's a big turn from the Sid. Ignite comes through, and the Darius is popped, and this whole dive looks very difficult here.
That was crazy. Sid playing on his own terms. Turns it around onto the Darius rather than wait and get dived. He knows everyone's rotating towards it. The counter cross-map play just doesn't end up working out. Vex coming up for the top lane, misses the ultimate, can't even get a return kill.
If anything, that cross-map play, they just wasted, more of their resources, and they just lost even more.
They lost even
more. That Wukong needed to just jump in, needed to commit, but of course the communication just wasn't there by the looks of it.
Yeah, but I'd rather you try something rather than not do anything,
Yeah.
At least they tried, but now Wukong is spotted on the scrum. At the end of the day, the Wukong still gets it, but it just feels so difficult to play as red side now.
Big fight on the bot side. Wow, the Israel damage on the Civ is insane. Flash comes out from the Israel. They can't do anything. They know the Viego's here now. They see his E. The death mist. It looks like there is no fight to be looked.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Tom Kench and a similar flash barrier, ultimate, spell shield. You're not
getting
getting rid
on them.
Yeah, heal, flash on Tom Kench as well. Devour, everything.
I do want to say ESA has picked up the grub, so it does look like an ESA win.
Well, it depends. I think IEEE had a chance to scale up here. They've got Sivir, Tom Kench, who's scaling up pretty nicely with the 3 columns. It's just no one can really punish these guys. But then again, Tom Kench isn't being played around the map much. Because Alistar has so much value just roaming and just getting headbutts in. You can see Alistar even roaming towards mid right now compared to Tom Kench just stuck in the ball lane, kind of babysitting the Civ.
But you look at the lane in the top side, Darius can't be there, right? Yeah. Sid completely destroys towers. And at this point in the game, when you give these towers up, you're giving up feat of strength at the same time, right?
Yeah.
But of course, it looks like Sid is securing feet for his team.
Yeah, blue side picking up feeds. Feeds is so important here when you have so little range, Being able to kite it out just a little bit more makes it harder for fights to have. But anyways, Darius is getting he's ghosting and flashing.
And the flash comes out from the Alistar. This Darius does get the double sweet spot, and he can walk out of there alive.
It seems like every time you try to go to Darius 1v2, he's always able to get out. But when it comes to 1v1s, it feels like he's losing every 1v1. I'm not too sure what's happening here. But now we've got everyone corralling towards top side. Pumpkin's trying to do something with the flash with Ezreal. Ezreal desperately looking to get a recall off because he's out of mana, but it seems like he's kind of stuck on the tower for at least one of the waves.
I think a bit of the fumble that I'm seeing here is that, I think there's an argument for IEEE support as the best player, right? And they put him on a champion like Tom Kench, not a playmaker. TP comes out from
Double
into the
TP.
night and Ning, but they're already out. Only Sivir ult had to be used to cancel out those 2 TPs. Kind of a negative trade, but then again, Alistar does have the unsealed spellbook.
Yep. But still, that's a teleport from Silas, who was already in the mid lane, so he's just kind of walking back. It is what it is. When it comes to objectives, there's not really much to fight for, so I guess teleport isn't really necessary for at least 2-3 minutes. So he still has kind of cost here. Tompkins gonna cancel recall to Alistar. Gonna engage on the Alistar, who is slowed momentarily. Alistar's gonna pop the ultimate, gonna headbutt back to Tom Kench.
This Tom Kench is so tanky.
I
like the chop as well.
He's gonna eat him. Who's he gonna feed the kill to? He's gonna beat himself.
Goes to himself.
Okay, well, a kill is a kill. But we do see Wukong just
this isn't Rift Herald range. The Vex has to show some respect to the Rift Herald. This could go from holding a tower to a tower dive in a second. But nope, it looks like they're not even looking for anything, as they're not aware of where the Wukong actually is.
I'm so confused why objective bounties are falling off. Tank Riot. anyways, Silver is 20 CS up, has a Yuntao, has a Zeo sold the cull already. I'm very confused. Oh, because he won
He already
Glory.
finished it.
Okay, Drake's in a minute. That's very strong. 2-item Silver, but no attack speed boots. But either way, it's a 2-item Silver into a Ezreal who is kind of broke compared to her, you know? Has a Trinity Force, does damage, yes, but as much damage or DPS as the Silver? I don't think so. So it's hard to see what's going to happen in terms of extended fights.
Viego with a Serpent's Fang bite, which I feel is kind of interesting, right? Of course, I'm sure it's just for, you know, the Tahm Kench and the Sivir, you know, the locket value, and you know, the Vex W.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he hopes that Darius and Wukong will be building a Sterix gauge, but I feel like, you know, Viego, he's more single target looking for those resets. He won't be able to be applying that Serpent's Fang very easily. So I think it's a very interesting buy. Maybe it'll work out, you know, we just have to wait and see.
We're gonna see, try to solo bowler here. Hope gonna get killed by Into the Night. Very, very simple, very clean solo kill from Silas. Didn't even have to use any summoners compared to Vex, who tried to flash out. Now we're gonna have a 4v4 fight in the bot lane, but the lane miss matchup is so difficult here. That's gonna come up. Darius has a 2-man knock. Wukong's gonna engage on the back line. Silas, Darius does get the reset, but it seems like red side actually does get a lot of the kills here. I like the chop gonna nearly fall down, but Ezreal's out of commission here. Very interesting. IEEE actually getting the fight off. Very interesting to be, because you're having Darius in the bot lane, who doesn't have an item compared to Silas, and somehow you end up winning the fight.
The Ezreal shouldn't have let the Wukong survive there, you know? I felt like he thought he had enough damage, but it just didn't work out. The spell shield is gone. The W might kill her, but she flashes out in time. And a fight that looked so hopeful for her. The Vexor connects, but the barrier is there. There's not enough damage. The barrier and the flash helps to avoid those 2 skill shots, and the Ezreal walks out alive. Low HP bars there. Vex does have nothing on her anymore. The set E might be enough here. The set does have W. Vex no summoner spells. And the Vex does go down for the dragon here. You know, I think IEEE did a really good job turning the fight here. And I loved how, despite I like to chop should have died into the Ezreal, he did manage to isolate the fight apart, right? He was too busy, and Ezreal had to kite all the way back to his own red buff. I think very well played. They had to isolate the team fight in order for IEEE to win there, and that's exactly what they did, right? The Tahm Kench held the ult for the set W to keep the server alive, and that's what they did. They played a perfect team fight, and it paid through with a complete turn of a game and a dragon.
Yeah, the sequencing of the fight was so beautiful. Darius gonna start the engage with the 2-man Darius E, knocking 2 people into Wukong ultimate. Very beautiful combo, and probably Vex laying all of her damage, just throwing it to whoever gets hit. And Silver just bouncing, ricocheting, has 2 items compared to Ezreal.
Ping's already coming from IEEE for Arakan. I think they're already interested in looking at, you know, Arakan, you know, it's, you know, everyone thinks it's the objective that everyone throws at, right? And it kind of is. I have to agree with it. You know, the resistance trade is very extreme. It's very crazy. It's the point where, you know, games are turned. You know, pro players even afraid to start it. And I think I've seen the exact same thing mirrored in these games. No one in a game where it has been close or mildly competitive has started Arakan, like, you know, confidently. They've never started off the spawn. You know, they've constantly watered. They're constantly aware of it, but they're always holding the Arakan off, and they're usually trading it or, you know, mixing in between dragons, and it's usually a reward, extra bonus after acing or winning a team fight.
Yeah, we're just gonna return back to the game and mostly just farming again, trying to get some poke in. There's nothing to fight for, really. But I think the biggest thing is that Sivir is so much ahead of this Ezreal in terms of just damage, usefulness. You know, she's scaling so well, and we can agree that Sivir scale is much better than the Ezreal at the moment. But, you know, Viego 3-0, I think he did fall down last fight, so, you know, he's a little bit behind, but, you know, it's still Viego of Trinity Force with a Serpent Fang, 2 items, you know.
But it's just difficult, right? Like, no matter how fit a Viego is, if a Wukong is at least somewhat caught up, if a Darius is somewhat caught up, it's just so difficult for Viego to be getting those resets, right? To get those pops. Because they're just so naturally tanky. Of course, Wukong has built an armor on his passive, but Viego can't be there. He W missed up, but the Heartbreaker does pop, and he does get out of there alive.
Yeah, Darius expanding the ghost for the Viego ultimate. It's not too bad.
The Ezreal, a pretty nice poke, right? I think he hit 3 of them there, all lined up perfectly.
Yeah.
There's some nice big chunks of the HP bars.
I think, honestly, the main player of the game is actually Into the Night with Honest Silence. Level 14 compared to level 12 Vex. I actually think he's one of the strongest guys out there. And you really need to be fighting with him, because honestly, if you don't have him, I feel like fights get a little disappointed. And I think it's going to be all about Into the Night. If he's able to engage properly, get a good ultimate, you know, he's able to solo kill people just single-handedly, and he can reset so hard.
There is a bit of a mental game going on here, right? If anyone in ESA does show in the top lane, or vice versa from IEEE, you know, everyone's got to respect it. They all got to start running back top.
Yeah.
We saw there Wukong and Vex are both bot side. The moment, you know, the Set and Viego show on that Arakan, instantly running back top, right? No one wants to give up this Arakan, but no one wants to start the Arakan.
I agree. But now timers are getting a bit closer in terms of Drake. You know, if you stall for another minute 30, you're going to have to play this mind game where, oh, one team might go Arakan, one team might go Drake. What are you going to have to do about it? You might have to split. You might have to run all the way through the river, through the mid lane. Let's see what's going to happen in those crucial 1 or 2 minutes.
True Shot Barrage coming through on the Arakan to check it. No one's on it?
2 items, man. A Riftmaker Protobelt. And then even, I mean, this set had a bloody Black Cleaver at top of the Darius. But
there is looking to be a collapse a little bit on this Wukong. The W comes out from the Wukong. He has no more mobility. He can't run anymore. There has a Cyclone. The Cyclone does come out. Silence does take the Cyclone. Heartbreaker comes out from the Viego as well. But the Wukong might just walk out. But it's not enough. No, Into the Night flashes.
Oh,
but I like to chop flashes as well. And the Wukong lives for an equal exchange of cooldowns.
Yeah, now we're going to see a lot of pings. Top side 2v2 situation. Now it's going to come to a 3v2 situation very shortly.
But the Civ is too close. The W flash goes wide, and Israel is taken down, and the Civ is taken down as well. And this might look really bad for ESA. This might be Arakan gone. ESA has to look for a miracle fight here. If they give up Arakan, it looks so bad, and they can snowball that into the Dragon as well, and that will become soul point for IEEE. ESA needs to look for the fight here. They have to. But, you know, Silas is just getting all back now. Viego doesn't have the Heartbreaker for this Arakan. But no, instead, IEEE doesn't look for the Arakan at all.
Because Wukong was late, you know, he was chunked so hard. He even ran out of base with like half HP, trying to desperately get to the Arakan, but he wasn't able to get there in time. So the fight in the ball lane actually paid out dividends that they weren't able to start the Arakan without the Wukong.
I think it was kind of questionable on the side of ESA though. They started a fight in the bot lane, right?
Yep.
They messed it up. You know, Wukong got out, ended at that. Why are you looking for more on that 2v3 forced fight in the top lane river?
Yep. Now,
this Viego's overextended again. He doesn't even have Heartbreaker. He only has a flash. The flash comes through, but that might be enough to keep him alive in this game. Remember, at this point in the game, when everyone's alive, one death of a jungler means Arakan's gone, means Dragon's gone, and now Baron's coming up in 40 seconds too.
Yeah, Viego's
Any death at this point is objective gone, and any objective gone is Baron gone, and the game's out of your hands.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, Drake spawning here, it's already up. We're going to see what's going to happen. Viego is already chunked to maybe a quarter half HP. A few ricochets and he's probably dead. We're going to see what's going to happen if he can lifesteal up, but it seems like they have no really interest.
The ping come from IEEE for Arakan. They're all moving up to Arakan.
They're very slow though. This macro gaming isn't optimal. They're going to be slow towards Arakan. Now everyone's going to crowd towards the top side looking for a fight here.
It's already been pinged. I think if IEEE does look to start this Arakan, it will be too slow. I don't think they can do it.
Alistar Redemption, the Arakan, they know he's not on it. They have vision on it. They know they haven't started, so they can take their sweet time. They're not going to be able to burst in time.
Of course, all cooldowns now available on both sides in terms of the ultimate.
Alright, so now we're just going to look for a tier 1 gold, some standing gold.
Look at how small engage on the Set here.
Darius goes to the
Set does have a fully charged W ready. The huge knockback for Alistar. The Cyclone comes through. The Silver Spell Shield. The Sniv is running them down. The Sniv is on the hunt. He's running them down. He gets one. He gets two. Will he get three? No, the Alistar gets out in time, but that's Baron gone. That's Arakan gone. ESA, you're one of the favorites of the tournament. You can't be making these mistakes. You can't be getting caught out over and over again. And that's been happening throughout this whole game, right? This Viego's egoing. Sure, he's an ex-pro player, but that doesn't mean you're Jesus. You can't live everything. And that's happened multiple times. He's gone and caught out 1, 2, 3, 4 times now. And it's not good.
Now. Yeah, Arakan and Baron gone. For the side of IEEE. It looked so good when you had that Alistar 4-man knockup, right?
That was beautiful.
Yeah, but then, you know, we had Darius Ghost in, the Set try to ult, get the Haymaker off. Didn't really get as much value as we hoped.
Because, yeah, like we said earlier during the draft, right?
Yeah.
Sure, the Set W, it's nice, but Civ is never going to get hit by that as long as she has hands, right?
Yep.
And Alistar, sure, you got that 4-man knock-up on the front line, but what is it Israel going to do into people with plated steel caps, with that Sunder Sky, with the Sterix Gauge? It's nothing. This Israel pick may have been the worst ADC pick we have seen so far in the tournament.
I don't like the Ezreal pick. This Sivir is doing so much damage in backline. Everyone's like grouped up. Everyone's melee ranging. So Severus is getting so much value from the ricochets. You know?
Of course, the resets on the hunt, on takedowns as well.
Yeah.
It truly showed the value there. You know, they couldn't run. They saw that as soon as the set W didn't connect with the Sivir, they knew it was a lost fight. They tried to disengage, but it didn't matter. The Sivir was on the hunt, and she ran down all of them one by one.
Gonna try to knock them away. Redemption coming out, and the
Unbreakable will from the Alistar, but the true damage is not negated, but it doesn't matter. Now the Ezreal might be in danger here. Ooh, these, you know, I don't like how split ESA is playing at the moment here.
Very disjointed. Yeah, we got the Sivir 3.5 item. He's mowing down the cow. Like, it's actually insane.
You know, IEEE, the underdogs of this tournament, not the tournament, sorry, of this game today, but it looks like they are pulling through. They are the more dominant side. And they might be breaking the curse of whoever gets grubbies wins the game.
Right. It just feels so disjointed, you know. ESA not playing to their win conditions. I think it's not the Ezreal that's the win condition. It's the Silas, it's the Viego. But they're not able to really scratch this front line. It's so unreal. And especially the free hitting.
Silas was the second pick here, and the only ultimates they saw on the board was Wukong Sivir. In what world are you picking that Silas? And especially when you have trash ultimates for the Silas, and he's the only source of AP damage. Where are you seriously? How are you going to kill this Wukong, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it as well in action. This Wukong constantly lives out of the team fights on 1 HP, escapes on 1 HP, because there's no reliable damage dealer for the Wukong once he's been in that combat to stack his passive.
So unreal. But yeah, this Wukong, even that fight before, he was getting huge cyclones, you know? 3, 4, 5-man knockouts because everyone's playing melee range on the side of ESA, you know?
Yeah, and sure, it's ultimate, right? It's only a short knockout, but the amount of chaos you can actually create, you know, amount of, you know, easy to hit skill shots you create with that knockup, and even just the max HP damage over time with your ult, you know, I think it's very disregarded, and it is such a big ultimate in teamfights that people overlook on Wukong.
Yeah, so we're gonna see what ESA wants to do from here on. We got 1 minute until the next Dragon spawn, but it's only soul point, not actual soul for either team. So, you know, if you're on ESA side, you can give it up because, you know, Baron and Power is so strong. I don't know if Baron is still up, but either way, if you really want to give it up, you can, but, you know, what are you scaling in 5 minutes more, you know? What good is stalling 5 more minutes for the side of ESA? What power spikes are you looking for?
But it looks so difficult for ESA because if you look, their whole bot side jungle is just dark for them, right? They have no vision, they have no wards. If they really do want to contest this dragon, they're walking blindly into a Darius, into a Wukong, into a Vex, right?
Yep.
They're gonna get popped and they're gonna be forced into a really bad teamfight, which will make them snowball IEEE's lead even harder. And honestly, the game's already difficult now, but if that was to happen, the game's truly out of ESA hands, X-Pro or not.
Yeah, we legit saw the Alistar walk into the bottom side of the brush. He's trying to get vision, right? But he's just getting swamped by the Darius, by the Sivir damage. It's just so hard. Now we're kind of trying to look for a trap play onto the Vex.
I guess if you realize Dragon is unplayable.
Dragon is quite unplayable, so we're going to look for a dive here. We're going to get very easy game. Kill. So now even in the third, that's like 800 gold swing. It's not too bad.
I think this is the best play they could have made in the scenario that they were in.
I agree. Not bad of a gold swing. Gold's only about 2.
Oh, a little bit of a dangerous engage for the Tom Kinch. Maybe they are looking for something down here, but into the hunt pops from the Silas, and they can easily walk out of this. Darius is looking for a small flank angle. Viego could be caught here again, but no, the vision is not there for IEEE, and they choose to disengage off instead.
Yeah. But that fight ended up with IEEE taking the dragon, and now they're at soul point.
I think it's surprising, you know, a pick that went really well off this game is the Darius, right? Of course, he was extremely behind on the set in that game, but, you know, he even lost in that top river fight early on where he got that big Q heal, but he did manage to find his way into this game, and it's at a point where the set has to double think before he even looks to 1v1 this Darius.
Yeah. Holy moly, the Sivir is 4 items. So strong, has most items out of everyone in the game. That's 100% crit. That's so much damage.
And of course, with you know, Tom Kinch, you know, Lockett, Knight's Vow, and obviously his ult and his heal, right? It's how you ever planning to kill the Sivir.
How do you kill that guy?
You know, sure, you can ult the Tom Kinch away using your using your set ult.
Yeah.
But then there's still Lockett, there's still Knight's Vow in the big range, and Tom Kinch just flash ult for the Sivir as well, or the Sivir can flash or barrier towards the Tom Kinch. It just becomes such a hard game for ESA to play here.
Yeah, Sivir is level 16, highest level in the whole game, higher than equal level to anyone in ESA. Like, the game's really cooked when you know that the AD carry on the other side is same level as a solo laner. It's like, There shouldn't be a point in the game where this happens, but she's so out of control that she's able to just be equal level as solo laners.
Yeah, it's just, I think we've been seeing a lot of value with in this tournament where it's just about getting a nice late game ADC and just looking to scale,
Yeah,
right? We've seen it
Simba's
with
perfect
Smolder
for that.
multiple times. We've seen Siva multiple times, and it's just worked. The only person that has truly made, you know, early game ADC work was Raphael in yesterday in one of the games against, into the game against, I believe, WDCC, and in WDCC, and Dante, of course, with the Lucian, right? And those are the only two players that have actually made early game work.
Seth might be caught
Seth
here.
did get caught here, and the
what
Darius flash to pull him in. But the W there for the Seth, but he doesn't pop it off, and the game might be looking over. The Darius is running down, the slow does connect on the Israel. Israel has nothing left for this.
Easy.
Israel goes down, but now the whole backline is not in their own half.
Trevor's
The
looking for the
vehicle's looking
hunt.
to run away. The time cage is taken by the Silas. It is hijacked away, but that means nothing. Baron's up, and it's gone. It is free for IEEE to take home here.
That's just insane, you know. Set looked like he was about to get out, flashing and blast turning. Should have been safe, but no. Darius is here to punish, gets the apprehend, and just keeps him in place, saying, "You're not going anywhere, buddy." So Set tries the ultimate out, but ends up not able to get much value. Gets the ult off, but doesn't get the haymaker off. Doesn't get any more survivability from that.
You know, the pick comp feels more ESA than IEEE, right?
Yeah.
But it's weird because ESA is the one that's constantly getting picked after pick, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we've had a straightforward 5v5 team fight at all this game. It's always a pick into the team fight, a pick into the team fight, you know? And it's been happening multiple times. And ESA, while they're looking for the picks, they're looking for it on the wrong people. Why are you trying to pick the Wukong, right?
Yeah.
And I think the only successful pick they really had was on the Vix in the top lane, trading it for the Dragon. But it's just such an unfortunate game for ESA here because they have the comp, they're trying to execute it to what they want here, but it's just not working out at all.
Yeah, I think ESA is scared to take team fights because we saw what happened last time with the other team fight, right? So it's not like you can team fight, but it's not like you can play picks either. Your picks aren't working, your team fights aren't working. What can work here? Like it's so hard to play at ESA at the moment.
It's just looking way too difficult for ESA, you know. And for the last 10 minutes, they've been bleeding and bleeding, right? The moment they lost Arakan in that 25-ish minute mark, they've just bled and bled and bled.
Tang's going to get engaged on here. Looks to be caught, but not really. Sever's here.
Wow.
Does so much damage.
The Silas was looking for the ult on the Tom Kinch, but just as he had enough sacks, the ult on the Tom Kinch on the Silas actually expired.
Oh,
so
wow.
he couldn't kidnap the Tom Kinch there.
Yeah, that's very unlucky, but even if he kidnaps him, I don't think he's really dying. He's level 15, you know?
And he did have Locket in his arsenal as well,
Locket,
and the heal and the
flash,
flash.
everything.
Oh,
Gets the steal.
Ratton,
Yo.
taken away by Diego here.
Oh, Diego gets sort of caught by the Darius apprehend, yo.
Of course, Diva is now in effective range here. Wow, that Q damage through the support item on the Alistar, still chunking
Look at
200,
the level
300 HP
difference.
away.
Level 11 to level 18.
Yeah,
That's just
unbelievable.
unreal.
The Tom Kid's looking for it. The Silas might be caught. No, he dashes out on time and avoids the Darius. So this Tete Tower is going to go down. And once it goes down, that's not a safe zone, Silas. See it, you guys have to get out of there.
Yeah, but Drake spawning in 20 seconds is so much priority towards IEEE. They have
Viego
all the
might look for the
jungle.
flank angle here, but he might just get caught instead. No, he managed to get out on time through the mist.
They have no jungle priority here. They're gonna get corralled, but IEEE opting to take the route of the river, trying to go towards mid. They have Baron buff, trying to get some wave prio. Now we're gonna start hitting the dragon.
Is this
We're
go
gonna
for
see-
IEEE?
This is so point. They're probably gonna fight this, but I don't think this is in your terms, ESA. They're gonna look on the Tom Kench. Tom Kench has to flash. Vex ultimate from Silas misses.
But the set fully goes in the W. The W is
damage.
huge. The W is huge. Vex has to go golden, and the Alistar EQ knocks up everyone. But it's not enough damage. There's just not enough damage. The Israel is not enough. He's not killing those tanks. They're all just going to run you down. The Silas tries to escape, but they all go down. That was a 5-for-nothing trade. They just don't have enough damage. You can't pick Israel into 2 bruises and a Tom Kench ESA. And it looks like to be over. It looks like the ex-pro, you know, Dante's friend, the one of the favorites of the tournament, will go down in a near dominant fashion from IEEE. IEEE, the underdog of this game, makes it work as they will go through and play against UOACS in Game 3.
Unbelievable.
And GG Noobs coming up from Tom Kench. IEEE will move on to the next stage.
That was such an entertaining game.
It was.
Who would have thought that the game would have transpired like that?
You know, we did point out that, you know, if the Silas doesn't get Mega hit, it does get difficult, right? You're not killing the Wukong.
Yeah, the Vex
Yeah.
lane, everything was so difficult. But that very last fight,
Yeah.
that was like almost the best possible situation that they could have played in. That little tight corner
Yeah.
was so good for the set. He was doing so much damage. But it didn't matter. Sever had Guardian Angel. Sever had everything. Heal, Flash, Tom Kench, everything. Like, you're not killing them, unfortunately.
And of course, the last hope, you know, just looking for that reset for the Vigo. They didn't even get that because the Vex decided to go golden, right?
Yep.
So they just lost completely every single bit of value. Their whole combat. The compo's looking for the picks into reset, into T-fight. But they got none of that. The whole comp fell apart. And of course, the main damage source that should be the ADC wasn't dealing damage. He wasn't giving utility. Of course, there's no CC on Israel. So he was basically useless the whole fight. While the Sivir, you know, giving that movement speed. And of course, the Sivir was actually dealing damage contrary to the Israel. And now, and no, it's just insane. And I think it was a bit of I was a little bit disappointed by ESA, right? You know, I am the ESA fan. I am supporting ESA in this tournament, but I guess not anymore because they just got eliminated.
Yeah. I'm surprised. And I'm rooting for them now. IEEE, they've got my heart.
IEEE. You
Yeah.
know, IEEE may have your heart, but AUSS, you know, the Strength Society, that's what has my heart right now. You know, I think they're on a great run right now. You know, starting off from round 1 and pushing through this way. Currently, there are only 2 teams that actually had to play round 1 and still make it through, being IEEE and Strength Society. You know, those 2 teams are all that's left. They will be playing into Tanza and UACS respectively. Of course, Tanza on looking to 2P as they won the last League of Legends tournament, and UOACS, one of the favorites, you know, 5-stack, you know, it's the same 5-stack we see a lot all the time in the league tournaments. Dante, you know, Dire Wolves, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult for UACS and IEEE. IEEE might struggle a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, it's going to be a fun game. Hopefully, we will see more of them. I want to see IEEE make it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
But they've got a tough hurdle ahead. We got UACS coming in soon.
Yeah.
We're going to see the other game eventually, but I want to talk about a bit more of that game. What could have ESA done? Because it was B1 Israel seems to be a bait. Everyone's trying to pick these 80 carries B1.
Yeah.
I don't think B1 80 carries is the right play.
Yeah.
Or what do you think about that?
Okay, I think B180 carry, it's not that bad, but it's just depending on who you pick, right?
Right.
If you pick the Sivir first, if you picked it up, that's great. But you're picking up an Israel B1
Yep.
with zero info on who they're playing,
Yep.
and then to make it even worse, you decide to go B2 Silas. Why are you ever picking Silas second after seeing a Sivir?
Right. I like the flex, right?
Yeah, like
it should have been a flex.
You saw a Sivir Wukong,
Silas jungle,
and you
something
pick
like that.
Silas, right? Of course, Silas jungle into Wukong, it's not easy.
Yep.
But why are you even picking the Silas to begin with? You know, I think it would have been great if they had more of a utility-based jungler here, and then there maybe went with something with more like, you know, something more misfortune, like something better, something can actually, you know, somewhat hit the backline instead of something like Israel.
All right. So we're going to switch over to the interviews now. All right, take it.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It's been an absolutely insane game here and I'm here with Law from ESA. It was an exciting game to watch. Crowd was going crazy, but unfortunately you guys just couldn't quite pull it out. So what went wrong there?
I mean, we didn't play that well, and we just keep losing skill shells. Yeah, that probably is the main problem. Yeah.
Unlucky. Well, it's unfortunate to see you guys go, especially since so many people were like favoring you guys. But look, do you have anything to say to IEEE moving forward now that they've taken out some of the giants of the tournament?
I mean, good luck for them. They actually did play well, so yeah, they deserve to win.
Awesome. That's good to hear. I love the sportsmanship. We're going to pass it back over to the casters for the winners interview. And yeah, we'll see you there.
Hey guys, so we're back with me, and I'm now with
39 Saku.
Yep, so you were the Sivir player, yes?
Yep.
Yep, and in the first game you were playing...
I forgot. Who was I playing?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't
Anyways, game 2, Sivir, right? You're
Yeah.
going into ESA, one of the big 3 of the tournament, right? ESA, the computer science, and Tanza, right? You're going into the big 3. You know, honestly, how were you feeling? Did you expect to win? Did you expect it to be this easy?
I wouldn't say easy, but like we were expecting us to fight hard and do our best.
Yep.
Honestly, we were kind of expecting to lose, but
Yeah, I think a lot of people did as well.
if I don't think that affected us because we still wanted to get that win.
Yep. So, we talked a lot about it here in the casting desk. What was your reaction when you saw an Ezreal picked first and then a Silas picked second when you guys picked the Wukong Sivir?
Honestly, I thought they just wanted to scale, so like, okay, that's how they want to play it.
Yeah.
So I thought, honestly, we thought they had the better comp,
Mm-hmm.
but our team fight was better, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it worked out in the end.
Yeah, and if you have a message for your next game against UACS, it's not easy, right? You're playing 3 games in a row now.
Yep.
You bet 1x Pro. It should be easy to beat another one, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yep. So, do you have any nerves, any thoughts going into this game 3 now?
Honestly, we're feeling pretty confident.
Pretty confident?
Yeah.
You are on a hot streak, and there is that mental momentum that's going on with you guys. So,
Yeah.
before I send you off, I have one final question for you, sorry. Favorite Indomie flavor? I know it's your favorite noodle company. I know you have it every day, 3 times a day. What would be your favorite flavor?
I'd say the barbecue chicken.
The barbie chicken? We did not show this on stream earlier, but this is my favorite flavor too, and I'll be giving this to you. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
And I shall catch you for game 3.
See you there.
Yeah, so welcome back, guys. That was a extremely unexpected game, right? We had ESA, a team full of challengers, all masters basically. Plus, there was an ex-pro played in the LCO scene, and they looked like gold playing into IEEE. And there we go. We see them. Thanos snapped away. The Thanos snap isn't happening. Oh,
Yep,
there we
there we
go. Gone like the wind, just like the book. Anyways, yeah, IEEE. What are your thoughts on the hot streak, the miracle run they are doing right now in the Interclub Esports Championships?
It's fun. You always gotta need some team like that. It's boring if one team just wins it all.
Yep.
You gotta have some variety here. You're gonna have some underdog stories. We're gonna have a lot of fun going into the next game. You never know what's gonna happen. Even though UACS is the tournament favorites, or one of the tournament favorites.
Yep, your favorite for sure.
Yeah, ESO was also a tournament favorite. So we're never gonna know what's gonna happen in the next game.
Yeah, I personally do have IEEE over UACS for this game because I don't know why you're laughing. That is crazy. Ban this guy. Yeah, they've already won. They've already beat one champ, like one pro. What's another one? Like who's really Dante compared to IEEE? But I'm really interested in the bot lane matchups this game because we saw bot lane, basically the win condition for that game earlier, and now, we have Dante. Of course, Dante is a different human, but the same beast, like Kobe Bryant said. Right? And I'm just interested how the matchup will be for this game.
Yeah, I really want to see draft transpire. I want to see better thinking towards the draft. I think IEEE has a pretty good grasp of the draft. The
Very.
But UACS, they've got good drafting as well. Obsess is usually their main drafter. He knows not to pick Ezreal B1 and Silas B2 with Alistar B3. That guy is downloaded IEEE,
Yeah, the glaze has got to stop because IEEE is better.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm very. It's got to be very interesting, and of course, on the other side of the bracket in the other semifinals, we are looking at Tanza and AUSS. Of course, AUSS a little bit of a miracle run as well. Of course, not on the level of IEEE. The real miracle runners are IEEE in this competition, but AUSS still beat through the odds. They weren't expected to win against certain teams like AUEC, right? It is the esports team of this club, right? And they still got eliminated, and it wasn't even on stream.
Unfortunate.
It's like Blackbeard off camera. It's like Blackbeard from One Piece. They got eliminated off camera.
You never know what happened in the background.
Yeah, and now you have ASSS versus Tanza. Tanza, of course, looking for that two-peat from last tournament. They did manage to dethrone Dante, the UACS team in the last League of Legends tournament. So I'm just really, really curious on how competitive that game will be. Would AUSS be able to keep that high level of performance up against Tanza? Because Tanza did kind of look shaky. They played against Aksa. The early game looked shaky. The mid game was when things started to turn around, right? They weren't dominant throughout the whole game. They weren't like UACS in their game against WTCC, where it was a full stomp, right? So I'm really interested in the other semi-final bracket as well. Of course, there's going to be great games on both sides of the bracket.
First, we're going to have to go into the next game eventually. But for now, I just want to see how this game transpires. I want to see IEEE go all the way, Go for the run, go for the trophy,
If you could have, a champion that hasn't been picked yet that you really want to see in today's competition, what would it be?
I want to see Morgana mid lane.
Morgana mid lane. I would love to see a Morgana mid lane too, but what I'm truly looking for here today is a nice Gangplank game.
Bro, Gangplank's too hard.
I want to see a nice Gangplank game. I want to see Dante running Gangplank in the bot lane as ADC. I want to see some Gangplank games going off today.
I want to, following on that, there was a game that had a Gangplank in the LCK recently, and you know what else was in that game? Rammus support.
Yep, and also that Gangplank was being, however, run by Doran, and we all know Doran has half a brain cell and 2 fingers on each hand, and that was proven because he didn't hit a single barrel that whole game. But I'm hoping that if Gangplank does get pulled out today, in today's games, I'm hoping that, there is more value through that Gangplank pick.
Yeah. I think I want to see Ashe as well. Ashe is
pretty fun, yeah.
Fun.
Ashe is great as well. There's a lot of picks that you would expect to see that we haven't seen so far in today's competitions. Yeah.
A lot of people are picking Comfort. We saw Warwick.
Yeah.
Very comfortable champion for most people.
Yeah.
We saw things like Wukong. We saw Darius. We saw Set.
Yeah.
Those champions were champions they played pretty often. And we are slowly getting into draft eventually. Yep, there we go. Yep. So we have UACS on the blue side with IEEE on the red side. And You know, there are so many blue pick bands and picks that they could play around. I really want to see Yunara today. At the very
Yunara?
least.
I know Dante does like a little bit
He
of Yunara.
loves Yunara.
Yep. I don't know. I also want to see like this classic picks we haven't seen so far. I want to see that Vi. I want to see that Sion. You know these picks that you see in pro play so often. You see people execute it, but it hasn't been played yet. I want to see a Rel as well. How have we not seen a Rel so far?
True.
I want to see. I don't want to see any more enchanters. You know, Dante, you're good enough to not play with an enchanter constantly hugging your ass. Okay, you can play alone. Show us your hands. Show us the handshake, and show how much better you are than these players.
Yep. So I think. When it comes to drafting, I think blue side, they're going to prioritize the big jungle rotations right now. It would be Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Vi, Wukong.
Better Lisa.
Whatever, bro. Yeah. AP junglers, I don't think they're in favor right now at the moment, right?
Of course, Pantheon is up for grabs in the jungle as well.
But Pantheon is not the monster he was back in the day, so, you know, it's, you know... I think Pantheon's a bit more manageable, but he's still strong. He's got global ultimate. He's got so many tools. He's got a point-and-click CC. Many champions don't have point-and-click CCs like Pantheon does. And it's so scary. You're going to have to run cleanse on your AD carry. That's a very important thing. You don't have barrier.
And he was played a couple times yesterday as well, Pantheon, in the jungle role.
Right.
You know, he was seen value there, but... Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I want to see variation in terms of champions being picked has to be the support, right? We've barely seen any engaged support. So, sure, we saw the Alistar for the first time last game, but he was just engaging to kill himself, right? We had Nautilus in a game before, but that wasn't too exciting. I'm trying to look for, you know, some cooler engaged supports. Like I said earlier, I want to see Ral, Rakan, Pyke. I want to see someone whip out a Pyke game, right?
Crazy, but I think games take so long now. Like, games have been so, like they're drawn out because Baron spawns at 25, not 20 anymore. Articon's there instead, but games get flipped around because of Articon.
Yep, and now we'll be going into the Game 3 draft between UACS
Zyra Hover
and IEEE.
Oh man, no Zyra. I would love Zyra.
Yeah, there is a Zyra player in IEEE. A bit of a one-trick, you could even say. Wow. And of course, those bans are going through. LeBlanc going across as well. I don't think she's too powerful, but of course, there's such an annoying mid lane to play into if that person can make LeBlanc work.
Did she get buffed recently?
I'm not too sure, but...
Vex, yeah. We saw Vex last game. Very annoying, very strong.
Yep. We're seeing targeted bans against IEEE. Yeah. That is what ESA tried to do to IEEE, but IEEE still ate their ass. And we might see that again this game. You know, target bans, seeing from previous games, it might not work. You might just have to look to ban their comforts out instead.
I think USCS is looking towards the Sivir here. I think IEEE has to ban the Sivir here. If not, I think Alvin might just pick it up for himself. B1 Sivir, B1 Jarvan, B1 Xin Zhao. So many different things they can pick. Ari ban. Very interesting.
IEEE bans Talia as well. That is what I believe UACS's mid laner did play yesterday. And Ivan ban comes out.
No, it's for Obsessive Ivan, you know.
I don't know. You might have to educate me on that.
Definitely very known for it. A whopping 0 games on stage.
Oh, 0 games.
I don't know. Yeah, but you know, Obsess very known for his skirmish junglers. You know, Sejuani, Sejuani merchant.
Yep.
Yeah, Wukong, Vi, Xin Zhao, and like there's so many things. Pantheon's up, so he's gonna take the Pantheon for himself. Pantheon is such a strong duelist in the jungle. What are you gonna?
Hey, but this does leave the Sivir open, like you said earlier. Sivir is good, and Pantheon is good for his point and click CC that requires cleanse. But do you know who doesn't require cleanse into a Pantheon?
Sivir.
It is Sivir because of her spell shield, right?
And
we does see the Sivir being hovered here.
I think it's good.
Yep, and I think if it's a Sivir, I think it would be amazing to see a Lulu here as well, right?
I would like a Lulu here. Lulu here or next one?
Of course, I want to see an engaged jungler. I want to see an engaged support, but if you do choose,
if you want to win, if you want to sweat it out, you're gonna have to pick the Lulu here or the next pick. So it could be a jungle. What's a good jungler into Pantheon nowadays?
Good jungler into Pantheon. I would like to see another Wukong from IEEE.
Wukong?
I don't hate on the Wukong at all.
Yeah,
you know,
we could go Wukong, Lulu are free. The only problem is that you risk your AC. Okay, Vi. There we go. There we go.
You know, we were talking about it earlier as well. We wanted to see that Vi, right? A pro play staple that hadn't been picked or even hovered or banned at all in this tournament so far. Yeah, finally being picked up.
I think Vi is really good into Pantheon as well. It doesn't feel like she loses at all.
Yeah. I think Dante should look to respond with an ADC of his own, as he wouldn't want it to go to the second rotation. Because the moment it goes to the second rotation, that's 4 more bans to completely cook him out. And the ADC is hovered.
He's going to pick MF of all champions. It's not a champion he's known for.
If he does pick them as Fortune, I want to see an engaged support here.
It's going to be like MF Leona, MF Rel, MF something. But into Sivir, it's a bit hard. But
and it's also a little bit dangerous for Vi, right? You want to have that peel for your misfortune.
to be fair, I think MF Silver matchup is not too bad. It can swing either way.
Mhm.
It's not the worst.
Yep. We see in the background our AUSS and Tanza players walking in.
That'll be fun next game. But for now, to see what's this last pick here, I expect it to be...
And the Leona, like you called it, you know, that engaged support with that misfortune for that synergy with the ult and the CC.
You know what's actually really good into Leona? It is the Renata Glass.
You know, we saw Renata from
yeah,
IEEE's
Renata's
support from
really
before.
good. Or, yep, it's Renata. Silver
Yeah.
Renata. I would like Silver Lulu a bit better, but Silver Renata's not too bad.
And we know IEEE can make the Renata work. They
Yeah.
made it work against CSSA today, and
Yep.
he played a beautiful game peeling off an Akali.
Right.
Right? And a Cassiopeia ban from
Very
Red
good. Their mid laner is very known for its Cassiopeia and Zig
Mm.
and those kind of
Yep.
disgusting champions.
Yep, those boring kind of
Yep.
sitting back, you
Yep.
know, those, like, I see them in my game, I'm going to
Yep.
dodge because I can't be bothered kind of
Yep.
champions.
UACS has a lot of options for mid lane though. The Silas is still up. Really
Mhm.
good ultimates for
Yeah.
Silas.
Obsess sniffing his fingers a lot during Champ Select. No, this guy's sucking his fingers. And we see the Scion band coming in through UACS. And now
That's a
the
good
band is back to IEEE. Why is everyone
I think-
sniffing their fingers? What is the trend going on this game today? This guy's not sniffing his fingers.
That's
you
my
know?
goat. That's I like to chop, bro.
I like to
That's my
chop.
goat.
I do also like to chop.
Hmm.
Oh.
Oh.
Scratching his eyes this time. You know, we're
But-
seeing some variation between the players' actions during Champ Select. This guy is,
The goat.
yeah, he's just sniffing his mic maybe. Who knows?
But Oriana's still up. I think Oriana would work really well with UACS.
Mhm.
It's gonna be Oriana or Ziggs or something like that.
Or maybe
a
no ban.
It's a no ban.
And
oh,
Akali
okay,
ban.
Okay. I mean,
It's
Akali.
alright.
It's not the worst. It's not a wasted ban per se, but
Mhm.
there could have been more optimal bans. But we're gonna have to blind something, right? AD.
Middle top,
Yeah.
yes. Middle top open for
I mean, it's
both
gonna be a
roles
bit
out here.
blind. I think they could pick something like Vex is gone now, so they
Mhm.
can't do that.
I think something like maybe an Oriana with the
Malphite
vibe would be
ban.
nice on IEEE side.
Malphite ban's interesting. I mean, yeah, if you pick a Malphite here, you're like
Mm.
free game.
I think I really like, you know, I think I would
What are
really
you
like
gonna do here?
Oriana, you know?
No, I don't think it really fits with the identity. You have a Vi. Ari's gone though. You can't play a Vi Ari.
Mm.
You could play Vi. What's something good? Vi Silas.
No, a Galio blind wouldn't be bad here considering the AP
Yeah.
has to pull out here.
What the helly?
Lux currently has a
Okay.
0% win rate in the tournament.
But it's Lux mid though this
Yeah.
time, so it's gonna be a bit different compared to other Luxes.
Mhm.
It's not bad. You get wave clear. You get CC.
Mhm.
Lux doesn't have really good.
And
build
he
pack.
does get the Ziggs that
Ziggs
you
Lux,
called from
you
earlier.
know what? Ziggs Lux is a decent matchup.
Mm.
I actually really rate it. Back in the day when Lux was better as a mid laner,
Yep.
you would see Lux into things like Azir,
Mm.
into mages that have long range. Lux
Mhm.
has one of the greatest ranges in the game. Lux ultimate
Mhm.
can clear waves every 20, 30 seconds.
Mhm.
Things like that. Ziggs ult, same thing, but it's on a minute cooldown, something like that.
Yep. I guess, you know, if
yeah.
it was going to be a Ziggs pick,
Yep.
I guess Lux is kind of better than the Galio in that scenario.
Yeah, yeah. If you're playing Galio,
Yeah.
you'd be miserable.
Yep. You
I
just
think
be
Lux is not too
put that
bad.
on in.
It doesn't really fit with the rest of the
It's
identity.
interesting. But it has, but
yeah.
IEEE is getting that nice, you know, pick and poke comp going on right now.
Yeah.
And I think a nice front line will be great for IEEE to round it off.
Yorick is very difficult.
I want to see an Aurelia, but that would be troll. That would be so
not
troll.
Aurelia. I mean, Aurelia's not bad, but you definitely need something to soak up stuff.
Yep.
I was thinking Cassante, but your Cassante matchup is kind of dreadful.
Cassante, you want to leave the game if you're playing into a Yorick.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you pick here? What can you play?
You know, you could just play Ornn and just
you
tank
can play
it.
Rek'Sai. You can play.
Rek'Sai, have you lost your mind?
Yeah, bro.
Anyways,
You not seen Doran or Rek'Sai?
uh,
That guy.
and-
Oh, it's Aurelia!
Yeah.
Oh, that's my go. That's my go.
Oh my goodness, there's a high
ball.
lack of AP damage on IEEE's side if the Lux does not get a nice lane.
That's fine. I think Lux is manageable.
And
Lux
now-
actually does secretly a lot of damage. if you
Yeah,
play
and
correctly.
as the draft is wrapped up, we will be going over to the interview room.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Interclub Esports Championships 2025. Welcome back to the interview room. I'm here with Nick from Devs. Yo,
How's it going, Justin?
how's it going? How's it going? My Atlassian twin, bro. My incoming Atlassian. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gotta get that money, bro. All right. Now, going into this game, what do you think about the draft, my brother?
I think it's going to be a very interesting draft, and I think it really does come down to who they pick at the start. It's going to be an interesting one to see if they stick to their comfortable champions from yesterday, going into this one, or if they sort of pull a little pocket pick out or something strange. You never know,
that
eh?
might be tough. That might be tough indeed. And for you, which team are you rooting for this match?
Oh, I mean, I can't be too biased, but I have got mates in both sides. I think looking at Dantes, bro, he's been performing very well throughout this whole tournament. It's really hard to ignore his performance. So I'm probably going for UACS here, but...
That's tough. Lots of support for UACS. Personally, we got our boy AUEC Leon, Chase Thunder on IEEE. Ooh, we're going to have to see.
It's going to be a close match, that's for sure.
Definitely. Yeah. And but overall, for this tournament, who do you think is going to take the crown? Lots of sentiment from other people I've interviewed about UACS taking the whole thing. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think they do definitely have a really good chance, and they stick out, obviously, with the previous pro players and whatnot. However, I think like Tans is a pretty good team not to ignore. They're very, very strong, and they have played in tournaments in the past. So they have got that synergy that can't really be ignored here. But yeah, I think it's really just, could be anyone's game, to be honest.
I see. And before we go, Interclub Esports Championships 2025 is sponsored by Indomie. Nick, what's your favorite Indomie flavor?
You know, what really keeps me up is thinking about that spicy flavor. I wake up in the morning, I really, really look forward to having a nice bowl of spicy Indomie noodles.
Little spicy Indomie noodles. Can we get one for our boy Nick right here? Hot and spicy.
Where'd this come from?
Woo! Damn. Keeping it hot. Thank you so much for, being with me on the interview room. Appreciate you always. Back to you, commentary room.
Hey guys, and now we're back. There is a bit of a tech pause here, but that's fine because it just gives us more of a time to actually talk about the game and what we're feeling going into this. And I know you're a UACS fan, right? You know those guys personally. You're friends with them. You've known them for years. I couldn't give any less. So I'm currently on full team of IEEE, right? 39 Saku. I think their draft is wonderful, right? The Aurelia is a little bit suspicious, but the chat is going a little bit crazy. But, I think the Sivir, I'm expecting the Sivir to take over to completely gap this Dante, right? To prove that Dante's a fraud. That's what I'm here for today, I'm here for more stories.
To be on, it's on the Sivir that's been proven,
No, that's true. That's exactly what I'm saying. And IEEE, on that miracle run,
Yeah, bro.
Basically, DRX, 39 Saku is basically deft, That's what the narrative we're seeing here today. And I have full faith IEEE wins.
I have that faith too, but we'll see when the game comes back what's going to happen. But for now, we're going to talk about some summoner spells. We're going to have Leona with an Unsealed Spellbook. Pretty fun. I love the Unsealed Spellbook, but I'm sad it got nerfed. We have Cleanse on the Misfortune. We're going to cleanse Aurelia.
Handshake, hostile takeover.
Yeah.
I think it's a great cleanse.
Right.
I'm interested in the value that this Vi will bring out as well, of course.
I don't think you're really dying in a 2v2 situation. I don't think you need the barrier. So that cleanses here, right? You still have to heal on the Leona anyways.
Yeah.
Arcane Common, both sides for mid lane. CP.
Yep.
Very standard, very conventional. We're just going to play some poke game, some farming. Aurelia Yorick, of course, that's like, it's a very known counter matchup for Yorick, yeah. Has the Doran shield, he knows he's just going to get pushed out of lane. Aurelia is the main objective of the game, honestly. It depends if you can get Aurelia fed or if you... you keep her on an island, depends.
Yeah. And, of course, Obsess on the Pantheon, and I like to chop on the Vi. Of course, there's a long, rivalry. Kind of like a rivalry between those two. They came from the same high school, right?
Yep.
They've been playing League for a long time. They know each other personally. This is not just a normal game of League of Legends. This is not just about the Miracle Run, but there is a personal clash. There is that grudge match going on. If you lose this, you can't show your face in public for the next 6 months. You just got to get plastic surgery, go home. That's what's going on now here.
This is true.
And look to be a too late skirmish early on.
Okay, we'll get some poke out from the Renata E. Yeah, we'll get some lane pro. Dante is getting poked out.
Dante is getting kind of gapped.
Oh,
Two auto attacks on Dante.
I think game's won.
Huh?
Game's won.
Game was already won from Champ Select.
This is true. Let's see how this lane transpires.
Obsess, of course, starting top, pathing for Dante, Water Shocker. And I like to chop, looking to path top lane.
I love how support's playing Renati here. Oh, it's a bit of a fumble from our Sivir, but you know, I think our support has got it in the bag. Oh, the prio. Ooh, never mind.
That's bone plating gone.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this Lux is so chunked already. She's already half HP into the Ziggs. Only 30 seconds since the wave has touched each other.
Yeah.
Oh, nice Civic Q on the Dante. Dante clearly chipped out as well.
Yeah, they don't have prio.
Yeah.
Dante actually not having prio for what seems to be in a very long time.
Yeah,
you
of
know?
course, with those nerfs on Pantheon, his Claire is just not comparable to Vi anymore, right? This Vi is like pretty more ahead when it comes to the Claire, and this Lux just tanking every single skill shot from the Ziggs.
It's what it is, but I don't think it's too much of a problem. Lux is not really in danger unless she pushes up. When either side pushes up, Vi can punish the Ziggs and Pantheon can punish the Lux. So I think it's like pretty even. It just depends who makes more mistakes in this game, honestly, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm just interested in how this game will pan out. Of course, top lane matchup, it is fully Aurelia-sided as she does one-shot those ghouls.
Ew!
Just a
Oh
full
my
heal.
days. Oh my days.
And it's very difficult for God Blitz here. Of course, I like to chop. Also pathing up top lane here. So there is a dive threat. And especially when it comes to Aurelia, she has stuff in her kit that lets her straight up dive people level 3 and come out of the dive fully.
Oh, Renata comes for the thing.
Oh, but the has to come next.
Oh, it has to flash.
But the
has to
binding
Q,
line is-
binding. This has to be a kill here. Very good.
And that feels so extremely bad for the Ziggs, because of course the Ziggs did burn the flash to try to stay in it. But, you know, it wasn't enough, right? He tried satcheling out like he was raised, but the handshake's still connected. And now this is looking extremely difficult for the Ziggs.
Yeah, Ziggs. Whoa, he's coming back. Teleport. There's no flash. Sever is going to get punished for this because the support has gone missing. But yeah, no flashes on the mid Ziggs, but also no flash on Sever. So now those are 2 points of interest, right?
And the Sivir has already managed to grab herself a
Oh
cow.
no, oh no. Obsessor's here for the level 3 gank.
They already see it coming. Of course, however,
Such a
with
big wave.
bailout, it is kind
Wave
of
clear.
difficult to look for it. And he'll
Oh,
come through.
so much damage. Oh.
But he's holding
Ah,
on to the
no!
bailout. And the Dante goes down.
Oh, the bailout though. Oh, the Panther Q empowered. It would have been.
But it looks like Godblitz might be taken down here. Nobody dodges the disarm. I like the chop. They may have enough damage. They just see the normal passive proc. But no, Godblitz just walks out without having to burn flash. This fight's going all over the map in this game already. Dante dies on the bot side. Godblitz barely makes it out on the top. And like from earlier, Ziggs has already been taken down before. This is looking great for IEEE so far. IEEE might be continuing their miracle run today.
That's crazy. How the dive did get botched, yes, but it got saved with the empowered Pantheon Q, somehow sniping the Sivir. And overall, if that didn't happen, I think this game could have looked so much different. But at the very least, Pantheon is a little bit accelerated compared to Vi. Vi is not really having much presence on the map. Handshake comes out.
But of course, Vi one of the champions where she doesn't really need really gold, right? She
She
doesn't
always
really
have
need
value.
ultimate ilk up. It's just about that, if she can connect that ultimate through, right? If she can really, truly just get that ultimate onto Dante, try basically completely eliminate him out from team fights. That's only her job. It doesn't matter if she has 20 CS, it doesn't matter if she has 40 CS. All that matters is that she has her ultimate for those fights.
Yeah, I agree. Vi is such a strong champion just for those reasons alone. But yeah, because Sivir did not have flash in that bot lane, they're so confident in getting that kill down the bot lane. But then with Sivir spell shield, barrier, heal, bailout, you can't be diving this lane. It's so safe.
Handshake does go wide for Vinx there, and they are now 3 bot looking for this Dragonflame.
But yeah, just Yorick is getting pushed out. Aurelia gets a free roam. She's gonna get some information, maybe in the jungle, trying to scout where the Pantheon is.
Yep.
Ouch, the double tap hits both of the team there. But Vi's here, she wants to look for a dive, or actually for the counter engage. We know that there's no sums.
But
Oh,
the goes wide, and then Leona might be able to walk out. She still has flash. Dante looking for a fadeaway, but it's too much. The comes through, and the bailout is there. They have to look for a fight. They have to turn. What are you doing? The IQ flashes in, but it doesn't connect with Dante. Dante's still alive.
no.
He's shooting down. I like to chop. Tries to look for the minion hit, but it doesn't matter. Dante picks up 2 there, and suddenly the game is looking very dire for IEEE.
oh no, we threw the game off of that one.
We, who is we? You are not part of IEEE, buddy. now we're running like here. Obsessed flashes, but he still gets hit by the stun, but it doesn't matter. It looks like Obsessed will take down the Aurelia.
It was going all so well for IEEE. That's what I'm saying, right? Mistakes, they build up. They snowball out of control. This game looking really difficult now. It's like 1.5k gold lead in 6 minutes. It's gonna balloon even more. We're gonna pass towards the Drake now. We don't have any proud because Renata still has to recall. The tempo is there for UACS, even the top lane. Because Irelia was going on for a little Kentucky tour. It didn't really get much value, so, you know, York doing York things, just pushing the whole turret in.
Yeah, and I think we, you know, it's just one mistake is all you need, and Dante's is gonna capitalize off that. And we truly saw that on the bot side, right? There wasn't the clear communication for their bailout on the Sivir. So the Sivir's trying to look to turn, but the Vi isn't there for it. And they timed it correctly. That was a double kill for the Sivir, right? The potential was there. They burnt both they burnt the flashes. You know, they were looking for a kill, but it just never came through. And all that happened was they just fed the Dante more kills and more gold. And now bot lane, it just feels extremely bad, and it feels super bad for the Sivir, who should just be able to walk out and clear waves with that cull.
Yeah, I just want to point out both mid laners tried to rotate a little bit towards the bot lane. You know, we saw the Ziggs ultimate. That's what really pushed the limit, and the bailout had to come through. Even though it was too late, you couldn't turn anymore. Only could do a little bit of chip damage. Spell Shield comes out against the Leona E. Oh, now he's oh my god, so much damage going late onto the Sivir, but the barrier
But I like the choppers here. Dante is a little bit pulled up, but they might not have enough damage on Dante. Dante's already level 6. Leona's level 6 as well. They look to turn. Dante doesn't care about the Vi. He's only looking for the Sivir. But the Lux is here as well. This is looking super bad. But the binding line misses. It goes wide. Dante's cutting backwards. I like the chop wants to go back in, but now the Ziggs is here as well. It's not a 2v4 anymore. It's a 3v4, and then this time they have all the cooldowns. The Vi goes down, the Sivir's gonna go down as well. That's 2 kills for Dante, and he's looking so powerful. And the Lux manages to get out at half HP. The ping's coming for Misfortune alive. Dude, you can't be making these mistakes, IEEE. You need to know your numbers, you need to know your damage. In what world do you have enough to kill the Leona and Dante there?
Oh my days, this is so unfortunate, but yeah, they're not calculating correctly. I think their nerves are getting to them. So many careless mistakes are happening here and there. Even from both sides, actually, you know? Neither team is playing perfectly, but it's whoever makes less mistakes wins the game. Now we see Aurelia kind of getting pushed in. There's going to be a potential dive being called here. Leona's even in the top lane. She nearly has her ultimate back up. This is going to be really scary for the Aurelia.
And to point out, Aurelia does not even have a Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, no matter what she does here, she's in a lost situation. She's going to lose turret platings. She's going to either recall and get out, but she's going to lose this whole wave, so she's going to stay.
Boost, there is that potential for an outplay.
She's trying her best, but it doesn't seem likely.
Nope, just stun after stun, and now she's taken out of the game. And you know, top laners looks pretty lost for Aurelia, of course, until she gets that bulk power spike.
She doesn't even have teleport yet. I don't think is it up when she's coming back, maybe?
Time will tell. And looks like Dragon.
Yeah, but the whole turret is basically gone by the time she gets here.
Lux is passing top. She can't be here. There's 3 people top side. You know.
Oh no!
You know they're not going to be bot side. You know that they're giving up Dragon for free. You can't be there, Lux. The binding line connects, but it doesn't matter. Leona hits the fork. Stun after stun. Kill given away to Obsess. And Obsess is 4-0 with a 250 gold shutdown. 8 kills to 2. 5,000 gold lead at 10 minutes in. And it looks like the top lane tower is gone as well. And Feet of Strength, bye-bye, goes over to UACS.
You had Lux ultimate. You had so much wave clear. You didn't have to walk up like that, you know? I feel like this Lux is being misused. She's kind of getting dragged around the map and not playing her own game. You need wave clear. You need to get the wave clear in first before the Ziggs can, and then look around. Look around the map, see what you can do, impact the game with your snares. But overall, this game is collapsing. Sivir is so behind compared to what we saw before. She's like 30 CS down almost. 20, 30 CS.
Yeah, it's almost like she is playing into a pro player, right?
This could be true.
It's a very difficult game here. I personally don't think that IEEE has a chance of coming back into this game, right?
Yeah.
It's looking extremely difficult. You know, the game feels lost, and it feels like the miracle run is over for IEEE here. And it's only been 10 minutes in as well. How dominant is your ACS?
Well, that's why they're one tournament favorites for a reason, you know?
I like the top is looking for the gank angle. He does have ult and Q flash.
He's on a ward though.
Dante does walk up, and the ult comes to Dante. Back on the tower. If it goes to the Sivir, it's huge, but no goes to the Vi. But Aurelia might get picked up here. She did get saturated away from O Tower. Flash comes through for Goblet, but it doesn't connect. Aurelia does ult for the slow. She's looking for the Ziggs, but she did accidentally auto attack. Lux still comes through, but it does go wide, and Aurelia gets taken down for the 2nd time.
Hey, we killed Dante.
Who's we?
We did it.
Uh-oh. And
Lux might be the next victim here.
She as dead as it gets.
Yeah, but maybe we can get some plates here. Where is my 14-minute bounties? Unfortunately, it's only 12 minutes. This game has so much out of control. 13 kills in 12 minutes.
This game's so over. But we have to make it sound entertaining. We have to make it sound close.
We gotta believe, bro.
I believe they can make a comeback. You know, all they need to do is they need to buy all Ziggs, Pantheon, Yorick, and Misfortune all at the same time in the same team fight. You know,
And
it's
6
very
items.
doable. And have 6 items
And
on the
Soul,
server.
and Baron,
Yeah, and
and Otacon.
Silver will be completing that Yuntao in time for next game. You know, I'm excited for how the next team fight can turn out, especially on the next victim timers.
Oh, the crazy handshake, but the Solar Flare still hits the Renata, but at the end, not gonna do much. The Misfortune was gonna come out, has the Q in response. Pretty interesting how that turn of plays goes, but now they have so much cryo now. Silver really can't walk up to this wave. He's so pressured
The
off.
Flux have to be a whole screen away from the Ziggs in order to be able to farm. And he
Yeah.
still misses those 2 minions.
They're gonna try look on the Ziggs.
I don't think they have information on Obsessed being on that blue buff right now.
Yeah.
They could look for Crazy Anchor. Of course, now he's spotted on the ward now. And either way, look at the Sivir. She's behind her own tier 2 tower, right? It's looking like such a difficult game.
They're gonna start rotating around because Lux at least can ult the wave once in a while, but
This might be a Flame Horizon of the game from UAE.
Reggie. Lux looks a little bit confused, but she's got the spirit. Not sure what we're gonna do, but 13-15 turret plates aren't even gone yet, so he's gonna get a whole plate.
13 minutes and
more.
2 towers down. You know, that's just the power of having a Yorick on a team comp, right? You die once incorrectly and boom, your hot tower's gone. Not even a death, it can be a bad recall and your game's over.
Exactly, man.
Turret plating.
Leona picks up the redemption. We got Essence Reaver. We got Vampiric Scepter. So strong, this Misfortune. Even the Pantheon of the Sundered Sky.
Dragon coming up in a minute, of course. You know, a pivotal objective here.
Yeah, the problem is we just got Yuntao, so it's not even stacked up for in time. So
And it is also 14 minutes in with still 23 stacks left on his Cull as a Sivir, considering it was his first pickup out of first base.
But just the items are not looking it at all for side of IEEE.
Bloodless and nearly completed for this Misfortune.
Not even a Blade of the Rune King is available. Earlier. Yeah, we're gonna start sieging. We're gonna apply some pressure and put some wards down. The whole map is dark for IEEE. Wonder how they're gonna approach this. Passive flash, the Solar Flare. It's what it is. Leona ult, that's a pretty big ultimate for a summoner spell. Not bad, but not the best scenario. Renata is so chunked out. We're gonna look at this fight in top lane. Maybe his Thunder could do something against his Yorick. Doesn't seem likely. This turret's gonna fall down. Now this whole map is so open with this mid lane turret going down. They have all the control in the jungle now.
I think with Dante, you know, you also comes with, you know, the mental block of the name itself, right?
Yeah.
You know, like
Still
even
fear in your heart.
even in fights that you feel like you can win, you always make yourself, you know, second doubt it. And of course, I think that's what also played a part in the second game as well, in the game before this one as well for IEEE. You know, there's an ex-pro, but you've never heard of him. You don't know what he plays, so
But-
the confidence is still there for you.
But you've heard of Dante. That name scares you.
Maybe you, but not to me. Anyways, going back into this game, IEEE and the whole of UACS hovering up top, looking for this Rift Hero. And it's Lux.
Pantheon's gonna ult towards the top side. We're gonna collapse onto Aurelia here. Aurelia's getting stunned up. See what she can do, but she's level 10 into level 11, 2 level 11 solo laners. Can't really do much.
This Aurelia is looking to scale for the next game. It will be okay though.
Man,
That is Rift Hero gone away into the side of UOACS.
it's so hard. Yes, in a vacuum, Aurelia's good into Yorick. We saw her have some lane dominance, but in the grand scheme of things, Aurelia's not having much value in this game. 0-4-0. Just finished the Blade of the Rune King compared to finished Trinity Force and a pickaxe. Like, this Yorick is gonna send his whole family, send it over. Even if you kill his family, you still gotta kill the Yorick, and I think Yorick is pretty unkillable at the moment.
Yeah, there's two red IEEE wards in that same bush there on the red buff. You know, I think that just shows how trash the teamwork is in this game compared to the other last two. You know, maybe it's just the effect, you know, it's the fatigue of having to play 3 games in a row, right?
This is true. 3 games is a lot of
You know,
games.
like 3 games, that's when you consider start hopping off for the night, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, it is a little bit unfair. I do think IEEE would have won if they had a fresh start, right?
Yeah, because I think they're making a lot more mistakes than they did previously, you know?
Yeah, but it's just the pressure, right? You know, look, the base is already getting cracked open 16 minutes in. We don't see this early game dominance in any team ever. Even in Tanza, right? They were careful, they were playing slow. You know, they were worried. In fact, they were losing at this point in the game, Tanza. Only first blood in the game came out at 12 minutes. That's the difference between these two. You know, from what we've been seeing in this tournament, there is a rivalry between Tanza and UOACS. But would the games really be close? You know, does Tanza even make it through AUSS in the semi-finals?
Yeah, we're gonna see him doing a little bit of damage. Conqueror gets proc, but he's out of Qs. He's just auto-attacking.
And the satchel on the rally, and the Danteo goes through it. Everyone's popped their rally.
The Berserk is kind of crazy though, but it's not enough. There's no damage. Maybe if it was a late game, 6 items, Sivir.
Blitz tanking tower shots for the unpaid workers. You know, now he's recalling tower at low HP. He could have looked for more. They could have looked for the tower if he stayed alive. The Silver Spell Shot coming through. A nice little heal. She can clear this wave now. Of course, Ziggs looking a little bit low. Lux decides to ult the wave out. And maybe there's a little bit of an angle, but no, they choose to sit back, play it safe.
Yeah, just unlucky.
But can IEEE really just sit back and play it safe with a 10k gold deficit, 0 objectives, 0 towers, only a dragon under their belt?
Every lane is about 2,000 gold lead. Just unreal what's happening at the moment. They're collapsing at an unprecedented rate. I don't know what else there is to do. 10,000 gold lead, you gotta do something, or you're just gonna keep bleeding out like this. 10,000 is gonna balloon to 11, to 12, to 20,000 gold. What are you gonna do about it? Yes, you're Sivir, you can farm, but you're still like 40 CS down. It feels so hard to get back into the game. Even there's turret objective bounties, but like, how are you gonna get there in the first place? You don't have great siege, you don't have good split. Yes, Aurelia can split, but not when you're 0-5. Maybe you could rage split, you know? 0-13 power spike, something like that. But at the moment,
York as well, right? Sure, you can clear his wave, but he's gonna clear yours.
Random solo field comes out, doesn't matter if the zoning ult, I guess.
Just for fun?
Yeah, we got more zoning ult.
Yeah, zoning for Baron that's gonna spawn in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Dragon coming up in a minute 30 seconds right now. You know, I think Dragon might be the game deciding fight, right? I straight up believe that if UOACS does look for an ace on that Dragon fight, they have the potential, they have the strength to just end the game, right? They have good siege, they have that misfortune, they have that Ziggs especially for the siege. One mistake and the game might be over. He does manage to get the punch out, and Pantheon can't body block it out. If that body block didn't happen, that would have at least guaranteed a buy flash, maybe even still a kill for UOACS.
Oh, she's still caught here.
I think he was in a pocket of vision where the Pantheon wasn't able to see it. Satchel should come out to crack open the top tower here.
I think the sweeper caught the Renata. Oh, 5 Renatas here. Maybe
of course, it's just too powerful, right? The Ziggs siege, the misfortune siege as well. Like the wave clear, the E and the poke. It's just too much for IEEE to try to stop.
But honestly, IEEE does have a lot of wave clear. You got Luxalt, you got Sivir. Like, if there's one comp that can live lots of waves, it's this comp, you know? Look at this, the whole wave's gone.
But it's just IEEE, they don't have that comeback power, right? They don't have like the Malphite, they don't have the jump, they don't have the wombo combo, they don't have a faker shockwave to be able to come back. They just have to miraculously look pick after pick after pick. But if there's a team that you can't take picks on, it is UAGS. Dante decides to flash in with the W, the stun goes through, the Ziggs ult does one of the Irelia, but the Irelia is still alive, the Dante has to flash, the bailout is not enough, and the Irelia gets taken down. You know, the amount of damage there that the Irelia did manage to get up on that, you know, on Dante there, that forces him to flash. You could see that moment of
sign of life.
You could see that moment of fear from that misfortune.
Yeah, you gotta still be a little bit respectful, but at the end of the day, it's 0-6-0 Aurelia. We're not sure what's gonna happen from here on, but at the very least we know that UACS is gonna pick up the Dragon. That's one more objective they're gonna stack here.
That looks to be Dragon and Arakan. I think that
IEEE
really should compete for this. This is like the one chance, the one whether they could even maybe have for a comeback, but of course it's just much easier to say than actually do. And it looks like they're just opting for the mid lane for those bounties, right? And
even then, are they even gonna get this? I don't think they're gonna get this.
Slow as shit, you know? I don't think I've ever seen this before in a game, and it feels so bad, right? 6 wave clears too much.
Ouch!
Oh, and the damage on Dante. Dante's just running them down one by one. Dante from Direwolves, and the game looks very dire for IEEE as the Lux goes down. I like to chop, looking for some consolation. He does have the ult, but the Dante might look alone, but he's not actually alone. Lucian's back here. Obvious comes with the Pantheon Grand Starfall. The flash has to come out so he can avoid the Leona ult. It looks like he goes down to
even
the Leona.
Renata dies.
I swear this Leona does more damage than the Sivir at the moment, only with the Redemption. God Blitz cracking open their base. That's the last tier 2 tower of IEEE. Down, and only the Interclub towers are left for IEEE as the base is getting opened up.
Yeah, valiant effort, but it's a little bit hard when the misfortune is able to just dog walk everyone. 2 levels up on the solo laners, you know? It's just so hard. Unfortunately, you can just play so carefree, and when you're letting Dante play carefree, this is what happens.
And of course, Ziggs just having the chance to solo blow up the top side of the base.
Ziggs is very difficult to play against when you're this behind, you know? Well, we're gonna see Obsessed trying to jump the Sever, which has a spell shield, has to flash out, but the Renata is unable to peel efficiently. Alvin gets killed. We're gonna look for another team fight here. Aurelia's gonna look for the Ziggs. Maybe he's gonna get the solo laner. Depends. But they're all chasing for the Aurelia now. Flashes come through. Obsessed is trying to walk. Leona's actually called out. Leona dies in the meantime, trying to kill the Ziggs here. Aurelia falls down. 3 for 2. We're getting the bot lane. Maybe the game stalled out for another minute or two.
Hey, they managed to at least, you know, finally get that Dante, right?
We got him, boys.
We got him and just, you know, just had to sack everything.
This is how it is. But at the end of the day, that was a siege, a really successful siege. 2 inhibitors fell down, 3 Nexus in like inner, outer ring turrets fell out. That's all 3. The next inhibitor might be gone from next siege. Just depends. Is it actually a triple inhibitor? No, it's not. It's just double inhibitor. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. Baron spawning in 2 minutes, as well as the Drake. The times are quite synced up, so they're gonna have to, you know, the illusion of free choice. You know, you want to go Drake, they're gonna get Baron. You want Baron, they're gonna go get Drake.
But does the game really even last that long? You know,
I don't think it lasts long. 2 minutes.
I think one team fight and it's over, right?
They're gonna barrel it down.
And the team fights are all on, you know, your ACS's own decision. You know, IEEE hasn't brought a single team fight onto your ACS.
Yeah, Pantheon's gonna push down.
They look for I Like to Chop. I Like to Chop managed to cancel the stun, and he might be
Renata's already
out.
down.
He isn't caught in the cage. Aurelia is picked
Aurelia
up.
is so caught.
And he is popped. Now this is a very important base defense, 3v5, but it's just not enough. The big flash and the
oh, so much damage.
The stun comes back from Obsessed, and the Sivir is gone out of the game. The device left, but he can't do anything. Cease doesn't desist. You're ceasing and desisting. Nothing. They're all gone. They're all dead. And it looks to be a pretty easy game for UACS.
Yeah.
And we will be seeing them in the grand finals against the winners of AUSS and Tanza.
Unlucky for IEEE. They had a valiant effort, you know. First 5-10 minutes, they were looking pretty good. The botched tower dive from
Dante.
Yeah, from the bot lane there. It felt so shaky, and if things transpired a bit better, if they were able to scale, I think, you know, Lux wave clear, like they were holding for so long. Lux wave clear, Sivir wave clear. There's so much wave clear, but Aurelia didn't have a real identity in that comp. She was just in there to just run it down, get a Renata W, pray she does enough damage to force flashes. But at the end of the day, you're not killing anyone. You're not making enough space for the Sivir. You're not making enough space for the Lux. Aurelia is just kind of a wet noodle.
Of course, you know, thanks to both teams, you know, IEEE made a miracle run today, you know, one against, you know, the hardest odds that we have seen in this tournament so far. But unfortunately, they will be going home, but they won't be going home alone. Of course, they will be going home with everyone's favorite noodle company, Indomie, the sponsor of this tournament. And yeah, the next game will be AUSS versus Tanza. You know, of course, AUSS on a little bit of a run on their own. But before that, we will be going over to the losers interview.
2 minutes?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I think we didn't get to see too much in terms of like flashy gameplay. It was just slow, methodical, bleeding them out, you know, playing the game how they want to play, you know, getting objectives, but also kind of hands diffing low-key. But like the rotation was so good. Ziggs ult comes through. There was a bit of a blunder. I think the biggest mistake was a bot lane blunder fight. Vi coming in, missing the Q onto the Leona. You know,
I think just on that Sivir, on that bailout, I think if that Sivir comms that bailout with the support and the jungle properly and match that turn with the Vi, right? I think it's such a big fight for them, but unfortunately it didn't work out their way. And now we will be listening to their opinion on that loss here, and we will be going to the interview room. Yep.
How's it day?
Yo, what's up? What's up? Why you guys are putting this in my mouth, bro?
What are your thoughts on the game you just played?
I mean, ACS is a good team, bro. Like they're a really fucking good team. I mean, we already played 2 games today, so we are a bit exhausted from playing the game.
But you beat ESA.
Yeah, that's a surprising thing, eh? ESA is like what, the second, third best team, and we're like the 10th team. But yeah, I think. Well, should I talk about USCS or like all my games, the whole experience? I'll go from the start, bro. Our first game, I mean that was expected. The first game was expected. The second game, we're kind of like we're going in for fun, bro, and we just pick whatever, see what happens, and then we had a good team fight. We had a bit of chemistry in the fights. I had some good flanks, good movement from my ADC, and then got the dub for the second one. With the third game, we were still trying to ride on that momentum, but they're a tough matchup, bro, and they're good. We've played against them before. Actually, me and my ADC used to play Premier in high school, and we were versed the exact same team. But yeah, they're a good team, bro. Can't do much about that. We tried, we're tired, and it was a good run though. It was a good run.
Fair enough. Look, well, it's good to see some AUEC representation, even if it's with different club. But yeah, it's sad to see you go now. Congrats on the run. Congrats on what you've done. I feel like you guys can be proud of yourselves.
Yeah,
we needed you to win, Leon.
I'm sorry, bro. I tried. I really tried, bro. I mean, 3 games in a row for us, bro.
Hey, man.
Come on, bro. That's tough.
Sounds like excuses.
It's
Not
tough.
gonna lie.
It's tough. We'll get him next time.
For sure.
Interclub Esports Championships 2025 is brought to you by Indomie. Leon, before we go, what's your favorite Indomie flavor?
I like the chicken flavor. I think it's the blue one, right?
The blue one?
That's
The blue one?
That's the chicken one, eh?
Chicken one, indeed.
Yeah, the chicken one, bro. The blue one's my go-to.
Good choice.
Yeah.
Thank you for playing with us, Leon. Back to you, commentary desk.
Goodbye. You got the timing, damn.
So I'm joined here with Obsessed, the jungler from UACS. How are you feeling after that win?
It was pretty formulaic win. I feel pretty good. We
Yep.
just played the game super clean.
Mhm.
Kind of went exactly how we wanted to play the comp.
Okay, yep.
So yeah, pretty happy with that one.
What about the gameplay? Was everything expected in that?
Yeah, I think we all played pretty well.
Mhm.
Like we were playing a bit different to what we normally No, we
Oh, yeah.
don't play Yorick comps.
Yeah.
And we normally don't play Pantheon either. But
Mm.
I think we played the map really well. I mean, those champs kind of cheat the map, like Pantheon especially. Because we legit do drag it and just ult top and make a play.
Right.
But yeah, I think everyone played pretty well gameplay wise as well.
When you saw the enemies draft, did you feel anything about it? Did you feel
I
any
th-
weaknesses?
Well, I think they didn't really have much magic damage beside Lux.
Mhm.
So my first thoughts were just I'm just gonna rush Tabbies. Like Aurelia is meant to be a counter to Yorick, but you need to play resource heavy towards it, I think. So I think every position we just got what we wanted, and then Ziggs countered their comp in my opinion super hard. So I didn't really care about the draft. The only annoying thing is Sivir can just clear waves forever, but our bot lane should just stomp anyways. So yeah.
You saw in the mid to late game, Sivir and Lux were just clearing waves. Did you guys have any game plan to counter towards that, or you guys were just pushing waves? Or
I mean, I feel like we definitely tried to sync waves. I remember there was a play where we had Yorick mid and then 4 top, and when the call was to wait on waves, but because they weren't syncing well,
right,
we were just like, okay, we'll just play map, just eat all their camps, and then just look to force objectives. There's not much we can really do except try and force a fight. But their comp just gets run over in team fights pretty hard, so it was pretty easy once we have Panthol and Leonel.
yeah, you guys think you guys were better in team fights or in the grand scheme laning phase?
I think we just every single player just outperformed their opponent pretty
Yeah.
hard in my opinion. But I think we played the map the most well. I think of all the things that we did that game.
Yeah, sounds good. Any thoughts on the enemy team? Any players that you were scared of, or
Well, it was a good matchup because I like to chop Eugene's on the enemy team.
yes.
I was actually really impressed with their play in the ESA game. I thought they all played really, really well. So honestly, even though they lost, I think they did they had a really good tourney.
Yeah, I
they
think
definitely
so too.
upset one of the. Well, it was meant to be one of the favorite teams with Reneko X Pro, Law, and a bunch of other high masters players.
Yeah. Are
Especially
you
'cause-
glad they took out one of your competition?
I mean, yeah, I was definitely happy watching the game. Not just because they took our comp, but because I have friends on the
Yeah,
team
yeah,
as well.
yeah.
But Yeah, I would have liked to play ESA. I was very excited to play versus their jungler because he's an ex-pro. But
Right.
after watching him play, I didn't think it would have really been that close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to talk about how does draft come out for you guys? Are you guys target banning, or is it you guys banning more like champions that are OP, or how does that thought process go?
I think, at least in like comp at this level, we
Yep.
just play to ban enemy champs, like enemy comfort. So that game we banned like Zyra, Ahri, and Vex. So we just banned
Yep.
champs that were either going to be annoying for us, that they do play, or champs that are just one trick. So the guy played like, he has like a 60% win rate, 200 games in Masters on Zyra. So
Yeah,
pretty obvious ban.
right?
I think
Yeah.
he was their best player. Yeah.
Well, how do you feel about the next game that's happening after this?
Uh,
Any thoughts on that?
Is it AUSS Tenza?
Yes.
I watched both of them play their quarters games. And I wasn't really that impressed with how. Well, actually, I didn't watch AUSS's game versus AUEC. I
Right.
watched their game versus CISA, and I was pretty unimpressed with how they played that. And I think Tanza's game versus Aksa was also not that clean because I expected both of them to play like a lot cleaner games than what I saw. I think it's going to be a close one. I think Tanza will win. I want
okay.
to play Tanza in the final.
Okay.
But yeah, I wasn't super impressed. But maybe they'll like play super well today, and we'll be pretty scared of them.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that.
Sweet.
I think that's it. Yeah. Good luck with the next game.
Sweet,
I'm
thank
rooting
you.
for you guys, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Goodbye, stream.
Oh, this is like a Tanza now. They have the lizard from Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, they do. They have the lizard from Spider-Man.
They have Iron Man. They also
lady's
have
called?
that's Captain Marvel.
It's Captain Marvel. Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
How about this guy?
That looks like this looks like Thor, but when he was like.
That's Justin Bieber.
Oh, should have known.
Yeah.
This guy's Omen.
Oh my god.
Yeah, excuse me. Guess what IEEE stands for?
What? I don't know. International Electrical Engineering Enterprise.
Guess what IEEE stands for?
I don't know. Institute of E-Dating and E-Relationships?
Guess what IEEE stands for?
IEEE. I stands for idiot. Ooh. Electronics Engineering E. Is that good enough?
Guess what IEEE stands for?
Interclub Esports entry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch Interclub Esports. Watch Interclub Esports.
Yeah, watch IEEE smoke the competition.
Thank you guys. Will you marry me? Of course.
Stop filming me! Don't record me! Don't record me! Go. Inside my vehicle, I can drive wherever. Let's go. Your smile is my antidote.
And we are back for the other side of the semifinals. We've got AUSS and Tanza. That's going to be a fun one.
Yep. Should be a pretty good game. Of course, Tanza, the last tournament's winner, did manage to dethrone Dante off of his run in the League of Legends tournaments, right? But we can't also set out AUSS, the last remaining team that had to fight their way through round 1 and round 2 brackets.
Yeah, I saw Tanza play a few months ago. They looked really strong. But we never know what happens in these few months. Metas change, patches come through. What the hell?
Yep. But the truth is that, in this tournament so far, AUSS had a great first game. They completely stomped in their second game. And Tanza, the first and only game they played into AXA, they looked shaky. They didn't look impressive. They had a very back and forth game. And with these current performances, despite Tanza being the last tournament's winner, it's anyone's game. Anyone can win this game. Anyone can win. Anyone can advance to the grand finals and have their shot against Dante.
Yeah, and I feel like we're really leading up to this final boss guy, final boss character. But I think he's able to be slain. He's able to be dethroned. I think it's playable. It's not all doom and gloom. I think there were some mistakes that happened in UACS last game. There were some mistakes, the tower dive.
Yep.
But they're probably gonna fix that. But we're gonna look for other areas that we can expose. But their drafting looks really strong. They've got a really good meta read at the moment. But I want to see how AUSS and Tanza play. I want to see them meta read. I want to see, do they have what it takes to get to the finals?
Yeah. Yeah, I really agree with that. I think Tanza is probably still the favorite, right, going into this match, because like I said, I've said this multiple times. They won the last tournament. It's not easy to win a tournament, but that's what they did. They managed to dethrone Dante. They did win the last tournament. They are looking for that 2-peat, and I personally have my money on AUSS for this one around, because I do have some friends down in that club rather than Tanza. But yeah, of course, at this level of play, they can play any champion they want. They're capable of playing any champion.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see, I hope to see some crazy drafts. Of course, drafts that, some unique draft, hopefully, even if they may not be the best drafting possible, but something cool, something interesting, something different. That's what I'm looking for today in this game's draft.
Yeah, I really think it boils down to innovation, creativity, and execution. Like, you want to get creative. You want to pick things that people don't really think about.
Yeah.
If you pick those, they're not prepared for it, and you get to play your game compared to them playing a game that they've recognized and trained for and played again and again and again. You gotta pick these champions that they're not used to.
Yep. And you see that a lot, right? You talked about having innovation, being able to get the meta read and the execution. We haven't had many teams to yesterday and today in the tournament where they have a combination of three, right? I think some of the teams that come up to mind is IEEE against their game at ESA. They had a good innovative draft. They had a good meta read on the draft, and I think they executed it pretty good as well, especially with that Darius.
Yeah. That's how they got so far.
Yeah, and of course with your ACS as well, they have a great meta read. They have they create great team comps, and they are executing it perfectly. Despite last game, they did look a little bit shaky early game into IEEE, but still the execution was perfect throughout the mid to late game. And honestly, they didn't even get it to a late game. They closed it up
mid-game.
as in the mid game, right? And that is the execution that we are seeing today.
They're so cutthroat. They didn't let you get back into the game. They made sure that all of your win conditions are cut off, you know? Sever was down 100 CS. Even though she's farming, she's still like 100 CS down. Like, it was so unreal. And, objectives, they don't let you even touch the jungle. Jungle control was important. River control was important. They scaled up and went slowly and slowly back in, made you back into your own base. And then they took inhibitors. They took everything down. But yeah, we're going to go into the ban phase now. Of course, Anivia is going to get banned because Tanza
does have the Anivia one.
Frosty Pigeon. He's very renowned for his Anivia gameplay.
And the Smolder game does come through, because in the first AUSS game, they played very, very questionably, but the bailout that they had was the Smolder 225 stacks that did manage to clinch in the first game. So Tanza, knowing that they have Smolder as an insurance and that they could be won it, they just decided to ban it out completely.
Yeah, it makes sense. Scaling 80 carries has been the name of the game. Lucian, pretty good ban. I think Lucian is a mix of both. He gets you into the early to mid game very safely, very comfortably. Aurelion Soul, wow, Tanza really does not want to play a scaling game at all. They really want to play.
And,
they want to take fights. They want to go neck and neck.
Yeah, and I was also talking to some of the AUSS players. They had issues in scrims, right, where they wouldn't be able to beat a Lucian if the enemy team had a Lucian and they executed it with an enchanter. They just didn't know how to play against it. And unless AUSS was planning on picking Lucian B1, Tanza has the opportunity to pick Lucian with a support together, right? And that's something that AUSS doesn't want to play into. So obviously they just decided to ban it out.
Want to see the Fred ban here? See what's gonna happen. Well.
And I believe AUSS also does have an Aurelion Soul player in the mid lane, which does warrant that ban.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yep.
You just don't want them scale. You just want to play your own game. Nunu's going to get banned. I think AUSS has a Nunu player.
Yeah, and Tanza, obviously, Kobe Mainu, the greatest footballer of all time. He just doesn't get any playing time. If he did, he would be the greatest. He did have a beautiful game on Kasante. Basically saved Tanza's life, really, when they were losing in the early game. Right. So I think the Kasante ban was very warranted. And Oriana pick one comes from AUSS.
Very interesting. We sometimes see an LCK.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times in this tournament as well, if I recall properly. I think there was at least one blue one Oriana pick coming through. And the Sivir again.
No, wait. It's a Syndra, Frosty Pigeon Syndra. He loves his Syndra. He's a very strong Syndra player.
Yeah, Syndra's always great, great at just, chilling in lane and making things work out. Please don't be a Sivir. And it's going to be a Sivir, and we should expect a call
probably
as
Sivir
well.
Syndra.
Sivir Lulu? Maybe just finish off the ball lane together?
I think Sivir Lulu can be punished, so I think they're going to wait and develop the draft just a little bit more. I think Syndra would make sense. Lulu is going to actually come out, makes sense. Silverlulu, it's Silverlulu, man.
It is true. It is absolutely one of the strongest bot lane comps in the game
At the moment, yeah. It feels kind of unkillable, but they are punishable.
Yeah.
You pick something, well, Lucian's gone, but if there was Lucian could punish this lane very easily. So you're going to have to think, like, maybe we could see a Draven come out, punish them.
Yeah.
Aphelios, Yunara, those things.
And a Riven Hopper from AUSS.
I think they have a Riven one trick somewhere.
I believe the AUSS top laner might be a Riven one trick. I would just have to quickly double check. I
Yep,
believe
Kappa,
it is.
yep,
Kappa is
yep.
the Riven one trick. But no
Jinx
Riven pick,
Melio is
and it
very
Melio Jinx.
interesting. I like it.
Yep.
But then that means top and jungle have to accommodate for this. Well, we're going to see what's going to happen for R3. Of course, it's going to be Syndra. We knew this was going to happen. Frosty Pigeon is a pretty
let's
strong
see the
Syndra
Syndra.
player.
You know, the Syndra, you know, I personally hate playing into Syndra. Because, like, the mid lane as I play, right? I play Zed, I play Yasuo. Of course, it is a bit of a
Oh,
Yasuo-sided matchup, but Syndra's so boring. He just pushes me away every time I jump on him, you know? And if that's what we're looking for Tanza today, you know, just Syndra, Sivir, they really just want to sit back, relax, and scale into that late game. And that's why I think the Smolder and the Aurelion Sol ban is so smart. Because obviously, no, those are picks that you want on Tanza, but they gain more value out of denying it from AUSS because Tanza's confident that they can play into the late game better than AUSS, and that's why they're banning these free scaling champs out. They're saying, hey, we're better than you guys. We don't need these free scaling late game champs and still make the a little bit harder to use late game champs work. And you guys can't match that. And that's why we're going to take it to the late game. We're going to take over to the draft. And you're going to let that happen. And we're going to just destroy you.
Yeah. So they try to respond with Jace Miller. They're trying to play this game. But Tanza is kind of like one-upping them, you know. But I don't know what ASS is going to develop in this draft here. Tanza still has to blind a champion here. It's probably going to be jungle blind here, but the champion pool is getting thinned out.
I think a Nocturne ban has to come through here when you have the Orianna, right? You have the AP mid laner showed. There is still jungle up for grabs, and it's an 80 jungle angle here. You have to ban the Nocturne. If you ban a Mundo, what? A Mundo ban coming out from Tanza. Are they really just trying to deny the easy to scale into late game champions?
I guess, yeah, because I feel like Mundo... I mean, you have Gwen, but I don't think Tanza wants to play Gwen with this comp, right? So it does make sense. Just a little bit. But of course, Nocturne, I do agree. Nocturne is a very big issue for the Jinx melee. You know, the Orianna comp, you put the ball. Camille is going to get banned here. Camille makes sense. Camille, pretty strong. It's just going to be a Wukong insta-lock for Tanza. So
And
you
of
have
course,
some front line.
with the Camille ban, I'm thinking that AUSS is just looking for, you know, a tank pick, right? Something like a Scion, you know, something like a Orin. That's what it
sense.
looks to be angled out here. Yeah, and yeah, I agree. It does make sense.
Yeah,
you know?
you've got a Jinx, you got an Orianna. That's a lot of damage already.
And it's and a Zed.
Zed jungle would be crazy, but it's gonna be
But it is
Viego.
Viego locked in here.
We saw Viego last game into the Wukong, right?
Yeah,
well,
we did. We
well,
did
he
see what
yeah.
ESA, and it didn't work out, you know?
Well, it did get some early picks in. It felt very shut down later on.
Yeah, it just couldn't get those resets going.
Yeah, and
But that
Wukong
was
is-
partially due
yeah.
to the Israel pick into 3 tanks, right? 3 bruises.
This might be true. We're going to see what top lane is. Viego rounds up the comp pretty well. It's not a Nocturne, but it's pretty decent. 80 jungle, DPS. You know, it has a lot of synergy Jinx, right? Whoever can get a reset, like, they're going to pop. If they get one single reset, that fight's all blown out. And they have a lot of squishy targets in Tanza. If Lulu can't peel herself,
Ooh, a
or
Jax
anyone,
pick would be nice.
I
here.
would love a Jax. I think Jax is really needed here.
I think Jax is very interesting. I really do like the Jax pick. Renekton is cool as well, but of
okay.
course, it's not the greatest into set. It's more of a 50-50. It's just the W mind games, right?
Yep.
Renekton and set.
I agree. I think Jax is going to be
And
the lock
Jax
in here.
is what's
Jax
locked
makes
in here.
sense. Jax rounds out the comp pretty
Yeah.
well.
Overall,
Good drafts on both
yeah,
sides.
I was just about to say that. Overall, very interesting drafts on both sides of the game. I do like to say, I think AUSS does top it up due to Tanza running Sivir. I'm not a fan of the Sivir. It's good, but it's boring. I'm choosing whatever draft is more enjoyable to watch, and I think for me, that is for the AUSS side.
So we're going to swap over to the interview now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Janu and Tony. Welcome back to the interview room, of course, powered by Indomie, where we are running out of our chicken Indomie because everyone seems to be loving it and grabbing it as they come through. But I am joined by 2 members from AUSS here today, Jaden and Brandon. How are you guys doing?
Pretty alright. How about you? Yeah, doing pretty good. Enjoying the games.
Awesome, fair enough. Well, I heard you guys have an event that you'd like to promote coming up a little bit later here in the semester.
Yeah, so we got a powerlifting comp at the AUEC Center on October 8th. And we're planning to have like 300 plus spectators. So yeah, just come and watch if you can.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds sick. And I mean, it's definitely interesting seeing you guys here for the, esports interclub competition, given, you'd think it's such a different world that you guys are in. But, you guys know a thing or two about the game. Clearly, you guys took out AUEC earlier on. But at least as far as this matchup goes against Tanza, what do you reckon? How you feeling about the draft?
Yeah, pretty interesting draft. I mean, we took down the home team, AUEC, pretty convincingly, I feel. Unfortunately, that wasn't on stream. But, draft today looks pretty all right. Bit funky, but I think, the team will get through it.
Oh, awesome. Good to hear. Well, I mean, it's definitely been interesting. You guys have come all the way through round one and, you didn't have to... you didn't get the free pass that, some of these teams like AUEC, ESA, and, some of these other teams have gone through. But now you're in the semifinals up against Tanza with a chance to go through to the grand finals. Do you think your team's got this?
Yeah, I think our team's got it. I've formed the other games. Yeah, I think they're doing pretty good. So yeah, I think we'll smash it.
Yeah, fair enough. Awesome. Well, I heard, Brandon, you got one thing that you wanted to say to the team before you move on. So I guess I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, man. Tanz, you better watch out, bro. AUSS never falter. AUSS never.
And now we're back into the game. AUSS may never falter, but his height might falter to match the camera height. And now we're right into this game. I think it'll be an exciting game. We're seeing a bit of AUSS. We're seeing a bit of Tanza. Who are you here to support today?
I'm actually very neutral. I think both have an equal shot at getting this game win. I actually really like the first strike on Syndra. Makes sort of sense, but Oriana's a bit of a bully as well. It's a very even matchup. The ball champions in the mid lane. Grassadian dying for the Jax compared to Set with Conqueror. Bit interesting. Normally they would both go Grass, but I guess he wants to brawl it out, take more extended fights against Jax.
First strike from Frosty Pigeon, I love a little bit of first strike, a little bit of gold generation, but...
Yeah, you just have to play so much more...
Safer.
Not safer, but you have to play more... what's the word? You have to play more methodical. You have to play more, you actually have to start thinking about your movement, where you place yourself,
but the
how
fact
you
of
get
the
the most
matter
damage.
You get hit once and you don't have room for 45 seconds.
Exactly.
And that's the truth.
You gotta acknowledge that when you're positioning, when you're playing around. Imagine you're in a team fight and you get randomly hit by like a Jinx W or like a set ult, just splash damage, and then your first strike's gone.
Exactly. That's why it's so important. But again, the first strike also does, give you the extra bit of damage over a rune like, Dark Harvest or an Electrocute towards the mid to late game, when the extra 15% bonus damage is just worth so much. And all of a sudden, when you look at your rune in mid to late game, you've already generated like 300, 400 gold, and you just naturally created yourself a lead, especially into these comps where you're looking to scale through that Cinder, right? Looking to scale through that Cinder.
Yeah, Sever Lululand, Jinx, Melio. It's got two hyperscale carries with the enchanters. They're just looking to get a little bit of lane pro. That's how it goes. Sever always gets the lane pro here with just Sever W. It is what it is.
Diego and Wukong both are looking to bot lane this game. I'll be interested in seeing, an early 3v3 skirmish because, these players are good, right? So we haven't really seen any of those kills off the first clear. We haven't seen any big fights off those first clears. But I'm so interested in finding something like that in this game today. Trying to look for something, these big fights earlier on where it's just more of a hands check, and who rotates faster.
Yeah. I think it's just because people are so aware that level 4 ganks exist, After Scuttle, they're just going to look for a gank. It's just the most obvious play of all time.
And of course, Kobe Mainu, the greatest player of all time, carried Man United over Chelsea recently in the Premier League. Love to see Kobe Mainu. My favorite player, actually. I never knew that Kobe Mainu actually played a bit of League, though, nor did he go to UOA, but, we always learn something new every day.
It's a work-life balance, You gotta have a little bit of League of Legends to fulfill your degeneracy.
Maybe if he starts playing League of Legends, he'll get some playtime. And we see Jinx recalling here. Siva already recalled for the cull. Jinx buys the cull too. Looks
Oh
like
my
we won't be
days.
casting anything for the next 15 minutes.
Well, how was your day today?
I'm ready to sit back and sleep. Let me know when Baron spawns.
Well, I got you there. So we're just gonna have a little bit of bounce. Of course, Seth's gonna have a little bit of prior. He's probably going for a cheater recall here because it's cannon wave. He's allowed to just get a free cheater, but no, he's gonna greed just a little bit because, you know, both of them are pathing bot side.
Oh, there's the first strike prop there that we're
There we
talking
go.
about. No, +2 gold.
Oh, Lulu Q misses, but gets a Lulu E onto the Helio. Doesn't really matter, but you're proccing your World Atlas. Doesn't really matter too much.
Well,
Eight
Atlas,
gold.
talking about Atlas, I hope he's doing well into interview booth.
Oh yeah, great guy.
Yep, very tall too.
So tall. You gotta wonder what they're feeding our analysts, our casters, our interviewers, you know.
Yeah, very interesting. You know, they only gave me an ice Americano today. I was hoping for a 3-course meal, but that will be for next time. Dragon coming up in a minute. We are
already there.
Yeah, we should look for something crazy, you know.
Yeah,
I want to
5
see a
minutes.
fight, you know. You have a Wukong, you have a Viego. Let's try to utilize that early game pressure.
Yeah, but Wukong's gonna look for a lane gank or actually go for a. You know, he's pinged off of the Krugs there. He's gonna get swept here.
Yeah,
I don't
so-
know if it swept him. I don't think it did.
I don't think
So-
that, but it looks like Viego has been tracking, you know.
Yeah, Viego looking towards the mid lane, but doesn't really get much value out of it. But Syndra is running a little bit mana as well as the Orianna. Both mid laners kind of want a reset here. Maybe get a tier, but I don't really like tiers on either champion. Maybe on Orianna, we've seen popularized the Rod of Ages, Archangel's build. But ooh, really good trade from both sides
Toby
of
Manu
Panda.
is so good at the game, you know.
the
That's
goat.
why he's the GOAT.
Yeah.
That's why he's the GOAT.
Oh, Jinx is so greedy here. She's gonna get punished.
Jinx walking up for free damage, and she misses a Candace -1. Why did Observer get away from that? But we'll let it slide. We love our Observers. And the top lane looks to be a crash, and Dragon is up in 2 seconds, and Wukong should be bot side for about, wow. Viego Pink's coming through. He's been tracking this Wukong flawlessly.
Yeah, very good at tracking. But
What is Lulu doing here?
Lulu might
He
be
doesn't
dead
belong
here.
What is he doing? And he'll answer enough, but no, it's a turn on the Sivir. Flash forward from the Jinx.
Oh.
He's excited. She has enough movement speed. It doesn't matter.
Too
She
much
doesn't
shield.
need anything else. She just
Wow.
walks down. That was a free kill. That was a daylight robbery. Tanza, Yubin, you can't be doing that at the semi-finals.
I wonder what transpired for Lulu to be up and personal just like that.
With
But
no mana as well.
Yeah.
She got caught with her pants down.
That's not an image I want to paint in my head. But at the moment, we're just gonna push waves. I think Sever does get the priority. Jinx has to stay for his wave. She's so low mana, low HP. Her tempo's kind of messed up, even though she got the kill. Zed's gonna look for the engage onto the Jax. Jax
Good
gets the flash out.
Kobe Mino flashing for Aura. He didn't even need a flash there because he's the best player of all time. But we'll let it slide. Pause time. Yep, I knew it. Kobe Mino flashed on accident. That's exactly why we're pausing. Run it back. 3 minutes back. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Fire the production squad. Report this to Riot. Kobe Mino is never losing lane.
I wonder what happened, but yeah. Even though Jinx does get the kill, the gold lead is still equal, so that's just how it goes. The tempo is there for Tanza. They're looking towards the Drake because they have so much pressure because, you know, Sever can just push waves for free. Jinx can't really do much about it. It's only when Jinx is free items in, which she feels like a champion sometimes, you know? She needs free items. She needs the Infinity Edge, the Yuntao, and a Zeal item, something like that. At the moment, she's kind of useless. Even though she's got a kill, she's only even in the game.
You know, it especially won't be much of a champion when they're both buying Carl, right? Like, how boring can you be? You know, like, I'm losing my mind. Enough Culls. Stop buying Culls. Just buy a longsword and 2 pots. That's what I would prefer. And let's look to fight, guys. Why is it 0-0-0? And the only time the Jinx even managed to get killed is because Lulu ran it down, you know? Maybe the game deceived. Maybe that was what the pause was for, you know? Maybe we'll run it back 5 minutes. You know? I just don't think it's fair.
I don't think we've got the capabilities for that, but just have a little bit of intermission. At the moment, I think Drake's going to come up. We're going to go for that. I wonder what's the fight, what's the haps around Grubs, right? We're flashless Jack's top lane.
Yep. Doesn't matter because Kobe Miner is better, though. He low-key 1v5s the whole
Wave,
of AUSS.
Wave pushes in towards Tanza for top lane. And yeah, I think Set's going to get a reset here or maybe one more wave because I don't think it's cannon wave here. It's going to, is it 1, 2, 3? I can't count, bro. I'm so blind. But anyways, if it's a cannon wave, he can get a shove, one more in, get a cheater, come back, and he's going to be healthy for the Grubs, but Jax is going to stay and potentially get punished. Not really, because Viego's in the bot lane. He's really just doing grubs. He's trying to... I'm not sure if he's trying to contest for a Drake or not, but he probably shouldn't. There's no priority. So, but there's nothing to do on the map, so I could actually really see... I think the best game plan here would be for Viego to like try a lane gank or something like that. There's nothing to do topside, and Set has priority.
Yeah,
you can't really punish the Jax here.
Nothing to do with this top side. There's also nothing to do in this casting desk. I am kind of getting bored. You know, it's already been 5 minutes with the pause, right? No, we need to start getting a move on. Does someone break their wrist? Did someone snap their finger?
No,
Like,
apparently it was a
on?
technical issue with one of the mics. The Kansas jungler was not talking the whole time, and he didn't realize.
Yeah, you see that person on camera right there? Oh, they just flicked away from it. That was the GOAT, Kobe Mainu. You know, let me tell you a little bit about Kobe Mainu.
Tell me about him.
A great youngster, you know, a great winger. You know, actually play great cam, center mid, anywhere striker, goalkeeper even. You know, a great youngster. You know, play in your way for the esports scene as well. Also out there, you know, playing for Man United, great player. And that's what I really want to focus today. Oh, but it looks like the Kobe Mainu flash wasn't on accident. As now we're back right into this game.
Never doubt a GOAT's decisions, okay? He knows something that we don't.
That is true. But he also doesn't get any playtime. But look, looks like...
It would be unfair if he did.
That is true. It would be unfair on the enemy team. Wukong and Lulu and Syndra all rotated down for this dragon. They're sweeping it. They know no one's there. They know it's a free dragon. And this Jax TP top. Viego looking topwards as well. And this Oriana.
Honestly, yeah, in this game state, I think Tanza, even though they're killed down, Tanza's more favored at the moment. One Drake is pretty pivotal for this late game shenanigans we're doing. Drake stacking is the name of the game.
Do you know what is it the name of the game? Buying culls, because that is not the name of the game at all.
Well, yeah. Our Jinx is like 16 CS down with Cull. It is what it is. But, you know, Lost Chapters are getting there. We're getting a little bit stronger. At least none of them bought Tears. Tears is very boring, and I don't think Tears work really well. Well, Oriana could have went Tear, but
Yeah,
she
I
would
was
have
gonna
been
say
weaker.
Oriana Tears, not too bad into something like, you know.
Oh, Viego's here. Flash. Pulls
It doesn't
the
matter.
Jack.
Kobe Mainu's better. He's just gonna walk out. No flash
Wow, he actually
needed.
is just gonna walk
no
out.
flash needed.
That's unreal.
Set could have had 18 ultimate charges, and Kobe Mainu still 2v1s them both. Easy gank
That is
escape for
unreal.
Kobe
Tim
Mainu.
Tams is here with the Wukong. They're
This
gonna
is a
turn on the
wonderful-
Viego.
He needs to flash, but it doesn't matter.
Bluetooth auto attack.
And they're all dead. Kobe Mainu, the greatest pro of all time. It doesn't matter. Hit him with 5 more W's. Bring
Wow.
1, bring 2. Bring the Oriana and Jinx as well. It doesn't matter. Kobe Mainu, the greatest player of all time.
Wow.
Bring more. Bring 6. Bring 6, 7. Bring as many as you want. Kobe Mainu kills them all.
Say that again.
Kobe Mainu?
Yeah, close enough. Wow. That's incredible. I thought he was a dead man for sure. When
That's because you didn't believe in
said
him.
flash E, you know, but you know, I think it's the steel plated cats. Played steel cats. They saved you from so much damage, so much mitigation, you know.
He didn't even have to pop ult there. You know, he just stood
That's
there
crazy.
and he just stood there tunking like a man.
That's just unreal.
You know, of course, Grubby's up for grabs as well. You know, of course, the Grubbies means winning the game has been lifted up. No, that is no longer the case for this tournament. But of course, pretty high extreme win rate for whoever gets Grubs so far. So I think this Grubs still has that value and they should still be playing for it. And yeah, look, bot lane looking to run straight top as they send Jax to the bot lane.
Hey, makes sense. You know, this is really good rotation from them.
But is it really that good of a rotation if Kobe Mainu could have soloed everyone and the Grubs all alone?
He gotta let some people have some playtime, you know? Like, he knows, he relates to it. He wants people to have playtime. He wants people to fight around Grubs.
Have the shine, you know?
Yeah. But somehow, they're able to secure one Grub, AUSS, and they're just gonna back off. Pretty good.
Yeah, being
despite
able
the
to take-
circumstances, right?
Being able to take one grub is really important, as it does deny, you know, being able to score the little grublings when you do auto attack the tower, right?
Yeah.
So pretty well
sense.
played from AESS, you know, gathering your losses on the play. You know,
Good damage.
they noticed that Kanza was fast with the rotates, so it would be hard for them to secure the grubs, and AUSS managed to at least rax one and find a way out safely.
Yeah, so now we have a bit of a lane swap. We're having a Jinx solo lane. Oh, Melio's back. Never mind. So, yeah, we do have a proper lane swap. We're going to have Jax just deny the cannon here. Very good. Making Jinx cry even more with this unfinished call. I want to see what the Sever's going to do against the set top here. Just going to bounce waves, honestly. Well, now Jax is going to bear the brunt. Brunt? I don't know, who knows. But yeah, he's just gonna get a whole wave into. Oh,
the Sig has no
wow.
cooldown. His W's been
Yikes.
popped. This is a bit of a dive angle, but the whole wave has been eaten up by that set W. Wow, that near max grit W, you know, just clears the wave completely. Maybe that was his plan to begin with, you know?
I think both top laners are a bit sad right now. They're, you know, just bouncing waves, and it's really hard. It's just whoever can clear waves more. And it seems that it's quite even at the moment. Mid lane, very little gameplay just going. You know, just bouncing waves is how it is. Syndra, Oriana.
I actually forgot there was a mid lane in this game. Actually.
Honestly, yeah, we could have just blurred it out and we wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah, that was a bit of a voice crack there, but we will act like it didn't happen. Dragon coming up in a minute, you know.
I hate this guy.
I love dragons, you know, it's always my favorite thing. You know, Chem Tank Dragon up in 50 seconds.
How long have I known you?
How long? I don't know this person. I met him today. Let's get into this guy. 40 seconds left on the Dragon before it spawns. No, I think this is where it's a pivotal fight, right? You know, everything's built up to this. You know, all this farming, all this boring ass back and forth, just little here and there, maybe looking for a small play, but nothing ever working out. I think this is where we'll get our true big fight of the game.
Yeah, but I also like to highlight, this reminds me back in the day, you know? The jungler is never ganking our bot lane. Does that ring you a bell?
Yeah, what kind of jungler wouldn't gank the bot lane,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not sure, yeah.
It's almost like, you know, the top lane was the 1v9er.
I wonder what
looking for Kobe Minu, just like Kobe Minu being the 1v9 of this team on the top lane.
W.
Their set can't do anything. Kobe Minu's just better in every single way. And down,
Incredible.
set, super low. No chance for anything. This is just getting rolled by Kobe Minu, the better, smarter, better looking, better footballer of the game.
Well, Drake has spawned. We're going to see some people transition down. Syndra's going to come path, get some priority here. Oriana has to take the long way around. The vision plan has been open.
Oh,
trying to get a play, gets a play, gets out.
Minu taking that play, run in front of Set's face, and Set thanking Jax for it. Oh my goodness! How are you letting that happen?
I don't know.
And it looks like Dragon might be going away here as well.
It depends.
Of course.
We'll see. We're getting corralled here.
Oh, Oriana might be getting his first, but actually he has the backline access for that shockwave.
Shockwave could be huge. Drake goes down to the Wukong.
She doesn't shockwave on her anymore. She
Everyone's TPing.
That's barely a 4-man shockwave, but it gets cancelled. Near to the middle of them all. The W goes through Kobe Minu on the backline. Kobe Minu all alone, isolated, but it doesn't matter. He's the greatest of all time. He gets out of life. Fiuka gets shut down, and they're all flashing away. Meteor goes down. The only person left is Jinx. She needs to get excited, but they won't happen in this team fight, and may not happen this whole game, as they get not a single person, and Kobe Minu lives on a slither of HP. How good is that man? How good is Kobe Minu?
Wow, that was a masterclass from Tanza. Everyone living on 1 HP. If Viego gets even one reset, I think that fight looks so much different than how it turned out.
Man, I love Kobe Minu. That's what I'm getting at from this game.
Well, Wukong does secure the Drake, and now it's 2 Drakes for Tanza and 2 Grubs. So it's going to be a difficult macro game for AUSS. We're going to have to start contesting Dragons even more now. Everyone TP towards that bot lane. There was like 3 TPs that came out there.
And then the most, you know, like unfortunate bit about that team fight was that, you know, Oriana had that backline access, but she couldn't, you know.
She couldn't find it.
She couldn't
find the road.
She couldn't ult it because Sivir still had a spell shot up, right?
Yeah.
And then she decided to finally use the ultimate on that last little bit of HP, and it got cancelled. It was the 4-man shockwave. The 4-man shockwave was there, and landing that could have completely changed how the team fight played out. But unfortunately, she got bursted down way too quickly by the Sivir, you know, by the Lulu damage and the Wukong. But you can't be doing that in this point in the game when you have these pivotal team fights. You just gotta ult. You just gotta fire when these team fights are happening. You can't be playing mind games. You just have to go for it.
Yeah, I agree. Because if Oriana gets the ultimate there, Viego gets a reset, Jinx gets excited, Melio is able to peel everyone. The fight just looks so much different if they're just coordinated, if they play calm, collected, but like also just send it, just go. That's what the Viego was doing. He was so greedy, he flashed for the Jax, but didn't get it in the end. And now, there's a 2v2 fight. Jinx might be in trouble here. Maybe even Melio. Maybe both. Only one falls down. The double
and the
ricochet.
barrier. The Super Mega Death Rocket does land. But of course we focus on Kobe Minu because he is the greatest player of all time. Keep the cam on this man. Don't show it anywhere else. No, back to the top lane, please. Back to the top lane, please. Oh.
That's
for the Lulu.
Yeah, but we saw Viego pathing down towards the bot lane, and he couldn't really do much. That's why the Jinx Mega Death Rocket came out, because he wants to just thin out the HP so that maybe potentially the Viego is able to do something. But I don't know, Viego has been looking like a bait pick throughout this tournament.
It does seem very bait here. And that little bit of first strike value from that Syndra there. She just got 21 gold in terms from that first strike off that ult on the Orianna. Sure, it does that damage. It does keep the Orianna poked, but it is also that 21 gold that she picks away with.
If you had 21 gold, what would you do with it?
21 gold, I would buy myself 1 Coke Zero and 4 chicken onigiri from Munchie Mart because their prices are so inflated. 4 onigiris and a drink for $21, they have lost their mind.
Yeah, I agree, man. But, you know, Munchie is still Munchie.
You're right.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
You know, now, back on the game, right? So 15 minutes into the game, we see that Tanz has 7 kills to 1, only a 5k gold difference. That surely shows the levels of your ACS, right? They were at this point in the game, and the game already looked over, right? Their base was opened up. They had like 3 towers, 4 towers on IEEE, like 15 minutes in. You know, they had 2 towers before plates even dropped, and that's the levels that we see through Euro ACS compared to Tanza and AUSS. Sure, AUSS can be considered a better team than IEEE, but you know, Tanza is not doing as good as UACS. Of course they are winning, of course there is a little bit of a stomp, but even then, we truly see the levels UACS has over these other teams.
Yeah, Rift Tower is going to be secured here for Tanza. It's going to be barreling down towards the mid lane. Wukong riding the Herald into the mid lane turret. Gets the crash down. That should be first turret. Oh no, it's already been a first turret for red side. But mid lane turret is very important because you get jungle off of it. Yeah, to get a second crash, that's even more dangerous.
The value.
Very good value.
Yeah. And you know what else is good value?
Tell me.
No, not Munchie Mart. Anyways, Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. You know, I'm very excited for that fight. Like I said from before, this is pivotal. We need to see Orianna get a nice shockwave. We need to see her get that big damage in. We need to see her get that backline access through set. But in order for that to happen, of course, they need to be pushing the waves top. They need to be getting the waves out. And look, I think Kobe Mine already looking for a recall here. 2-path bot lane for this Dragon.
Yeah, I just think it's actually really interesting, like, how this game has transpired, you know? It was so calm and collected, and now all of a sudden it's kind of ballooned out. 6,000 gold lead for Tanza, and they're just gonna play these rotations correctly. Drake is spawning in 4 seconds.
It just went completely out of hand on that second Dragon fight, right?
Yeah.
Where they traded 3 kills, 4 kills to nothing.
Yeah.
You know, Kobe Minded got out there, doesn't get that Viego reset, so Viego just pops and gets nothing. You know, Viego looking for something cross map because they don't think Dragon's contestable, but you know, you're driving out Kobe Minded, the GOAT, who probably
doesn't care
one and kill all of you and send you back to the gray screen. But or you can just get the wave. You know, he does whatever he wants. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, Frosty Pigeon gotta spend the teleport, come topside, support the GOAT.
Oh, the soccer ball hits Caleb. Talk about soccer balls. Kobe Mino is a footballer, the greatest footballer at that, and the best at kicking the football.
Yeah, but so far.
Now they're looking at turn on the Wukong on the Dragon.
Can he do this? Scruffy's here.
But Shockwave, Nickel Shockwave only on Tim Tams. Tim Tams with the cycle.
Oh,
he's
he did so much damage.
chaos. The Viego's go down. There's no reset for him. But Kobe Miner with the flag. They pop the
dead.
Set has a W, but it doesn't matter when you're only alone. The E goes wide, and Melio's only one left. Kobe Miner flashes on the Melio. Melio's out of the fight.
BM.
Why did he attack Kobe Miner? Doesn't matter. And he gets them all. The flag TP.
What a great
the flag
TP.
TP.
Just everything went well for Tanza. Wukong making so much chaos, and he's able to kill the Viego on the sideline. While with all that chaos, Jax is able to teleport and get the picks that he was needed to get.
You know, of course, you know, I like what AUS has tried to do, you know, turn on the Wukong, but I understand that they tried Orianna ulting to just pop the Wukong, but you can't do that. You don't have enough damage, you know? Your highest damaging healer, your Jinx, your Orianna, they only have 1 item each. You ulting the Wukong, you guys can't kill him. You see he has 3 gems stacked on him right now. In no world are you ever going through the HP bar and being able to kill the Wukong there.
Yeah, desperation play. The set has TP'd in, he's gonna flash, get the Strikebreaker, double stun. He's trying to ult the Syndra back into the back line. Syndra no flash, seems like a free kill. Really good desperation play. That's a lot of gold. That's 700 gold towards the Viego.
And I think that was a great play from AUSS, right? Looking for these, you know, plays that ended after a big team fight, you know? That's what they got to be looking for.
Gotta punish Tanza there for overextending, but at the end of the day, Tanza gets what they wanted. They get the inner turret, they even get the outer ring turret from the base.
Yeah, of course, Wukong coming out of base with that Thunder Sky will give him so much more tankiness. Don't even test Kobe Mainu. Simple thing. You're just a simple thing compared to what Kobe Mainu is to the human race.
Otacon is being pinged, but this turret needs to fall down first for ASS, and then maybe we could rotate.
There is a
at
bit
the
of
moment.
a 4v2 angle here.
Flash
comes out for simple thing. Cyclone all of them. Kobe Mainu gets a huge stun. The set W means nothing. They all go down. Wukong is eating them. He is one hell of a strong monkey, and Siva kills the set 2, and the game looks to be over. It's going to be 17 kills to do. The 3-man shockwave, but it doesn't matter. It's too late. Your whole team's dead. Where was that shockwave in the dragon fight from earlier?
That's crazy. It was basically a 2v4 at the beginning. It was just Jackson Wukong, and then they forced the flash off Jinx, and Jinx, you know, is scared of, you know, the GOAT himself. Just overall, what a great fight from Tan, the 2v4. Like, it doesn't even matter. It's like they're hitting them with their wallets. You got a Thunder Sky and a Trinity Force on both the top laners. Like, you got Mercury Treads on everyone. Like, it just makes no sense.
It's just too strong, you know? And just the fact that they had all four, they had 5 people on Kobe Mainu and the Wukong, yet it still just wasn't enough, right? Kobe Mainu held off, and Tim Tams held off against just the 4 of them, and they kept them stun locked. And if anything, it seemed like they were winning the fight. I have full faith that those 2 could have taken on the whole of AUSS and still came out on top. But of course, better safe than sorry, as the Siva and the Lulu did pull up, and they did just clean the board.
Yeah, now we're pathing towards Otacon. The only real thing that they need to fight, while Set is still hungry for this top lane turret. Not really going to do much about it because Jax is hovering.
He may be hungry for the top lane turret, but I think he should be hungry for the gold, as he is 3k down on this Jax.
That is a major point. He's so behind in gold. There's not really much he can do. Taylor level's down as well. Everyone's just behind. Otacon can just be taken for free. Not really doing much about it. The jungler's top side. Can't even really punish. Can't no crossplay, no cross map, anything.
And from this, it looks like Tanza will be the one advancing on to the grand finals after this game to play AUEC and Dante. And the Sophie comes in, but it does no damage.
It is like 500 damage. Considered one of the squishiest targets on the enemy team, right? 500 damage, all you're doing? Like, it just feels so difficult.
It's just the FF angle, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Tanza stacking dragons, 1 minute until Soul. That's gonna be something that, you know, you need to contest. But even then, even if you get it, you're probably gonna get aced. It's a lose-lose situation. You're gonna get corralled out of your base. You have to push these waves out before you start the Drake. Overall, I don't know what avenues ASS has anymore. You know, I think your win con is something like an Infinity Edge Jinx, but like, when the Sivir is already nearly done with the Infinity Edge, well, you're still finishing your Zeal item. It just doesn't feel good.
I think it's just, you know, how it feels like when you're trying to get a kill at the Wukong and your main damage source is 380 champions, right? Of course, Orianna. You saw how much damage she did with the ult Syndra. She's not doing anything to this Wukong. And when all you have is a set, a Diego and a Jinx to try to shut down this Wukong, to try to shut down this Jack.
Teleport coming down, trying to punch this Orianna, who's out of position. There's 4 people going down for the Orianna. But now top lane, it's just a masterclass by the Jax. It's bannable.
They all go down. Bannable? I don't know what is bannable, but I do know that Munching Up prices are bannable. But back to the game. Dragon is up, and this looks to be Soul for Tanza.
Wow, solid kill on top side. Well, everything transpiring in the bot lane. Well, that's a free Drake. There's nothing really you can do about it. You're going to have to send people to stop this Jax push, but in the meantime, they're just going to take Drake for free. That's Soul. I don't know. Even without Soul, they were so tanky. Now with Soul, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, it's just, what you can do is just stop praying.
Like, legit, Sivir could AFK and, like, they could still win. That's just unreal.
Ooh, that is a...
I actually think so. Wukong Jax could probably 2v4.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I have a bit of a bigger hot take, you know?
Yeah.
I think everyone could go AFK apart from Kobe Mainu, and he will still win the game.
Is that really a hot take, though? I think that's a pretty cold take, you know?
Yeah, it must be a pretty cold... yeah, I actually take that back. That was a pretty cold take.
Yeah, that's a cold take. Do better.
Yeah, it looks to be a little bit of a siege coming in from Tanza. Of course, Kobe Mainu still just coming out of base. It could be an angle for AUSS to look to fight, but then again,
person hit.
he just can't do anything, you know? Those Jinx rockets, those Jinx auto attacks, what do they really do into Mountain Soul?
Yeah, look at all the vision set up here. It's just so hard. You're not going to get an inch of your jungle without being spotted on a ward.
Of course, Baron coming up at 40 seconds. and the whole top side for AUSS completely dark, fully black.
And,
Kansas
yep.
pretty lit up.
We're gonna clear the bot side jungle instead, because that's the only quadrant you can really play on. We're gonna hover your set, but hey, Baron in 30 seconds, we have no vision. You never know what they're gonna do. But then again, if you walk in the jungle, no one can really face tank. Not even the set can face tank anyone.
Only person that could face tank something is Kobe Minor, because he's the greatest player of all time. Oh, looks to be he is building Zhonya's, which is, I actually really like that buy.
Zhonya's really good.
Buy some great amount of time, and you get that armor
Denies,
into the 3 AD champions.
Yeah, it really denies the timings that Viego wants, the Jinx wants. Any second where they're not excited or not reset is better for Tanza.
I just think that Jack's pick is disgustingly good here, right?
It's so good.
You have Counter-Strike into 3 auto-attacking champions.
Jinx
and
rocket.
A death rocket, and that does less damage than a Mountain Soul Shield.
Uh-oh.
He can't be here. He's looking for a steal for next game. Why is he there already? And the Baron goes down, and the Viego gets taken out of the game. And now, look, the Pink's
gonna
coming
barrel
straight
down
from
the mid lane.
Panzer, looking to siege and looking to
Oh,
end the game.
Jinx. Oh, ooh.
Oh, and the meteor ult just comes through. Bit of a panic from Budget Pokemon, but also understandable. You know how much damage the Wukong is doing. And the flash comes from the Wukong. And the Syndrome, and that's enough to pop them. That's the first strike value that we were talking about.
Yeah.
With that correct positioning, with that correct ability usage, boom, they're gone.
Yeah, just flash ult, like, that's skill, you know? Takes a lot of skill and precision to flash ult like that. But yeah, it gets games done. Overall gold lead, it's nearly 20,000 gold lead. It's just crazy what's happened.
No, I take it back. You know, Tanza had a similar level of disassembly of the opponent team that ACS had into IEEE.
Yeah.
Wukong plays touchless grass and you win next time. Damn.
That's I don't know if you should be proud of that.
That could be true, you know? That could be true.
This could be true, but should you be proud of touching less grass?
I
To
don't
be
know.
fair, we are an esports club. Maybe that is something you should. Yeah, it's leading to a very epic grand finals.
So we
Two
have
dominant teams.
Yeah. Two dominant teams, one great player in each team. Tanza with Kobe Mainu and UOACS with Dante. I'm really excited for the top lane matchup, of course. I'm also really excited for the jungle matchup. Tim Tan's been having some really great games. You saw his Wukong. You saw the amount of chaos that he was creating with that Wukong on that pick. And you saw Obsess on Pantheon as well, right? Like, Obsess, he's a man that needs no introduction.
Yes.
He's done this before hundreds of times. Maybe not 100, maybe like 4 times. But, like, you know what I'm trying to say. He has that Pantheon. He was basically deathless. I think he was actually deathless in that game. On a champion like Pantheon is extremely impressive. That means he knows his limits perfectly. He knows how to play the game at a near perfect level. So I'm super interested for the top lane matchups, and I'm super interested for the jungle matchup.
Yeah, jungle matchup is probably one of the highlights of the next grand finals, you know? BO3, you never know what'll happen. We're going to swap sides a few times, and yeah.
Yeah, and of course, draft direction always changes depending on what side you go as well. Like you said, you know, sides is extremely important. Whether you're blue or red, of course, blue you get that first pick, red you get that counter pick.
Picks.
And of course, you know, I think that Tanza will perform better with the red pick though, as they can on red side though, because he can reserve that last pick for Kobe Mainu.
I agree with you.
Yep. And also, and vice versa, the blue side does give that first pick for Dante or whatever Obsess has in mind, because we do know that he is pretty good at drafting. We've seen it in the games before. But this grand final should be extremely exciting, and I'm very looking forward to it. And I did forget to mention, of course, AUSS. They had to play a lot of games to get here over the span of 2 days. I thank them a lot for coming out here today. They played amazing. So did Tanza. But unfortunately, Tanza did just manage to get the edge over them today. Of course, AUSS will be going home with the greatest noodles of all time. At this point, it doesn't need an introduction. But I think we're legally obligated. It's Indomie anyways. Obligated. So yeah, they get some Indomie home, guys. And they won't be going home empty-handed. But Tanza, they're here for a little bit longer, and we'll be seeing them in the next 2 to 3 games against UOACS. Now, we have a loser's interview with Atlas, your favorite caster for Valorant.
Fearless. Fun.
Hello, everyone, and we've just finished up that last semi-finals. We've got our grand finals teams, but before we get there, we've got our interview with 2 players from AUSS. And well, it's unfortunately your time to go. How has your experience been during this tournament?
I mean, it was fun. We played a lot as a team, and it was a good experience. Different from what we usually do. So, yeah, it was good fun.
Oh, awesome. Good to hear you had a good time. And for that last game, you guys came all the way from round 1, all the way into the semi-finals. You had a chance to make it to the grand finals. It didn't quite go your way. But what went wrong in that game there?
We lost.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah, well, I mean, look, I hope you guys did have a good time. Do you want to shout out anything from, your club or any people?
Shout out to the subs. Shout out to the whole team. Yeah. Yay!
What about you? Any shout outs?
Just shout out to AUSS and our president, Brendan Yip, for organizing all of our scrims and our sessions and just making a good time for us.
Awesome. Well, finally, before you go, do you have your favorite Indomie flavor? Have you made up your mind yet?
Yes, the red one.
The red one. I believe that's the original one. We got plenty of them here, so there you go. What about you? What's your favorite Indomie flavor?
The pink one is the best.
Do we have the pink one here? Last production. We'll get one to you at some point, I'm sure. We'll figure it out. But thank you so much. Oh, do we have one? Oh, we do have one here, right behind you. Perfect. There we go. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We're going to be sending it back to the desk, I believe, for a winner's interview. Oh, yeah, there we go. You're eliminated. Bye-bye. We got to have the snap. There we go. Goodbye, AUSS.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys, we're back here with Tim Tam and the Wukong from last game. So we'll start off from the start, right? Any thought process during draft? Any random picks that the enemy picked that you didn't expect at all? Or any picks that you decided to pick that you didn't think about it at all or practice before?
Honestly, I went to sleep early, but we had
Yeah.
a player that stayed up to like 2 a.m.
Yeah, that is
just making
insane.
a whole spreadsheet. That guy's a loser, to be honest. But he got us the win today, so
Yeah, he
I'm
got
proud
the
of
win.
him. I'm proud of him.
Oh, yeah, so you had a great game on Wukong, right? So your confidence level must be at an all-time high, right?
Or I don't know, because we've already beat them before and won the scrim, so
Oh,
it was kind of the expected outcome. But this next team looking to be a bit more tough.
But you also did beat UOACS before, right? At least the roster. How are you feeling going into the UOACS game, right? Dante, Obsess. How are you feeling? Especially Obsess, because you're playing into him. Do you have any words to tell Obsess?
Honestly, Obsess is pretty trash. He gets carried by his ADC, is what it is. Jungle diff. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he did say that you guys did look kind of trash as well, So there's
Us?
a little bit of he did say on the winners interview earlier in the game before. He said that Tanza wasn't impressive. They look pretty shaky. They were terrible, and especially that Tim Tam player. I hate him, and I think he's ass.
I mean, he can talk all he wants, but at the end of the day, he is just getting carried by his little daddy ADC.
Yeah. So just to wrap up the final interview, our sponsor, right, Indomie. What would be your favorite flavor?
The pink one.
The pink one, the hot and spicy?
Yeah, sure.
Yep,
Yeah.
it is a great flavor. And of course, thanks for doing the interview with you. So we will be sending you home with the Indomie after everything as well. So yeah, we'll see you for the next game.
Awesome.
So for Game 5, the grand finals, it'll be a best of 3, and in a best of 3, one of the biggest things that matters, like we mentioned earlier, is the side selection. So for side selection today, we will be doing a 1v1 between the top players of each team of UAACS and Tanza. So we'll obviously have Tim Tam from Tanza, the guy from the interview earlier, and the one and only Dante from UAACS duking it out in a 1v1 ARAM for side selection. You know, I'm really excited on how this will go. Of course, you know, mechanics is your mechanics get better the higher rank you are, right? Of course, being a pro player, your mechanic has to be good, but that is no reason to count out Tim Tam. We've seen him play in these 2 games, one today and the game yesterday. They're both, you know, on equal footing when it comes to mechanics, in my opinion. You know, so when it comes to these 1v1s, it's anyone's game, right? But, you know, Dante with the ADC champ pool though, so anything can happen, right? So an ADC champ pool in a 1v1 when Tim Tam could go anything, he could go an assassin, so anything could happen. And I actually personally have my money on Tim Tam. I actually have my money on Tim Tam here, and I think that Tim Tam will be able to pull through for this 1v1. No, I do love a bit of Tanza though, and I think that my money for the finals will be on Tanza. I think I'm very impressed with the performance on last time. And of course, now we are hopping into the 1v1. You see the face cams, you know, everyone, a million back, a million, I forgot what is it, a million people on Terry's back. Something down that line. Oops, I just name dropped Tim Tam. That's okay, he wouldn't care. Tim Tam versus Dante, Yasuo 1v1, both flee, Ignite Flash in ARAM. We will see the true hands check of the Interclub Esports of 2025. Same items as well, of course. I'm assuming first kill, 100 CS or tower.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
Oh, Q goes wide.
Minions have spawned.
What a disgusting experience for his by Dante. Q goes wide. Pintam does get the early hit on. Ignite comes through from Tim Tam's already. Ignite comes from Dante as well. But the Q from Tim Tam goes wide. Dante's gonna jump with Tim Tam's.
Oh no!
The flash comes from Tim Tam. And that's the difference. That's the difference of a pro player over measly Tim Tams. Dante takes the win over a tight game. Right? It could have been anyone's game.
Yeah, that is so close. But, well, that means Dante's team, UACS, gets the side selection.
Yeah, what side do you think they'll select?
Probably blue.
You think
it's always
blue?
Unless, I don't know, your JDG game 4.
I don't know. I'm very interested. I think there's a possibility of them wanting to pick either side because I think, you know, this isn't pro player, right? This is, at the end of the day, still the regional circuit, you know? First pick, I feel like, means much less compared to a last pick, right?
It depends. I think top lane picks have not been too... Like, you've seen that Aurelia, right?
Yeah,
R5 Aurelia
yeah.
hasn't been too impactful.
No, but that's because it was the player. We're talking about Kobe Mainu here, right?
Uh-huh.
You shouldn't compare Kobe Mainu to any of these other top laners. I actually found that a little bit offensive, and I think you should apologize to the stream.
I'm sorry, chat.
Yeah, so Kobe Mainu, obviously, you know, I think giving the last pick away to Kobe Mainu is very dangerous. When you're doing that, you're going in with the mindset that, you know, I think if you're giving Kobe Mainu last pick, you're going in with the mindset that your top lane is going to be the weak side, right?
Well,
you
yeah.
are looking to give up your top lane. You are going to let Kobe Mainu run over your top laner.
That's so good.
You think that's okay?
I think it's okay.
Well,
Because, I don't know. I think both teams have to put eggs in one basket, you know, and then see who can carry the most, you know.
You know, Kobe Mainu being the basket and Dante being the other. You know, it's a battle of the baskets, really.
Yeah.
But you know who is also good with baskets? Kevin Durant, who recently got traded to
Did he
the
now?
Houston Rockets in the NBA.
Wait, that's crazy.
Yep. Yeah,
Wow.
we get NBA coverage here as well. You know,
Wow.
season starting very
not
soon.
just esports.
Yeah. The NBA preseason starting very soon in October. I'm excited for
Wow.
what the Rockets can do. Of course, Fred VanVleet did tear his ACL, so they are missing a point guard. So I want to see a Russell Westbrook and a Kevin Durant link up back at the Houston Rockets.
Maybe you could sub in for the point guard position.
Point guard, I am 6 foot, but that is still not enough to make the NBA.
Really?
Yep, can't believe KD denied the trade to Warriors. I agree, Iskander, but it doesn't matter because KD is the greatest player of all time and Curry is washed and Jimmy Butler hasn't been a good player since he left the Heat. Now, okay, back to the esports side of things. Of course, this draft is going to be happening soon. I'm excited for what direction they're going to take this with this draft. I want to see some big one-boy combo drafts coming out from the two teams, right?
Right, that's the funnest things you could see
That's
on
the
the
most
Rift.
that's the most enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
And it is also the most hard to execute. So when you see it, it feels so much more special than just landing a Blitzcrank hook or just landing a Java and EQ.
Speaking of Blitzcrank, I would love to see a Blitzcrank.
You'd love to see a Blitzcrank?
I'd
From
love
which
to see a
side?
Blitzcrank. I'd love to see Blitzcrank on Tanza, you know?
You think they're gonna be able to land a hook on Dante?
That's the game, right?
That's
Name of the game.
That's the name of the game. Well,
That'd be so fun.
It will be pretty good. I agree. No, I want to see some interesting picks. I don't want to see enchanters anymore.
Yeah.
And especially with this being
three-man
fearless draft, we can see some crazy picks. I want to see that Yasuo. I want to see Tim Tam Yasuo jungle to redeem himself against Dante after that 1v1.
That's crazy.
I want to see some crazy picks, dude. I want to see that Zed that was hovered by a team. I want to see that Yasuo. Man, I want to see the gangplank we talked about. And what did you say you wanted?
Morgana.
The Morgana mid. Morgana mid has that
Ashe,
potential
yeah.
when that champ pool gets lowered through fearless draft.
Yep. But I don't think Adesai will be playing Morgana. I don't think it's that kind of champion, you know? It is what it is, but I want to see some cool jungle picks. I want to see Kindred. Kindred would be cool. Trundle. Trundle has been falling out, but, that's kind of cool.
Trundle always value when there's a tank.
Always value, yeah.
Always value with the ultimate. A lot of people don't know that Trundle ult does heal him over time during the duration of his ultimate as well.
Yeah.
And a lot of people forget that. So there is also that crazy team fighting sustain that you
His
don't really
ganks
notice.
is so dumb.
And that pillar is just...
It's so hard.
Yeah, we don't even have to talk about the pillar.
Oh, troll pole.
Yep. So we're just waiting for draft to get started.
Did we ever play Trundle back in the day?
Yeah, we did play Trundle back
Did
in the
we?
day. But
no, it was Quinn who played Trundle. I remember that. We won one game against Dante with
I don't know
Trundle.
who we is. I don't know you.
Yo, that's fine. We go way back.
Yeah, we do go way back, unfortunately. No, I'm joking. I love this guy.
Oh, man.
He is so rich, and I'm just trying to pass the friendship test. We're about to get into game soon. It's just a little bit of tech delays here and there. Of course, we're not on the production level of LCK, but we're as good as it gets in terms of New Zealand.
Yes, I agree.
Yep.
I love the production that we've had, all tournament long. It's been so cool.
Yep.
The transition, seeing the players in person, seeing, eliminated screens,
Yep.
fan-out snaps,
Yep.
stuff like that. It's actually been so sick.
And of course, this whole tournament doesn't end on League alone. We have a whole another 2 days of competition, guys. We have Valorant on Wednesday, Thursday. We have big names. We have the names of the clubs that have already gone and eliminated. Like we're seeing WDCC again. We're seeing Devs again. We're seeing IEEE. We're seeing CISA. We're seeing CSA. We're seeing all these big teams back again for the Valorant tournament.
That's so cool.
Yeah, we're seeing AUEC too, right? They got eliminated off camera and they're going to be coming back for Wednesday, right? We're seeing these beautiful games and of course Thursday teams being ESA and AUSS for the round 2 battles. Make sure even after this league games, guys, you also be tuning in tomorrow and Thursday for the Valorant side of things. Because listen, right, League is great. We have great League players, but do you know what we even have more of? We have great Valorant players.
It's so crazy. Yeah, this club has every roster here has Immortals, Radiants. It's so crazy to me.
And there's some teams that I want to point out for you guys that you guys should be looking out for. So obviously there is ESA, right? ESA, it's
What's
a
so great about
stacked
them?
roster. We've seen them thousands of times before. We've seen the names before get to final after final. I'm talking about Simply, right? One of the greatest players that we have seen in UOA Valorant Esports. People glaze him so much in Twitch chat that he's elevated beyond the normal Valorant player. We're seeing IU, we're seeing Simpia, we're seeing stuff like I miss her. He doesn't miss her anymore though, right? But he's moved on. We're seeing these things in all these teams. Now we have AUSS as well. We're seeing stuff like Yurska, common names. Winnie, Lenny 2K, right? We're seeing these. We're seeing these crazy names that we've seen before make these high level in the tournaments before and before, all again on Thursday and Wednesday. We're seeing AUEC. We're seeing Shing. Of course, some people don't actually want to watch Shing because he's trash. But it's these big names that draw in names. That's why you guys need to make sure you guys tune in for Valorant as well. This stuff doesn't just end at League, guys. You guys want to be tuning in. You guys want to be watching Valorant. There's so much more competition to this. But now, back to the League side of things.
Getting there, but
you know, Iskander, I agree with you. AUEC is winning Val. If they didn't have Shing on the team, but Shing is gonna bring them down and be the fraud he is and be exposed by AUSS.
Man, I love Shing.
I love Shing too, but you know, when you love someone, you gotta tell the truth about them.
Oh wow.
Nah, I'm just joking. Shing's dropping 50.
60.
Huh?
60.
60?
70.
60? Has he not even dropped? Can he even drop 70 in a game of Valorant?
4 times 13. 5, yeah. But like, you're not getting 5 times 13, are you? Okay, theoretically, you can get 80 kills.
80 kills.
But
I've seen Simply do that. I've seen him do. I've seen him drop 80 in a rainy night at Stoke. You know, I've seen Simply drop 80 before.
Yeah. Like he's him, you know.
He is him, and he is the greatest. He is the faker, you know, of the Valorant scene at UAE. And now we are getting into the Game 1 Fearless Draft Best of 3 of the Grand Finals.
The usual.
That's just so
we're
terrified,
not gonna see.
right?
We're not gonna see a Nivea all series long. That's a given.
They're so terrified and
Alright,
very
very-
bad. I wouldn't be so. Oh, and like you said, UACS did decide to go with blue for side selection.
Yep.
And instantly, just ADC ban after
Syndrome.
ADC ban.
Pantheon. There we go. Respect.
Pantheon, they are scared of Obsess. You know,
Yeah,
Tim
yeah.
Tam, he sounded confident in the interview, but I guess he is starting to sack it in the champ select.
Yeah. Silver ban. Finally.
Silver ban, we rejoice.
We rejoice.
And a Wukong ban, so much respect going towards Obsess.
Yeah, I love these bans from both sides.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, out of Pantheon, Wukong, you know,
Jarvan.
and Silver, we've seen these champions so many times in this tournament, and it's like the first time they're actually truly getting banned.
I think we're just gonna trade Jarvan for Xin Zhao here. It makes sense.
Jarvan for Xin Zhao?
It's like whatever. It's okay. Pretty normal.
And it's like, or maybe even a Poppy, you know?
Poppy
later
that
on.
would be kind of lit.
Later on
Oh,
in
we're
the
going
rotation.
Lucian though.
Lucian.
Okay, so this is the first Lucian we've seen all day today.
So the question is, does Tanza pick up Nami?
But what are you gonna play with Nami? I'd say Smolder Nami.
Yeah.
But
Did they
then
pick up-
again,
did they pick up the
you're
Nami?
gonna play Lucian Melio. You're gonna get cooked.
Yeah.
I don't think you pick up the Nami. You just gotta play around it. You gotta play something against the Lucian. Play like a Draven. Those who
Play
know.
like a Draven, Maybe
Or-
you can play Draven.
You know what? We haven't seen Jin all tournament long.
Jin?
Smolder. There we go.
Jin, yeah.
Is
Like,
it Nami?
Like I said, yeah, Smolder Nami. I think they have to just deny the Nami. I think giving Nami to
yeah.
Dante for the Lucian Nami combo, you're just asking to lose the game, right?
I agree, but then you can still just pick Lucian Melio. So it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
We'll see what transpires here. I do think it should be a jungler pick. Maybe you take the Jarvan away yourself, and then you can trade Xin Zhao instead. I think Lucian Xin Zhao does not sound as strong as Lucian Jarvan.
But I think the correct choice here to make would be to
Melio.
pick the
What
jungle, but maybe they're looking to pick the support
We
first.
thought of Smolder Melio yesterday, right?
You know, I was kind of hoping for, you know, for them to just pick the jungler here and then look for
Yeah,
like a
I
nice
agree.
support to counter when the third pick
Yeah,
comes back to Tanza,
agree.
right? You know, depending on what they pick for Lucian here, they could have held, you know,
I don't think
to
you
pick
had
a
to pick the
Braum,
Melio.
right?
Yeah, I don't think you had to pick the Melio.
Yeah,
here.
I don't think they needed to rush it. I think maybe it's just the panic of, you know, knowing that you're going to lane into Dante.
Yeah. Oh, it's Lucian Yumi.
Yep, well, someone is shameless.
What the hell?
Someone is shameless. Maybe he needs to do some homework and he has the
Dante?
lab work
What
due.
the
Maybe he
hell?
wants to, you know, split screen it. Double check that the support's actually playing the game this game.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he's gonna pull up the stream and watch us, you know, cast his game in
Yeah.
real time.
Maybe, but that would be stream
Ew,
sniping.
this comp is so weird to me. Lucian Yumi Jarvan.
It's interesting. I would like a Poppy pick from Tanz here, right? You've seen the Lucian, you've seen the Jarvan.
I agree. I feel
Poppy
Poppy
pick.
has a lot of agency here.
And flexible top lane too. If Kobe Minor can make it work, but I would prefer Kobe Minor being on more of a carry-oriented, damage-dealing top lane.
Lethality Poppy.
I don't know about that one.
AP Poppy.
AP Poppy?
Oriana. Well, I don't like this Oriana pick. What the?
Maybe it's to deny Oriana from the Jarvan.
I agree. You could just ban it from next round rotation.
That is
though.
true.
You
Or
pick something-
Oriana, or
what mid laner could you even pick here though? I don't think there's much you could pick. I think like Cassio could have been good.
Maybe Morgana.
Morgana,
from
Cassio,
UACS,
something like that. Yeah. But then again, it's very hard to play from this angle here. I think Lucian Yumi Jarvan. That's not something conventional that we see often.
Can UACS play some Diana?
Yes. Obsessed does play Diana.
But
He's not the type. Wait.
Diana mid lane.
Oh, Diana mid lane? Yeah.
They do ban the Poppy away. Maybe they don't hear me from the other room. Maybe I gotta speak a little bit quieter.
Oh man. Gotta be a little bit quieter, you know?
Maybe.
Well, what do you think they're gonna ban here?
Okay, whispering is it's a little bit too like sensual. It's making me feel uncomfortable.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, Victor.
Oh,
Okay,
Victor
that
ban comes
yeah. Victor looks good with the identity of UACS here. I don't know what Tanza can pick blind here.
I think they are just really afraid of
It's
that
gonna
mid
be
lane, right?
I think into Jarvan. I mean, obviously you have Oriana, so it could be a Nocturne angle, but into Smote Amelia, it doesn't have that much like synergy. Jack Span's pretty good here. I remember. Okay, there we go. There's a Nocturne, right?
That's a Nocturne Oriana. We're talking about multiple games in a row, right?
I feel like Camille R5 could look good here as well. It's pretty standard. What the?
But the one thing I am
Into
doing
that?
is that when you do pick the Trundle, you need to look for a CC heavy top laner, right?
Yeah.
Tanza's lacking a lot of CC here.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to champions like Lucian who are so slippery.
It's
How
Nocturne.
you plan to knock it down?
Trundle.
And it's a Trundle pick.
It can go either way. I think
Yeah.
Trundle can have value. It depends. Lucian, Yumi, I feel like you can't punish that at all.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't think you would ever be punishing that.
Yeah,
so
you see
it makes
Kobe.
sense.
Oh, I was just about to say, you see Kobe Mino on the screen. That's actually Tim Tam. He seems very passionate about winning this game, very ready. Has the Casio watch on as well.
I think Nocturne could have had value here. You can isolate the Lucian Yumi. Oh wait, we're banning LeBlanc instead of Victor. I feel that's a blunder. I don't think you're ever playing LeBlanc into that Tanza comp. I
But
think
guess
Victor
in
makes
terms
sense.
in terms of laning, it does make it a little bit easier for the Oriana
Yeah.
to have the LeBlanc on rather than the Victor.
I agree. Victor Oriana. Usually Victor does bully out the Oriana.
I don't think UACS has a damage issue anymore, so they can look for a tank. And
Yep,
they do
there we
it on their own.
go.
Into a Trundle.
Low
does
key,
cost you a
Trundle
red
could go
down.
top here.
Yeah, I can.
We
agree with
always
that,
we
yeah.
used to always play on Trundle.
Yeah.
It just depends. I think
Oh, I would like a bit of a Vi. If it is
Vi would look pretty
Yeah.
good. You got two immobile carries in the.
Yeah.
It's
or
gonna
or
be
is or they're asking just taking
Gwen.
Gwen top.
Yeah, you do need a little bit more magic damage. It does make sense, but
But the issue that I see the most is just that how are you
yeah.
ever locking down the solution? Where is your CC coming from?
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
With the Yumi movement speed, with the Yumi properly cleansed like Shiralia's, all the items she built, how are you ever stopping the solution?
But then again, it feels like when you're playing Lucian in this angle here, if I was playing Lucian, I'd be like, what am I doing this game? I'm probably gonna dash in, I'm gonna ult, and that's really it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting draft. I do think your ACS does take the small edge over due to the
Yeah.
lack of CC from Tanza.
And then if we get to late game, I think they're pretty evenly matched in terms of scaling.
But of course, that smolder true damage burn is just so dangerous.
It is deadly.
And of course, before the now that we'll finish the draft, the pre-game interview, and yeah, we'll see you guys after the interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Interclub Esports Championship 2025 interview room, brought to you by Indomie. Here I am today with
Adam,
Jason, Ali.
All right, Adam, Jason, and Ali. First of all, I wanted to ask, what teams are you here to support today?
the computer science team. Yeah, got the boys playing.
That really was cool.
UOACS.
UOACS. Is that? It doesn't have a computer science.
Yeah, science.
I don't even know. UOACS.
UOACS, all UOACS supporters. Similar to yesterday. Yesterday we had Mr. Josh Lee and the current president of UOACS. Lots of support for our comp sci boys. Now, of course, going into this game, what are your thoughts on the current draft?
Both teams look pretty solid, to be honest. I see Tanza, they're a bit more. They got some scaling champs, you know, UACS. Their bot lane looks a bit dominant at the moment. Mid lane's pretty even. Top lane, even as well. It's going to be a good game, I reckon. Yeah.
I see. And I feel like maybe this isn't a question I even need to ask. But what do you guys think about the outcome of this match? Who do you feel is going to take this?
I reckon I can go either way, but rooting for my boys in CS, you know? Of
course.
I think they got it.
Yeah, me too. I hope Dante can take it home.
Ooh.
My boy Dante. Last time though, I was here last time and they lost, so I'm like.
I see. And before we go, I just wanted to ask you guys, what is your favorite Indomie flavor?
Blue.
Blue, for sure.
Blue. Okay. Thank you guys for being here with me today. Now let's look at the players.
first game of the best of 3, and Dante already face checking the pixel bush at the bottom river and poked out. Maybe Oriana's looking to stop the recall, but he already knows, he already perfectly stepped out of the range, looking to get this recall. It's not too late if he does recall at a minute, and it looks like he will be able to safely recall.
Might get cancelled again. It's gonna take some damage here to cancel it. That's pretty huge.
That is really nice in favor of Smolder and Meteor getting that
Pretty
level 2
worth.
first. Yeah.
Yeah, just, you know,
Yeah,
having
Victor
some
looking
fun
to
out
get
here.
that early game ward in the enemy jungle, but Trundle is there to hold it down. But what is he going to do into range champion?
Yikes.
He just got tickled. And the wall comes down, and he looks to ward as well.
Yeah, Dante kind of late to the lane. He's gonna have no priority in this lane here, and so far pretty standard. Oriana's phase brush. Smolder has big footwork, pretty standard stuff. Nothing too unusual from both sides, and we're just gonna play the laning phase out. We have scaling champions on each side, so we aren't gonna have many fights really outbreak here. Just some casual laning phase stuff, and I hate Melio for that emote specifically.
Of course, getting right into the game. Of course, Smolder just looking to scale, right? He just needs to make it to the 225 stacks. That's the insurance for Tanza that their late game will be good.
Yep, so pushing into Dante because he didn't have lane pro in the first place, so he's gonna be fine with the CSing here. He should get all of these. And bit of a rough lane for the Ornn, but Ornn just needs to gain EXP. Doesn't really care too much about gold in the grand scheme of things. Just needs to survive, and that's what he will be doing. Gwen did opt in for TP Flash. Usually we see something like TP Ghost or even TP Exhaust usually, but you know, TP Flash, not bad. You can do some fun shenanigans with EQ Flash. Casual stuff, yeah.
Victor Oriana, pretty boring farming lane, of course, without the involvement or the ability and evolution of Victor. Just farming those fragments, and Oriana just farming to get those items up until she one-shots the back.
Yeah, seems like Jarvan is a little bit quicker in terms of his clear. I think he will get the Krug before.
Oh, he doesn't go that. The cannon there was pretty close. Kobe Maidu letting the Ornn take the damage, so it's fair for him.
Yeah.
Or else he'll win lane too harsh.
It seems like we're going to be contesting for the Scuttle Crab or for a gank here. Trundle doesn't really know what's happening, but the Scuttle Crab's already gone.
Kobe Maidu looking a little bit squishy into Godlets. Of course, however, Gwen's HP bars are a lie, you know. In an instant, she can be half HP, right, with that Q sweet spot, with that passive heal.
Yep. And also because she can buy Doran's Ring, she has 2 potions rather than 1 potion on.
Oh, Victor pretty deep in their own jungle of Panzer.
What is going
looks
on?
Like he looks to be stuck. But
What
the
the?
mana, but the W from Zushi Makeout goes wide.
No
There's
flash.
no way for him to go out. He flashes out, but Obsess is
Obsess
here
is
as
here.
well. Obsess is here.
Who's baiting who?
Temtem
He's
flashes
all
on
in.
Zushi Makeout, but the slow is too much. The rip
Oh.
is too much. He's not going to reach the Victor in time. And now it's looking bad for Frosty Pigeon. And he gets taken down by Obsess too. Beautifully kited away by the Victor.
days.
And now Yubi died too. Dante just dominating lane with zero help from anywhere.
Wow, what a turn of things. We were playing so slow, and all of a sudden, minute 4 dinged, and we were all just fighting on each side of the map.
It's just unfortunate, right? You know, that fight could have been so much different if Oriana was managing that mana a little bit differently. It could have been so much better if, you know, Obsess didn't have that red buff slow to stop Temtam from jumping on the Victor, right? Because Temtam Q took a bite, you know, took a chunk out of Victor with his Q to slow him, and that still wasn't enough. He couldn't continue those auto attacks because of the red buff slow from the Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan being able to cover for the Victor was so pivotal there. If Jarvan was not there, that was a pretty clean kill for Tanzla, you know?
Of course, and then flash coming out from Trundle as well.
Uh-oh.
But Kobe Miner, oh,
It's alright.
it's too easy for the goats.
But, you know, I think that, yeah, that's your Gwen is immune, you know? So you have to play a lot more careful here. You're not immune no more for maybe 20 more seconds.
And the Gwen ability, of course, you know, it's not just about being immune. Even if someone's in your zone, you get those bonus armor, you get that bonus MI resistances in your little W square. You know, so it's just such a powerful ability, and it's something that you gotta keep in mind when you're looking to fight the Gwen.
Yeah, you gotta track it. But, oh, not really punished. He's gonna teleport back onto the wave. Smolder is a bit zoned from the wave, but it doesn't really matter too
And
much.
Gwyn comes to lane with the Haunting Guys, you know, a very great buy, especially into a tank.
Yikes,
like
he has
her.
so much money.
Yeah, it's crazy. And a tech pause. Where is our computer science execs? Can they come fix this, please?
Yep, because in the current job market, best he can do is IT tech support.
That was said by Tony, not Jinhu.
Yo, I'm getting thrown on the bus.
That was said by Tony, not Jinhu.
Well, we're back into the game. Nothing was said during that tech pause, and just some trading going on. Games like mostly like stabilized. 800 gold lead for UACS, and of course, Jarvan has the 2 kills, but Jarvan 0 kills, Jarvan 2 kills, almost the same in my opinion.
Granted, something that the flight has used. Flap.
He doesn't care. He's all in.
But Dante's
No.
taking so much damage. Dante's been underestimated the volley, but Gwyn all goes wide. But Kobe Mainu, he did that on purpose to give the Ornn a chance in lane.
I agree. It's not too bad. He's gonna get the push here. He knows that the Jarvan's bot lane, so he can really punish this Ornn pretty freely.
It could be a bit of a ball lane fight going.
Yeah, we're posturing towards bot lane because Lucian was playing so aggressive, trying to get all of this priority. And
Yeah, they
so
have
he will
zero
get it.
vision on Obsessed. They have 0 clue. Obsessed is here. I think he's been spotted by Tungo now.
Yikes.
Doesn't matter. Look at the low amount of mana on
Smolder.
On the Smolder, of course, he needs to be building the first components, whether it's Essence Tree, right? With this Triforce, where the mana just naturally scales with the levels. In this early levels, he really faces that mana constraint, similar to the Orianna earlier on in that mid lane fight.
Everyone needs time to scale, but are you allowed to scale here? UACS, they scale well and they have the early game presence.
Sure, they have 2 kills, right, UACS, but it was only that one small, mistake in the mid lane. So apart from that, I think UACS Tanz is doing a very good job, negating UACS from making any advances in the game.
For late game composition, only 1k gold behind is not too bad.
Of course, no team has actually looked this close against UACS in the 7-minute mark. Usually the game already felt predetermined on who was going to win, but now, we're getting that competitive first game today.
Yeah, you saw the Gwen bullying the Ornn out, nearly getting a solo kill, but ended up not happening. But, we're showing signs of life. Both sides, they're not willing to lose this game.
Yeah, of course, both junglers hanging out topside. Ornn is a little bit deep with no vision. It looks like he's looking for a ward down here. But, Chando does not seem interested. Chando is wrapping around. Maybe he's looking for some vision on Grubs. He can't be doing this here. Vic has full power in the mid lane.
Yeah, but
he seems
I
to back
think
off.
Dante might be looking for something. Godblade's gonna look for a knockup, but not much gonna happen here.
Looks like Obsess has already started the Grubs, as he knows that Chando did have to back off. And he does
Orianna
go.
has recall, so it's basically free Grubs. Even the Trundle's gone. He's gonna look downwards towards the jungle camps, but also his Drake. That should be free.
Well played from UACS. They didn't have to fight. They won a war without shooting a single bullet.
Yeah, but then again, it's better to not flip the whole game off of Grubs, Stuff like that, because I don't think Tanza would win this fight in Grubs, because, they're scaling comp.
See, it is a scaling comp, but you also forgot they have Kobe Mainu, He is the comp himself, right?
This is true.
Of course, pings coming in from Dragon, from Tanza, and question mark pings coming out from UACS. Of course, when Obsess is doing that Grubs, it makes it much more difficult to contest Tanza at the same time, especially how the time is lined up almost exactly the same.
Yep, Drake gonna get started now. We're gonna see quite typical pathing. Just gonna take this. Gonna go quietly back into our jungle. Maybe Trund looks at invade, but not really. I'm pretty surprised that the Jarvan just stops at his camps and doesn't take the check as large recalls and then gets home for a Sundered Sky. Okay, that does make sense, yeah. Now his clear's gonna be much quicker and then he's gonna have the red buff longer rather than recalling and wait after the red buff.
Kobe Mainu misses his Q on the cannon, so he has to eat forward for it. But he comes out with the same amount of HP because it is Gwen.
Yeah, he's got a whole
Dante
wave
looking
to
for
eat.
something. Dante gets hit by the football. Ooh, cheeky little poke here and there. We're already seeing a little bit of that, meteor burn coming on with that Smolder Q. It's something that a lot of people forget, but that meteor burn on his passive does do a surprising amount of damage.
It stings, man. Overall, game slowed down quite a bit. Nothing to fight for. Grubs are gone. Drakes are gone. We'll probably not see much for a few minutes. But we're gonna get an all-in onto the Gwen.
Oh,
Good
great
flash.
flash on Kobe Manu.
Doesn't
But
matter.
Kobe Manu's knocked out. He has one more ult though. It goes wide. The W and Kobe Manu goes down from God Blitz. Beautifully played from both
Holy
top
moly.
laners. Both perfectly used flashes. Just a little bit wide from Kobe Manu's 1,000
Oh,
cuts.
Tim Tam's here. He's probably gonna get a free kill. Hey.
And, oh wow,
Doesn't
the
break
E
it.
didn't destroy the pillar. Usually,
Yeah, what?
on E's do destroy player created objects.
Jarvan
But
here.
Optimus here as well. Cataclysm on the
flash.
smolder. He does flash out.
He's
Minion
gonna
ult
survive.
comes through.
Oh my
And
days.
nothing for nothing, I guess. Just cooldown
What,
to
double
cooldown.
flash? 2 flashes, not bad.
Nice exchange. Of course, Obsessed looking for the re-dive here possibility.
Yeah,
of
can
course,
they clear this wave? I
Smolder
don't think
still
so.
has his barrier.
Frosty Pigeon can teleport here once he gets back to base, but I don't think it's gonna come out in time.
Obsessed misses an EQ on the Smolder. Dante walking up for it. Dante takes down the Smolder. That's a big cash out. Why is Melio walking up? You're taking free damage, giving him his reset on his E. But it looks to be the play is already over.
Yeah.
The TP wasted by Frosty Pigeon as the whole mid lane tower is cracked open like a walnut. But of
Yeah.
course, being able to giving the gold to the mid laner is probably a much better option than giving it to the to Dante, of course, right?
Yep.
And it looks like Gwen gets the prompts on the top wave. You know, just your average, you know, Gwen on lane, right?
Proxy farming.
But wow, 3 platings for Victor is no joke.
Yikes.
No, that's that Grubby's value coming out, right?
Yeah, grub value. Gwen might be caught here. Jarvan doesn't have ultimate, so I don't think they really have a kill pressure, but you know, Gwen has no ultimate, no flash. Maybe they could look for something here. Corralling her into the bush here. Seems to be dead. Who's gonna get the kill? It's gonna be the Ornn that picks up the kill, surprisingly.
And down goes Kobe Miner.
Yeah, just going to 0-2, which was, you know, it all transpired in a couple of minutes. She was looking so dominant, you know, even doing this proxy farm, you
I
know.
think the worst thing about that is she didn't manage to actually fully clear that cannon wave that was coming
Yeah.
into the top side. So she is losing a fair bit
Gonna get
by that
ultimate
wave,
lord.
you know. And of course, Ornn has the 3 Gubbers as well to ensure that he can at least grab 1 plating for himself.
This lane mismatch is a bit terrifying. Orianna can't really do much if Lucian decides to just culling her. Yeah, it's so much damage. I'm not sure of this lane match. She's so dead. Dante getting the freest kill of his life. Very well played.
Of course, the flash did come from Orianna, but by then it was already too late, you know.
Yeah, did not respect it. When you see this lane management, it's just not
He already
it.
flashed on the Victor. He just put the W down and he gets the 2-back.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
That's not enough. You know, I feel like just even like a frame longer and Victor lives there. And then, you know, Obsess can come help him out, but the angle just wasn't there.
Yeah, a little bit of trading going on. Trade for kill, but just so like, you know, disrespectful just walking up like that if you're Orianna. Yes, you have phase rush, but even then you're not getting away from a Lucian Yumi. And Ornn's getting a little bit abused, but doesn't matter too much. He waits this. Oh, Orianna zoned, having the
Obsess-
time of her life.
Obsess does have flash and cataclysm if they really want to force a game.
Yeah, but you don't have to. You can just win like this.
Dragon coming up in 50
Everything.
seconds, and there's full control in the bot lane for UOACS. Of course, Lucian probably should look for the recall soon, as he does seem to have stacked up a lot of gold.
Yeah. If I was Orianna here, I'd be so depressed, not gonna lie.
Depressed?
Like,
You know, if I was Orianna, I can't imagine that because I would be winning instead.
true.
30 seconds up to Dragon. Trundle already positioning for it.
Smolder with 94 stacks. It's a bit behind compared to normal Smolder.
But it could be worse, right? Especially when you're playing into someone that's 8
Yeah.
times your peak.
This might be true. Oh well.
Of course, Kobe Manu, a little bit of a, you know, disappointing lane compared to the other 2 matches, but, you know, he's just going easy on Godless, right? He
Yeah.
knows that he can win.
Orianna is gonna get caught here in the bottom lane. Gonna get hit by Jarvan EQ. Has ultimate. Frosty Pigeon, no flash. Good as dead. Gonna give to the
But
Victor.
he just doesn't have the flash from that earlier play in the bot lane, right? into
Holy
Dante.
moly, yeah.
And
It's
when you
compounding.
don't have a dash and there's a, you know, there's a Jarvan in the enemy team, no flash means you can't be walking up
Like,
at
I
all.
do not like this lane management at all. I don't know why we sent the Smolder Amelia here when, you know. Like, I think you had some good survivability, but now this Orianna just has to pay the price for the bot lane
Raven's already
defense.
bought by 1. It looks
Yeah.
to be, you know, trying to complete that formula. Of course, in the champions like, you know, Emilio and the champions like Trundle and Gwen, it does make sense why he would like to pick up that formula or earlier on.
Yeah, I don't think Ornn's dying for a little bit.
Yep, just wait till Trundle ults and go in a team fight. You know, that's when the true kill
Yeah.
pressure on Ornn comes.
Ouch.
Oh, that is a bit of damage coming up from
That's
Orianna.
damage.
But
You talked about damage, and here we are. That's so much damage onto the Orianna. Dante did not like that disrespect. How dare you hit me with your ball?
Pause. Orianna, a bit of a madman, deciding to finish that, Seraphs at 180 stacks of tier,
It's whatever, to be honest. He kind of just, trying to buy whatever you can. But yeah, at the very least, inner turret doesn't fall down. It's not more gold swing, but it seems that Dante is going to build the rapid fire cannon here. Actually, just trying to punish the bot lane here.
Heaps of pings coming out of the bottom.
Prowling.
Obsess is overextended.
Caught.
He can't be there. Now
Okay.
Dante's is in danger as well. The Q comes from Tim. Dante's is
Okay.
at the Trundle lot, but he
That's
does
fine.
manage to get out.
Wow, we invested quite a lot there, honestly. We got a TP. Not too bad. Not too
But
bad.
that's what you
Just-
gotta look for, right?
Yeah.
When you're almost, when you're 8 and 2 kills behind, when you're 5k gold behind, those are the small things you gotta look for. You're looking for the scraps. You're looking for when they make those small mistakes. And in those small mistakes, you gotta invest everything.
I
'Cause
agree.
These
Tim
players are
Tam.
good. They're not making mistakes ever again.
Yeah.
Apart from Vijay
Oh.
Nika. Good flash from the Victor to dodge the shockwave.
Incredible flash.
Wow.
I think Tim Tam could have reacted, but, he's on an F1 driver. It is what it is.
Yeah, but he's not an F1 driver.
He is a Trundle driver.
He's a bus driver carrying Tanza, if anything.
Yeah. He's trying to make these fights happen,
Yeah.
These pillars, they're very strong.
Yeah, of
forcing
course.
sums.
Of course, UACS is a lot ahead, but with these games and with this team comp, with Gwen, with Orianna and Smolder,
top jungle.
Smolder just needs to hit 225, or Orianna just needs to hit one nice shockwave, and the game's completely turnable.
Yeah, top and jungle are quite even in terms of gold, but all the gold lead is in the mid lane and bot lane, where each of them are 2,000 gold lead ahead of the respective laners.
Of course, all I'm feeling right now is imagine the Tanza had a champion, that could build Serpent's Fang, right? The Lucian, the Yuumi, the Victor Q, the Jarvan W, and just, the Ornn as well. Just
What
having
the
Serpent's
hell?
Fang would be amazing.
Yeah, not many champions in the current meta pool really build Serpent's Fang. We saw Viego build Serpent's Fang earlier today.
But in a very interesting composition, we saw Lee Sin build a Serpent's Fang yesterday as well.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but of course he lost that game too, so Serpent's Fang actually
It
a
might be in a
0%
bait.
win rate.
Yeah. It is very interesting how this game is transpiring. 6k gold lead to UACS. They're playing the macro game pretty well, taking the inner turrets and trying to siege. Dante might be a little bit forward, but it's okay. He's got his whole team. And that healing is a little bit disgusting, not gonna lie, from the Yuumi Q passive. Yeah, and we're just gonna farm a little bit. Nothing to fight for at the moment. 2 minutes for each objective. Dante's gonna walk around. He's the main guy. He runs this joint,
Yeah. 2 minutes to Dragon, right? Ideally, Smolder wants to be finishing off that item. Hopefully Orianna has finished Saras by then. And, Chando, it looks like he is building Deadman's Play, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yep, and Gwen has built herself the
Dante.
blood nails.
Oh,
I'm not too familiar with the word, but it is the magic shred item. But I don't know.
Blood letter.
Yeah, blood letter. It's not blood nail. Sorry. But do you really want to be building the item as a Gwen? The majority of damage does come from that true damage kind of things, right? How much money are you actually losing by building the item when you could have built something? Anything really. You could have built yourself a Leandra. You could have built yourself a Nash's for that attack speed.
Yeah, pretty interesting that we don't have a Nash's Tooth on the Gwen,
Of course, Smolder does finish their rapid fire cannon, which would be great, considering it does stack with the meteor W for this dragon fight.
Yeah, not too bad. We got some power spikes, but this Orianna just feels a little bit useless. But utility. If our Gwen could do a lot of damage, maybe she can clean up the rest of the fight.
Could we get a Smolder stack check, please?
152, so it's
152?
past
Still
the threshold.
Pretty far away for to be able to get up before that dragon that's coming into the middle. Of course, I always try to emphasize the importance of dragon, right? But this is not just a dragon. This is for Arakan as well. And at this point in the game, when you're fighting for dragon and Arakan at the same time, all 5 of you guys are going to be there. And when all 5 is there, whatever fight
All hell
happens,
breaks
it's
loose.
going to be the game-deciding fight.
Yeah. But honestly, I don't know. If there's a way that you can give up Drake without giving up Arakan, that's probably the best case scenario for Tanza. Because you have an extra Drake from earlier on from the game. You can give up this Drake. It doesn't matter too much. But Arakan doesn't feel like he can really give up. But, we shouldn't be flipping games off of a single Arakan.
Look at what Trundle is and look at Dante is. I don't know if it's the Trundle that's disrespecting or Dante's out of his mind.
Yeah, we're gonna see what's gonna happen here. Temtam's gonna cross the lane.
He is out of the vision. Oh, no.
Okay, he's gonna put the Rift Tower down. That's some pressure down towards the mid lane.
And he can then choose to walk down towards the Dragon.
Drake is gonna go away.
Dante is looking to collapse on this Temtam, but he should be alright, especially with the pillar and his
Very unlucky. That's what it is.
Just not enough for the tower. It looks like Obsess is already looking to do this dragon.
I don't think we should be fighting for this. Dante is just gonna do just a little bit of poke.
No, he doesn't actually do that much damage to the Trundle there.
Yeah, because it's not. He has Navori quick blades, you know.
It's just that cloth armor and the plate of silk coming in. A little bit of aggressive dash forward from Dante. The exhaust comes through on the Temtam. The culling coming through, but the culling is not good. The soccer ball connects, but the pillar Dante times the dash over. Obsess does have Cataclysm and ult.
The timing to try to punish the Lucian is so difficult because of Navori quick blades. You get your dash maybe every 4 seconds.
And it's just that lack of hard CC, right?
Yeah.
Like, how are you ever planning to lock down Dante?
Imagine if you had a Vi or something, you know?
Vi,
you could layer it
he
down.
was a dead man there.
Yeah.
You know, it's very difficult. I think, you know, a Vi could have been a nice angle. Of course, it's more reliable backline access for the shockwave from Orianna on top of it.
We're pinging towards the Archon here. It's looking a bit scary. It's a bit sketchy for Tanza. Are we gonna flip the whole game for an Archon? Answer might be yes. Maybe not. It's pretty much gone in the way of UACS. Yeah, we're gonna give it up. We're gonna try to do a cross map.
Dragon and Archon just got
It
like
is
that.
very difficult from here onwards.
No, but I have to respect that this is making the chose to make, because of course, right? You can either fight for it and be afraid that the game is gonna go away from your hands, lose the fight and lose it even faster.
Yep.
Or you can look to just sit back and just play the insurance.
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
225
Smolder.
skill.
Yeah, would you rather have a 225 Smolder or Archon?
No, that's a very good question.
It's nearly neutral. It depends on the Smolder, right?
I would say, you know, the 225 Smolder, right?
Yeah.
If there wasn't a 3-0 Lucian that's also a rank 1 player, right?
Yeah.
It's just a very hard call to make.
It really depends. If Smolder can get to 6 items, maybe the Archon really just doesn't matter, you know? Even then, you only need like 3-4 items actually, in reality.
It does look to be Infernal Soul for this game.
Infernal Soul is very scary, but... Oh no, is it? Yeah, it is.
And it's always pretty scary, right? Just a better poke, you know?
Yeah,
better
but
extra burst.
it's gonna be minimum 10 minutes until we fight for that. So they're really, you know, giving them 10 minutes. Can you scale in 10 minutes? What power spikes can we hit in 10 minutes? We're gonna have whatever your Orianna's building. If that's not a Bloodletters, I'm gonna cry. But you know, if it's a Leandries, it's like whatever. If it's a Rift, can you go Rift Maker?
I don't think you should be building Rift Maker. I think the only
yeah,
time it would
oh,
be
come on to Gwen. Gwen is immune, right? Yeah, it's not gonna hit, but Dante's here.
Gwen
He's gonna go into melee range.
Flash and a hit, but it doesn't matter. The Brittle and Brittle and Brittle.
Yikes.
Gone out of the game.
That was a little bit disgusting in terms
You know, I
of
said
damage.
Dante didn't do that much damage, but I actually decided to take it back.
No.
She got popped extremely quickly. You know, it feels
Yeah.
like there is no true front line on the side of Tanza compared to that Ornn, right? So I think the only chance that they really have in terms of front line is just the Trundle has to look for the ult on the Ornn to steal the resistances. But even then, you're only tanking for so long, right?
Ooh. Okay, never mind. I might be doing a bit more damage than that, but you know, it's all just cosmetic, you know. Oh, there we go. Some damage. Here we go. It's more scaling a little bit. Oh, he's gonna get the culling out. Gonna burn Smolder here. One's gonna ult here. Yeah.
Play the wave. Dante just already aware that Temtam would be there, right?
Yeah. Slow methodical gaming. I think it really is just on Smolder if you can really scale, and you know, Gwen isn't really doing much here. She's just kind of bouncing waves with the Ornn. And I think the junglers are kind of out of commission as well. Jarvan hasn't really done anything unique or special in the last 10-20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely both these teams playing much more reserved compared to the other teams that they were basically smurfing on.
Yep.
Right? I think it's, yeah, I think they're all much more careful, especially because it is the grand finals, right?
Yep.
It is a fearless draft. Of course, these champions, we're not going to be seeing them again. The smallest gone that Tanza does love. Of course, the Lucian that Dante really loves. These hard lane-winning picks are gone as well, so they're very scared. They don't want to drop a game, because when you drop a game, it's not about just going one down in the series. It's also losing some of the champions that you're extremely comfortable with.
Yeah. Dante blundered. He took the Masterwork item, Navori, but let's see what's gonna happen here. Dante looks caught, not really.
It does come down from gauntlets. You know, it's just a precautionary TP, right? You don't know what you're seeing there. Maybe Dante dies there if the TP came any bit later.
Yeah, they see TP, they're gonna back off. They're gonna be like, alright, we got the TP, we got what we wanted, we're gonna recall. You know, our Trundle is a bit low.
But it was great from Tanza's side because they had to sacrifice nothing to get Quadrilitic's TP, right?
Yeah,
They still have all the ultimates on their side. Frosty Pigeon still has the shockwave for this fight if needed. And Kobe Miner still has an ult as well. 10 times has the subjugate available to him. So in this fight, he can still become that tank monster by taking away God Blitz's resistance.
Yeah.
It looks to be a fight for this tier 2 top tower. But
Can we siege it? Doesn't seem
Kobe
like
Miner
it.
already looking for it. No ultimates being invested once again. You know, both these teams playing so careful. They're so scared to look for something big. Because of course, Baron's up now. You know, Dragon's coming up soon. No one wants to die. No one wants to make the risky play. It's just poke after poke. You know, no real engage.
Yeah.
225 stacks coming up from Smolder here. This is where the game can begin to
Look at
change.
UACS's positioning. They're hitting the Baron. It might be already gone. It's about a quarter of it gone.
And they have zero clue.
They have zero clue. They're thinking Dante's going to go back towards the mid lane. But
I think they understand it now. I think they see it now. But it's way too late.
It's
the
gone.
Baron's at 2k. It's already gone.
Wow.
You gotta be careful. You're a little bit too deep, Tanza. You
too
got
deep?
baited in.
Oh, it
And
hits the
cunning
Trundle.
comes from, but you
Oh,
flashes
Orion-
away.
oh,
And
stuff like that.
somehow, everybody makes it out alive. And UOACS comes out of it with a Baron on top. But, but Dante, you're a little bit close. The dash gets cancelled, but the exhaust
They have no damage.
Honeybee Minor, your damage doesn't exist. When that exhaust comes through, 10 Tammers popped as
Okay,
well. Dante's
Smolder.
running it down. This is nothing for him.
Dante.
He's a pro player. The tower shot isn't
What is
enough.
that?
The
Healing.
W from everything. The healing is so much from the Yumi. Dante makes it out alive, and he takes 4 down, and the only one left is the Melio. This might be game over. Melio with no wave clear, with the Grubbies, with the Baron. This is game, and it's game 1 gone to UACS, and this is bad. Tanza needs to lose one more, and the game's up. They've lost, they've choked the grand finals, and Tanza has already taken some of the comfort picks, right? Like the Oriana, like the Smolder. This is so bad for Tanza. Looking like such a hard game. And Dante, a perfect game. You know, Yumi a perfect game as well. But what can you really do? You can play Yumi with no hands, right? Victor with 1 death. You know, Java with 1. It's a perfect game from UACS. The only fumble they even had was just those small times where they did overextend. I don't see a world where Tanza will be able to come back from this 1-0 deficit.
Yeah, we're going to see what strategies we'll be switching up on. Yeah, like, it's so difficult, but now, at the very least, Tanza should be picking the blue side, so I wonder what strategies will change in its upcoming game.
Yeah, I'm interested. I think they just gotta have a direction, right? I feel like in the early to mid game, there was zero real action from Tanza. The only close bit of action we actually had was, you know, that Victor play that didn't even work out in the favor, right?
Yeah.
Obsidian managed to come through, hit the counter gang, and managed to leave with 2 kills there. You know, I think Tanza's got to look for these early leads, because realistically, I'm sorry, no matter how good you are, you're not going to be out macroing your ACS. You're not going to be beating them in the macro game. You saw the way that they managed to Rax away the Dragon and the Arakan in the same play with 0 contest. You saw how they did the vision play around Baron to sneak that away, and if anything, managed to try almost get a kill on the fadeaway ult that needed the meteor flash away to stay alive, right? These macro plays, Tanza, you can't compete in the macro side of things. You got to look for the hands checks. You got to look for the early game skirmishes. You got to look for the micro things that can get you that lead. And I don't think Tanza's playing for that. They're trying to sit back and play the scaling comp. Sure, you got the Smolder 225, but what? You tried fighting with it, and your whole team just crumbled away, right?
Yeah.
And they need to look for these early game fights from Tanza.
Yeah, I think somehow you're just going to start brawling. I think mid lane, there were so many opportunities to try to catch Dante, right?
Yep.
But he's so far up in the lane, but no one's punishing him. Because quite frankly, you can't because of the way you drafted this game. He has a Lucian, but you have no hard CC. You have an Oriana, you have a Trundle. Like, you could have picked Nocturne. Maybe you could have picked him off with a Trundle, but with an Oriana Nocturne combo. But no, we picked Trundle here.
I think the Trundle should have been top, and then we could have looked for like a Vi jungle. But then again, when you do that, you also run into the problem of your playing full AD into an Ornn, right? So it's just a very hard draft to actually really think about, even though, you know, we can say they could have improved this and that. In the
grand scheme of things,
the grand scheme of things, it's actually much more difficult, right?
Yeah.
And now I'm really interested for game 2. So we have the 10 bans that 5 of each that each team has, right? And then on top of that, we have the 10 champions banned away from game 1.
Yep.
And these 10 champions, the champions we've seen before. That was Dante's second game in the tournament alone on Lucian. We've seen multiple Jarvans. We've seen the Oriana before. We've seen so many Smolders, so many Melios. And first time on the Yumi, actually. So we can see some interesting picks in the support role now that we actually got Melio out. You know, every other support is still up for grabs, so because I'm sure no one was actually planning to play Yumi apart from you or ACS.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested in the direction that they can be taking with the draft in game 2. Yes, so after the amazing game, there's a lot of people in the crowd that have an opinion on it. So we will be going to the interview room for some crowd reactions.
Interclub Esports Championships 2025. Welcome back to the interview room. I'm here with Zach from UACS.
Yep.
Thank you for being here with me. What are your thoughts on the game you just watched?
I mean, it was clean game one. Of course, Obsess and Dante, holding down the
Dante.
team. It's crazy.
Yes,
I
sir.
thought the whole team played well. It was just, clean game.
Yeah.
It was looking good all around. Orn was holding down top lane. It was, looking all good.
Definitely. Once again, Dante's name coming up again and again. Gotta be the star player for UACS. And I mean, hey, what do you think it's gonna happen for the remainder of this match? You think UACS gonna take it?
I think so. I think it's only going to be 2 games. I mean, they can ban whoever they want, but I feel like we've got such a wide champion roster that it's not going to matter. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter. Is it fearless draft? Like, is the bans from this game still carrying over?
Yep, those bans will
okay,
carry over,
okay.
so it's gonna be tough for 10.
Okay.
But we'll have to see. Best of 3.
Best of 3. I mean, it'd be exciting last game, but I think unfortunately it might end here.
It might end here.
Yeah.
But it's all up to the players now, so we'll have to see. Zach, before we go, I just wanted to ask, what's your favorite Indomie flavor?
I've been tossing up,
Tossing up?
I think. So I had the blue one today.
Had the blue one?
So I've always been team red, but the more I have the blue, I kind of it's kind of grown on me. But I think
barbecue chicken.
I've got to stick with my roots, so I'm gonna go the red one.
The red one,
Yeah.
classic.
Yeah.
Here's one red Indomie for you.
Thank you.
Again,
All
thank you Indomie for sponsoring Interclub Esports Championships
Thank you, thank you.
2025. And thank you, Zach.
Thank you, bro.
Yep. Back to the commentary desk.
Hey guys, back already for game 2. The players got ready, so decided to skip the countdown a little bit today. So game 2 against Tanza and UOACS. Of course, Tanza currently down 1-0 in the series in the best of 3. So if they lose this game, they are going home. Right, so one thing that's important about this best of 3 today is that it is fearless. For people who don't know what fearless is, once you pick a champion in the series, both sides cannot pick that champion anymore. So right now, going into game 2, you see those 10 champions in the middle of your screen. They are not able to play those champions in this game on top of the 10 bans that are already in through the champ select. So that gives you a really nice overview, right? So that also makes you think, how do you draft now? You can't pick those champions that we've been seeing so many times consistently throughout the series.
Yeah, it really makes you try to think more creatively in your drafts, and you see champions that otherwise you wouldn't have seen usually. But yeah, these bans get, a bit more nuanced. You don't have to ban the Lucian. You don't have to ban the Jarvan. They were problems, yes, but now they're gone.
Yeah.
So now we're just going to insta-lock B1 Wukong for Tanza.
We have seen Tim Tam terrorize the Rift with the Wukong, so I'm excited for it. I'm happy to see that he finally managed to grab that comfort pick for himself, because Wukong was banned on the side of UACS last game.
Yeah. Well, just going to see what's the response. It's probably jungler. I'd like to see Xin Zhao or something like that. It's going to be Pantheon again.
Yeah, Pantheon. I do think that the Wukong does fare pretty well into the Pantheon.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
So it is interesting, but of course, at the end of the day, it's always comfort over counter pick, right? Yep. And I think that's what we're truly seeing it today. And we know Obsess can make Pantheon work. We've seen him make it work before. We see the beautiful Kobe Minu on screen right now. This is 10 times. I'm talking about the person before it. But, I'm really excited for this game, especially with the fearless draft. We didn't have a chance to see it through the other games, but we're seeing it in this draft today. Misfortune again. We saw Dantes play Misfortune into IEEE, right?
Yunara instead.
But no, Yunara, a champion that you told me yourself, right?
Yeah.
That Dante does love his Yunara.
He loves his Yunara. He's going to try to dog walk people with the Yunara.
Dog walk. Yunara, of course, pretty weak early until she gets that first item, right? And that's when she begins to take over.
But she's not a pushover completely. It's just who you lane her with and who she's laning against is important.
Oh, and the Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe is nice.
Talking about the Ashe.
Yeah.
She is sleeper, right?
Yeah.
And she is pretty good.
I think
and
she fits pretty well.
She has that utility with her ultimate.
Yeah. So just see what we're gonna.
I was about to say
Ashe
Braum.
That's pretty good, especially when Pantheon is a melee. Yunara is pretty low range. Yeah, I like the Braum here. Ashe Braum.
And with the picks for the support that are left, your Melio's gone, your Lulu's gone. All you have really left is a Nami Yunara. You're not playing engage into the Braum.
Yeah, Janna, Renata. There's not much options here, but you can maybe forego it and maybe pick a mid lane. A strong mid laner would go pretty good here.
Yeah, that was a correct shot from you. Cassiopeia is pulled out by UACS. Of course, the issue here for UACS is that Tanza does have the opportunity to completely ban out the support champ pool if they really want to maximize utility out of this Braum.
Yeah, but UACS, they're gonna ban the Hui here. Makes a bit of sense. Cassio has a bit of struggle between long-range champions that can wave clear better than her. And Tanza, we're going to see what we're going to ban here. They're going to look through the whole list what there is potentially the banned support champion pool.
Or maybe the top lane pool.
Yeah, the top lane pool, but yeah, it's going to be Karma. Makes sense. Yunara Karma.
Because no matter how much you ban the top laner, he is still getting counterpicked.
Yeah. See what UACS has in response. I would be trying to pinch maybe one more top laner. Maybe something that is blindable, Malphite, Maokai, I don't know. Yorick.
Maybe a Silas ban.
Silas.
With the
Cassiopeia. They are missing a lot of magic.
With the Cassiopeia and the Pantheon, a Silas ban can be pretty nice, or even a Silas pick.
Okay, yeah, Jax is a pretty good ban.
Showing respect to Kobe Minu's, impressive performance from a game ago.
Rel ban is not bad.
We haven't seen Rel so far, but we do know that UACS support can run Rel. So I actually really do like this Rel ban, right? Like I said, you need to be banning out these supports.
Yep. The thing is, when you have Braum, you can't really play engage into him either. You can't be playing Leona. You can't be playing Nautilus. If you engage onto Braum, he's just going to concuss you. It feels so difficult to play into Braum when you're playing engage like that. So Rel is one of the champions that doesn't really care too much, but we're going to ban Nautilus anyways.
I feel like Braum does better into Nautilus than he does into Rel.
Yeah, Rel is a bit harder because, you can't really do much if you go behind him. But
Yeah.
yeah, Rakan,
And the Rakan, right?
decent.
Now these are the supports that we were talking about, right? These engaged supports that we really want to see.
Yeah.
We're finally seeing that
We're
due
seeing,
to
yeah.
the Fearless.
I love Fearless, man.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, now we're gonna see top here and the mid lane picks here. What are you gonna play into Casio? Casio is very difficult to play around.
But the Mel, just a neutral lane, just farming, sitting back lane. But we've already talked about this before. You can't be playing the scaling comp into your ACS. They're just
No,
gonna
but
out
Mel's
macro you
gonna be locked
and make you bleed for every single bad decision you make.
Yeah, I want to see what top lane it has in the store. It's the Cassante. Overall, very rounded comp. I don't see anything too bad about the Sansa comp. They've got range, they've got CC, they've got setup, they've got tanks, they've got front to back.
Yeah, with the Cassante, if it is Cassante from Tanza, I think the appropriate response would be like a Yorick, right?
Yorick,
or
yeah.
we could see just a Scion just to tank the tank. I'm
Yeah,
interested in
we
what
could
they
also
really
see
have.
magic more, a bit more magic now. We could see a cannon, we could see a rumble.
Cannon is the user response
Yeah,
for Cassante,
cannon,
of course.
rumble. I'm missing one more mage. I swear I am.
You might be thinking of Gwen, but she is banned
She is
due to the
banned.
Fearless rules.
It's someone else, but magic could be pretty decent, especially into Cassante.
Yeah. And if the top lane does feel a bit like a crackhead,
Ew, we're gonna pick
Ooh.
Cho'Gath instead.
Yeah, just a tank matchup. I do think Cho'Gath doesn't have the best time into the Cassante, as Cassante
No.
does have that dueling
I feel
power
like
in laning phase.
If Cho'Gath gets ganked by Wukong, Cassante Wukong just kind of run over Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath doesn't have any escapes. He has one silence, one Q maybe.
Yeah.
But even then, he's trying to walk back to his turret it's just not a good time. But you know what? It's not bad.
I like the Cass.
Hey, it's creative. Cho'Gath is cool.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it today.
We haven't seen it today. We haven't seen the Cass or the Rakan or
Yeah.
Yunara or Ashe or Broom or Mel. Oh no, we have seen Mel before. Sorry, we haven't seen Ashe or Cass or Rakan or Cho and Yunara before. Some fresh picks coming due to the Fearless.
I love Fearless.
I think Fearless pretty cool too. I'm
Yeah.
interested
Do
how.
you know if Worlds is Fearless?
I believe it will be Fearless and Worlds as well.
It better be, bro.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
Cassiopeia Miasma, I'm interested in how that will apply for
I mean,
Wukong.
if
Braum,
you
and
know where
Cassante,
Wukong is
you know?
ganking you, right?
Yeah.
You just put it in front of you, and you can't really do
Yeah,
much
it's
about
just a carpet, He's just got to walk and he's
Yeah,
just
can't
gotta,
even flash on top of it.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
got to
you
go
just
do his
gotta-
own thing. Yeah. I think the interview is ready for the pre-game, and yeah, we'll be sending it over to Atlas.
Hello, thank you for sending it down here to the interview booth. I'm joined by two spectators. We've got Arjun and Lawrence. How you guys doing?
I'm better now. I was at work earlier, so I was pretty terrible before, but yeah.
Yeah, nothing like a bit of esports arena action to wake you up and get you going. How about you, Lawrence?
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Yeah, good to hear. Awesome. Well, obviously we've just seen the draft go down, and who do you have winning this next game, just based on the draft and based on how these teams have been performing?
I'm calling UOACS.
Your ACS tour. What about you?
Oh, CS for sure.
So you guys both here supporting your ACS today?
Yeah, of course. Gotta rep the boys,
What about you, Lawrence?
Yeah, of course, bro. I gotta rep the boys, bro. Up, Josh, bro. Come on now.
All right, a lot of UACS fans here today then. Has there been any other teams have you guys been here the whole day? Have you guys been watching all the teams go down?
No, I just got here, so yeah.
Oh, just here for the grand finals?
Exactly, yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, there've been some crazy games like AUSS and Tanza. I expected AUSS to win that, but they got battered. So.
Were you here for IEEE beating ESA?
No, certainly not.
Yeah, that one was pretty crazy because ESA they were like on paper they had X Pro and everything, and then they lost to IEEE. It was pretty crazy, but yeah, honestly, it's been a pretty great time here. It's good to have so many fans. The energy's been incredible here in the arena. So yeah, are you guys looking forward to this finals?
Yeah, no, I don't even know what one of those champions does, so I feel it's gonna be pretty interesting.
Yeah, hopefully they put on a good show for us. Do you have anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you'd like to say anything to?
Yeah, my boy Josh Lee sitting over there, bro. Come on now.
Yeah, fair enough. And also, before we get into the game, of course, we do have to shout out our sponsor as well. We've got our Indomie behind us. We've got Indomie all over the arena today. We got to ask you guys, what's your favorite Indomie flavor?
I like the brown one, but I take out the peanut sauce packet because I'm unofficially allergic to peanuts. So yeah, no, it tastes mean. Highly recommend.
Fair enough. What about you, Lawrence?
Barbecue chicken.
A lot of people going for the barbecue chicken. We almost ran out behind us, but we've got so much Indomie here that we just refill it all the time. But yeah, no, it's good to have Indomie here. We can actually chuck some Indomie through from our producer. There you go. Enjoy. We got lots to go around, and that does remind. Oh, swapping out for the right flavor. There we go. But yeah, no, this is a good moment to say that if you're watching from home and you want to come in, grab some Indomie, like these two just spectating and supporting the team, then make sure you're here tomorrow as well. The Valorant section will be beginning, and of course Thursday as we will wrap things up for the Valorant segment. But I believe for now we're going to be throwing it back to the casters to get us into the game. So Janu and Tony, back to you guys.
Thank you, Atlas. I love your silky hair today. It reminds me of Ash's silky hair in League of Legends. Great to see you. I'm also very happy to see that you are ACS, supporters in the interview room. But I think for next game, assuming there is a next game, you should grab some of the, some of the Tanza supporters in. I think they need some support as well, considering they are 1-0 down, right, so far. So, yeah, all right. She's been in the game for a little bit now, you know. I think everyone understands her kit now to a better level. You know what build to be doing. You know what matchups are good for her. What is your thought process, going that Yunara into an Ashe Braum lane?
It's very difficult. Definitely, I think Yunara does struggle a little bit in terms of range because before 6, her E is just movement speed.
Yeah.
But Ashe slows you. And I think it's really mitigated. And if you can really get on top of the Yunara, she's not going to be able to escape with Ashe Braum. You're going to slow her, you're going to perma CC her, especially if ganks. Ashe Braum is superb at getting gank set up. And Yunara is going to struggle if she gets camped here.
Would you know of the interaction between Mel W and Cassiopeia? Is there a reflect, or does she just negate it and nothing actually reflects, or do you know what's actually happening here in terms of the mid lane matchup?
I think it reflects. I believe it reflects.
I guess I'll find out as we get into game 2 of the Interclub Esports Grand Finals for League of Legends.
Building on the... You can win wall Cassio ult, right?
Ooh.
So it's a projectile.
Let me quickly search this up,
I
use our
believe
resources to our advantage.
I believe if you can win wall the Cassio ult, then it's a projectile.
Yeah,
so
I
it's
can
gonna
agree with that,
reflect it. Yeah, I mean, Summoner Spell is pretty interesting. We've got Ghost on Yunara. We've got Ghost on Cassante.
Yeah, upon further research from the team, it seems that Cassiopeia ult is not blocked by Yasuo Windwall. Therefore, I do not think Mel W will be reflecting Cass ult, but she'll just be negating it instead.
I see.
So of course, there's not many places that Mel actually can get value out of with her W in this game today.
Yeah, I agree.
But of course, she has that insane team fighting power. She has that insane poke and that wave clear that I'm sure will be effective and useful throughout today's game.
You still pick Mel because she's a great scaler. She, has a lot of poke. She does a lot of damage in the late game. That's why you primarily pick her. You don't pick her to counter people. You pick her because she's strong. But yeah, we can see poke. This is really difficult for, Yunara. She kind of has no abilities. Kind of just doing her own thing.
Of course, just, no matter how much of a lane dominant ADC you are, it's just so hard to actually get that dominance over Dante, right?
Yeah.
You're not playing against someone on the same level as you're playing against someone much better than you, There is that mental block kind of, there's so much of mental block, you just missed that minion on the first wave. It's like the small things and it starts to build up.
Doesn't flash it, but he's gonna opt in to just barrier it. Okay, now we're gonna get the trade back. He maybe gets concussed. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, just like there as well, he should be aware that Dante is going to hit level 2 there, yet he's still staying forward, right? It's just that mental block. Your brain isn't just processing at its peak when you're playing against someone like Dante.
Yeah, it's like when I play against you, I'm mentally blocked because I know you're just better than me.
That is true.
Remember that Cogmore game?
What Cogmore game?
I was playing Cho'Gath and you were Cogmore.
Oh, and the customs.
Yeah. No. I was mentally blocked against you, I know you would just be doing so much damage to me.
Yeah, you've been analyzing the game. It looks like it is a FF for Tanza.
Oh no. Well, we're going to get to the bottom of what happened to you. You've been here.
It looks to be a tech pause.
Wow.
This is the third time it's happened today, It happens though. It happens to the greatest stages. You know, I remember Alsake running into like 6 hour, 7 hour, you know, pauses during.
Was it
DDoS
really
attack.
that long? Oh, the DDoS
It was
attack.
lasting for
Yes,
days,
yes.
you know. But hey, I think Yuban has already connected. We'll see if the players are ready on both sides.
You know, Dante's pretty big, but I don't think he's gonna be affected by these DDoS attacks. You know?
Affected by the DDoS attacks. No, I think that's pretty fair. I think
No.
I'm interested to see how this lane will play out, especially after this pause, right?
Yep.
You know, maybe they're up to something. Maybe they know these pauses gets them longer time to talk about the in-game strats. Maybe they're trying to cheat by pausing, you know?
Yeah.
Turning their scripts on and off.
That's crazy.
Temtam's
Yeah.
jiggling around in the tri-bush. Started bot side looking for a level 3 gank, but it doesn't work out in Tanz's favor. Of course, Obsessed
waste so
just
much time.
pathing normally, already about to finish his clear, while Temtam is
Bro is
only
not ready.
on 3 camps. Yuban, no sound, he says. Why do you need sound playing into a Rakan, I may ask. But who
You
knows?
never know.
You know, who knows?
You
Yeah.
could hear, you know, this ultimate queuing up into the.
Yeah, that is fair.
Something.
when I do play a bit of ARAM, you know, like
Yeah,
if
sound
I'm
cues.
listening to music
Yeah.
and I don't have sound, I actually can't play the game. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
That's why I actually don't play League with music. That's a fact.
Really?
Yep. I actually have the in-game effects and the sound effects like pretty high up so I can actually hear what's going on. I don't listen to music while playing games.
Wow, I play League with music all the time.
Yeah, and that's why your ass. Pause
Wow.
time remaining 28 minutes. I'm joking.
Wow, that's so sad.
That's okay. You're not that bad.
We gotta run it back, man.
Yeah. I'm really wondering, you know, how Temtam's gonna manage it, because he's so behind in this clear and he's so behind on the tempo.
I agree.
Compared to Obsess, who's just about to finish off
But
his clear, right?
To be honest, what is Obsessed gonna do with this time? You know?
You know, maybe look for a double scuttle.
Maybe. I don't know if he will get it there in time, but we just have a little bit trades. That was pretty cool interaction. Cassio E goes back, so he doesn't really punish the, you know. Pretty cool interaction.
It would be the best case scenario, I think, is Mal being able to reflect that miasma onto the Rakan, onto the Yunara, which
Right,
basically
Cassio
makes them
W.
unplayable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that is the best case scenario they have.
It's a projectile, yeah. That's pretty cool. That would be epic. But we're just doing clear, standing clear. Even the Rakan cleared the leash because there's really nothing to do in this game. Ash is like a wave up, but there's probably a wave coming in. Yeah, it's about even.
Of course, Kobe Manu. We've seen Kobe Manu's Kasanti before. It is class. He plays it
Obsessed
beautifully.
is gonna look for the wraparound, maybe.
Remember,
Caleb
does not have barrier. He had to use it earlier for
Oh,
that level
no.
1 mistake. The Rakan W goes
The
wide
flash.
with the flash, but they're only looking
They
for the
got
frog
nothing.
now,
Yeah.
and they all walk out safely. There's not enough damage on Yunara's side early game.
Yeah, but overall, that's flashes. Those are important in the early game. And now Ash and Brom have to play respectful, right? Now they can't have this lane dominance they've been having because they decided to step up because they wanted more pressure. Because, you know, of course you want to pressure them, right?
But I like how you know, Tanz's bot lane is playing this, right? They're playing
Yeah.
with the ego. Look at those auto
Yeah,
attacks just
wow.
getting away at them. That's what they need. That's what Tanza needs. You need to truly understand that at the end of the day, Dante is just a human, right? He's
Oh.
just a human. You saw the mistakes he made into IEEE in that misfortune game in the early game. You need to be playing like Dante's human. You need to play like he's beatable.
Just turn off the nameplate. You're fine.
Yeah, that works too. That works too.
Just turn it off. Maybe it's Yunara bot, you know?
Yep. Dragon coming up now in 5 seconds.
5 seconds. That's pretty important. Wukong is actually here, but he hasn't recoiled yet. That's a big issue.
Ooh, it is
Yeah.
Dragon.
He hasn't
Wow,
recoiled, but he's greedy and he's doing his camps. So he's gonna be late to this dragon. So instead, I believe it's gonna be UACS. He's actually gonna pick up this trade.
That's just the power of being, you know, ahead of the tempo, right?
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Pantheon being able to clear fast,
See,
getting
yeah.
that Scuttle Crab when it actually spawns at 330, and just getting that nice clean recall means that he's back to do his clear faster with
brother.
the items.
You ain't freezing nothing.
While Wukong is still on that back pedal trying to catch up to the tempo that Obsess has over Wukong, despite even looking for a play in the bottom.
Yeah. Just pretty good pathing overall. I mean, it's just because Timtam just got punished for trying a level 3 gank, right? Like, I get the ideas there, right? You're trying to punish the Dante, but overall it just doesn't work out. It's like a very coin flippy thing you could do, and at the end of the day, it just didn't work out. I do want to highlight this top lane matchup because Cassante, when he goes all out, he misses a chunk of his HP.
Yeah.
So that gets you closer to the threshold of, you know, execute.
But of course, it is only, I believe, 40% of his max HP, which isn't as bad as it used to be. You know, that that ego is extremely wide from the Frosty Pigeon. You're not playing Anivia with your Q. you need to be aiming it a little bit better.
It's pretty similar though, you know.
Pretty similar, but clearly not similar enough because he can't seem to hit it.
Oh, he's gonna get
then
punished.
it goes wide again.
I think that was just really good movement from Casio.
It was. I have to give it to Cassie.
Yeah.
Of course, the movement speed she does gain from her ability is very, very nice.
Wow.
Does make it very difficult to be able to hit those skill shots.
I agree, and we're just gonna have a little bit of low state.
Yeah, and Obsessed getting 3 dragon, you know.
Yeah, Dragon. That's really about it. That's on the map. 1 minute to Grub. I want to see some rotation potentially. Maybe we want to see a lane swap potentially to get up to the top side. Because Nante is looking for a recall. It would be optimal to go for a lane swap, but we'll see what they have to do here. Yeah, Rick's gone. Sante's still fighting. He's not going to recall. He's going to push the Cho'Gath out here. Maybe he could look for a solo kill. No, Q3 doesn't hit. Godblitz, a bit of a BM taunt there. See what happens from now on. Cho'Gath just wants to silently stack up his feast. And we saw him already get 1 feast stack. Maybe he's going to get another one here. Potentially.
I think that was the
no,
feast
that
stack.
no, that was his Cho'Gath W. Wow.
The sound design is pretty similar.
I used to main Cho'Gath for a little bit.
You see, like that's why you need volume in this game. You know, you
Yeah.
can be listening.
Yeah. You never know. Yeah, Cho'Gath recalling with double belts. He's looking for Heartsteel, while Cassante is going to Spectre's Cow. Like, I get it, but like Cho'Gath is not that magically. Like, he is, but it's just like you don't need to build for the Cho'Gath. He's never really gonna solo kill you.
I think
So,
maybe he's also taking it for, you know,
the Casio, the
yeah,
Yunara.
just the
But
Casio
it's
and Yunara.
I would rather see him have something like Heartsteel himself.
Heartsteel.
Heartsteel Cassante, no?
Heartsteel Cassante is a little bit troll.
Is it?
It is a little bit troll.
Man, I'm too old for this game.
You know, Heartsteel, you've lost your head.
Man.
But it's okay though. I like your shout though. You know, in another world, maybe that does work, and I'm the stupid one. Of course, Grubby's being paid. Prince is just giving everything away to the AUEC.
Yeah, I mean,
what are you playing for?
it doesn't really make sense when you have an Ashe Brom Wukong. They're so strong 3v3.
At least an enchanted crystal arrow from Ashe, surely.
We're too late for this. Yeah, Cho'Gath gets a free ult stack there.
Ashe and Brom running down mid lane while Dante does choose to go bot. There can be a big play done here. Of course, Cho'Gath also needs to return to the top tower, so Kobe
Panther
might has all the
forward?
fire he needs.
He's gonna
Optus
flash.
does flash out, and he
Alright,
only
2 for 1.
secures 2 grubs. That's not bad. Not bad. I think considering the setup that Tanza had for themselves for this grubs, I think they did a good job mitigating it and managed to pick up one for themselves and getting rid of Obsessive's flash.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it's not the worst. It's not the best, of course, but hey, you can't really complain too much about that. But you did invest your bot lane going towards the mid lane. Now they're going back towards the bot lane. Kind of a bit, you know, waste of time, but, you know, it is what it is. Still going to catch a cannon wave, so it's not the worst, not the end of the world.
Doesn't lose too much. No, I really need to start seeing plays in the bot lane, right?
Yeah, I
have
agree.
your enchanted crystal arrow now. You have the Brawl follow-up, and you have the Wukong. You need to be utilizing this, and you need to be getting rid of those wards. How are they allowing 2 control wards in the bot lane river? How is he allowing a ward near the crowds and 1 on
Especially
on the
when Dante does not have cleanse. He has ghost instead. You can punish this. And choose not to. Wonder what the game plan is for the Wukong here. No value whatsoever at the moment, but we'll see what happens as the game transpires.
Bit of a nice W from Kobe Minor. The Q3 gets reset.
There we go. Maybe we can get a...
Just one more auto attack. Can we please get the Brawn passive going, Ash?
It is what it is. Okay, good trades. Grass stacks.
Of course, Cassante does great into the Cho'Gath due to his, you know, passive doing that percentage max HP damage that he wants into someone that stacks HP like a Cho'Gath. Oh, this is what we need to see. But what are they holding onto their ult?
Okay, we're gonna, Wukong's pinging for a lane gank here, but red side has pinged a question mark. They might be anticipating for this gank. It's pretty obvious, yeah.
And, you know, especially when there is no way to actually clear the vision in these lane bushes, it can be a big risk and a big waste of time.
Yeah, it's a waste of time at the moment.
And it looks to be a waste of time.
We'll see what's gonna
hasn't
happen.
been spotted yet, but then again, there is that ward in that second lane bush.
Yeah. And I think
And,
they
and then
figured
it
it
does
out.
get pinged. It does get pinged away by the blue team.
Okay, but it's so obvious when you're gonna go backwards to get the sweeper, you know? It's just so obvious. Like they have to anticipate this.
Oh, but the ult from Cassiopeia comes out. The flash in front, he pushes comes out. The ult down, but there's not enough damage for the Cassiopeia, and she makes it out alive with more than enough HP to be able to shove the wave safely and go home.
At the end of the day, it's a flash for flash.
Dante might not be aware of this link,
Oh!
but the fallout comes out. That's what we've been wanting for. But he still manages to escape with the ult, with the E and the W. Remember, the Rakan still had flash, he still had heal. He knew he wasn't gonna die. He knew his numbers, and there we go. We wasted
now you
so
have
much of
information.
Temtam's time. Temtam has been doing nothing for the last 3 minutes.
Oh,
trying to make that play
wait a
work.
minute.
Of course, the Obsess is here to hover as well.
Can we kill him? Concuss! Please get the concuss!
The
Concuss!
flash! The Cyclone's
Okay,
not there.
huge. First
But
blood
the
goes
Cyclone's
on both sides.
Obsess has the flash. He can't be here. The TP from Rakan. He only knocks up from Obsess. Obsess.
Oh my god.
He goes
Wukong gets a
down.
double kill.
Now Rakan B can't be here. There's 4 people in the bot lane. Rakan is stuck on the island. They're cutting off the wave, but no, they're just looking for the safer play to get the dragon instead.
Yeah, that's a good call. I think don't get greedy. You got 2 kills. You got what you asked for. Now you can get even more objectives here. This feels so good if you're Tanta's side.
But
okay.
Kobe Manu, he's looking for the thing. Kobe
Let's
Manu
solo.
might go.
Oh, look back, go back.
Focus on Kobe.
Oh.
And the flash out from God Blitz.
I think that's, you know, Observer Curse. You look away and it's done, you know?
Unbelievable. Kobe Manu, the greatest league player of all time and footballer of all time, gets the flash out from God Blitz. And wow, so many things going on at once.
Hey, we didn't get Drake.
They didn't manage to get Drake. You're right. I guess that the death time is on. Dante was a little bit early, and they were a little bit better by it.
Yeah.
Oh, the 53 E's with 1 melt W is some value.
Value.
Yuban does need to be a little bit careful. He does think there is also Obsess here hovering, but what they don't know is Obsess is actually on the dragon, you know?
Yeah, mind games.
Wukong might not even check it. If he checks it, he is a grave danger due to Cassiopeia being in the road.
Wait a minute. Is Dante caught here?
They're on full vision here.
Oh!
The bomb.
Okay, no flash, no flash.
And then Tana Crystal
Dante's dead.
onto Dante, and Dante's dead. That's what Tanza needs. These small kills.
Teleport from
onto Dante
Cassante.
to shut him down. Kobe Miner's on full vision. Kobe Miner has no ult. He shouldn't have TP'd. He should have stayed top. That's a blunder from Kobe Miner's side.
That's fine. Not the worst. Oh, but he's gonna run all the way back. Oh no, it is a blunder.
Kobe Miner on a little bit of a road trip back to the top lane.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, it's a Cho'Gath. You know, 200 gold is not gonna be the end.
But that's what we said, right? We needed Tanza to make these plays with Ash Braum. You have infinite lockdown with the Braum.
Yeah,
with
just
the
look how
Ash
easy
ult.
that was, you know?
That's what we needed. But we needed that from earlier, you know? Is that enough? Only 14 minutes in, 3 kills onto a Yunara who now has finished Kraken, you know?
Yeah.
Is that shutdown enough for a player like Dante?
We'll have to see as the game transpires, but at the moment, 700 gold lead for Caleb.
Dante gets caught out once again. Dante, they have CC this time.
Dead.
But Obsess ultra grabs Shuffle. The stun gets cancelled by Kobe Mainu. But it doesn't matter. Sushi Maker's cooking them all. All out coming out from Kasante's suit. Just 10 more seconds. That's all Kobe Mainu needs. But it disengaged perfectly in time. You know, it looked hopeful because Kobe Mainu's W managed to cancel Obsess's stun.
Yeah,
on
that was
Frosty Pigeon,
pivotal.
right?
Yeah.
But when we were too busy looking at that, Sushi Maker managed to make his way up into the top lane river, and in no time he just popped them out of the game. Mal with no W is just sitting duck to get shit on, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but ultimately Yunara was caught out trying to get to the wave top lane, so she's been pushed out from the lanes that she wants him to go. Now she's kind of...
Where did this get that big?
Cho'Gath hitting like 4 stacks and a hot steal. 6 stacks now, holy moly.
He's coming
he's
out
fed.
from this Rift Guild. It looks like Tim
Big
Tams
boy.
is claiming it for himself. First objective on Tanza's side if we don't count that single growth.
Yeah, but UACS is the one that claims the first turret. Herald comes down. Gonna have to see what happens here. UACS just 1 objective away from Feet of Strength.
No, with that tower, the Feet of Strength actually did go over to UACS. With the 3 objectives and with that first tower, you know?
Yeah,
and that is pretty big, especially for you know, players like you now where they need the extra movement speed, where they need the extra attack speed.
So what does Cassiopeia get?
Cassiopeia? I mean, she gets extra movement speed on her passive. Dante gets caught once again. All that comes out on Dante. The redemption is not enough. Rakan, your ult isn't going to be enough either, and he W's out to safety Dante, you can't be getting caught like this. You played 4 seasons in the LCO. How are you dying 4 times to just people at University of Auckland?
Well, you know, we're just punishing the Yunara pick, you know? Kind of greedy, but you know, we just want to have some fun. If Yunara can't dog walk people, she's gonna get dog walked.
But I think it just feels so bad, right? Because the only cooldown they had to use was the Wukong ult to kill that Dante. They didn't need to use Ash Arrow. They didn't need to use Braum ult to follow up.
Yeah, she's gonna keep dying again and again on repeat.
It just feels
Yeah,
bad
I think
on the side of UACS. We might be getting a game 3 of Fearless today.
Yeah, that's actually unbelievable. Yeah, I think
great game from Tanza so far. It's just like we said, those early game skirmishers, getting that shutdown onto Dante. You know, don't play scaling into Dante. Play that early game comp and just shut on him. You know, that's all you need to be looking for.
Ash Braum is something perfectly fitting for this.
And that's why I really love the draft of Tanza. You know, you went from having no CC for Dante, and
now you have all the CC.
Yeah, now you have all the CC for Dante. You know, he'll be stunned till tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's what we see. And you know, so disrespectful. Not even on cleanse. He's going ghost. And you know, it's just so difficult to play as Dante now. He's a level down, and it feels like he's just kind of shut out of the game for a little while until something breaks out. And that could be potentially the 1 minute Drake coming up.
That could be the moment. That could be the moment where we see
he could pop off
5v5, right?
Yeah, Yunara team fights are disgusting sometimes.
Yeah, and that's a true team fight where Dante can prove himself that he is pro player for a reason, right? That he is the favorite in this tournament.
You can never count Dante out in team fights. That guy, doesn't matter how behind he is, he will have some sort of value.
Of course, also Kobe Minor as well. We can't count him out.
He's a goat.
He has been playing great with Konsante and the Slade, you know, giving no room for Godlets to breathe. You know, I had that kind of iffy TP in the volley, but it did work out in the grand scheme of things. You know, getting
better safe than sorry.
Yeah, and the all out on the Dante to shut him down as well. It's these great plays from, you know, that we're seeing from Tanza overall, right? Of course, Tim Tam having a game of a lifetime at the moment. His Cyclones so impactful in all these skirmishes.
Yeah, but I want to highlight Tanza's only 1,000 gold ahead. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't reflect. Okay.
I'm interested to see that. I don't know if she got stunned through the mount W. This looks
She
to
did
be a
get
dive
stunned.
on the Frosty Pigeon. But the
Hey, that's a lot of damage.
Yoshimeka, you can't be there. They need to be aware of Frosty Pigeon stacks and the amount of damage that she can do with ult. Because in an instant, you can go from half HP to just dead, right? Yeah. And of course, when you invest 3 players, all Tanza needs to do is just invest 1 TP and claw that dragon.
Yeah.
And Blitz.
Upstairs. Oh, so close.
Upstairs goes for the spike battle. Braum comes
Kinda
through.
isolated.
The Braum is soaking up so much. He still has a shield. The Cyclone's pulling everyone apart.
Ash.
Dante, it doesn't matter how good you
Dante.
are. When Tip Tam is on top of you. It doesn't matter. He
what
might
the
be out. Dante is out.
Oh, good
He's
peel.
running out of life. All out doesn't get him over the room though. Yoshimeka
Huge.
gets killed. Frosty Pigeon is killing them all. Kobe Minor takes down them all. Dante barely makes it out with a bit of HP, but that doesn't matter. Tanza completely takes the fight for themselves.
That was crazy peeling from the Konsante there. Pulling 2 members into the Konsante W, giving the space for Ash to breathe.
That was beautifully played. I think that Tim Tam, sure, he went in, he got blown up super quickly, but when he's doing that, Dante cannot play the game.
Yeah.
You saw the way he played. He got knocked up, he panicked, he knew that he had to get the fuck out of there, so he just instantly flashed over the wall. Braum tried following up. Unfortunately, the heal from a Khan saved Dante's life, and he made it out alive.
Yeah.
But just the fact that the Tim Tam has that perfect targeting, has that straight
That's
back
beautiful,
action,
yeah.
is so good for Tanza's team fights.
Yeah, next objective, eyes all on the Articon here, but Tanza has a bit of a bad timing here, so Rakan is going to get a bit of vision.
You see Ash finish that second item.
Holy
looks like
moly.
Dante is nowhere near even close to what he's trying to build here.
Yeah, but...
And of course, Konsante with 2 items as well, looking like he's
Holy moly.
trying to build, you know, another armor item, whether it's a Thor mail, you know.
Yeah, his Jaksho, he's so strong.
It looks like he will be very hard to kill this game.
Yeah, I want to highlight the Cassiopeia. He has Rod of Ages. It's going to ding really soon. He might be like level 15 at the fight.
That would be pretty big. Of course,
Yeah, it's
you know,
pretty
recently,
big.
when it comes to Raw, you want to, you know, activate the passive as late as possible.
Yep.
But the Cassio might be caught. It
Might be
doesn't
caught,
matter.
he's caught.
Kobe Minu sidestepped the
The
Cassiopeia
goal.
ult. Kobe Minu, how good can you be?
That was a crazy sidestep. And now Articon's going to get started with that amazing pick. Kayla has
a
the
beautiful
flash.
The Chanta Crystallary, he's
He's
not under the
1v2ing,
tower
doesn't
range.
matter.
How? Wow, that was unlucky. That was lucky for Rakan, bro. He just made it out alive out of that towering.
Yeah.
If he did get hit by the around the tower, it could have been a 2 for nothing trade, right?
Yeah. But now they're gonna siege mid, so they're not gonna lose this turret without a fight. Redemption's gonna come down, keep the minions a little healthy.
I also really like this play from UACS. Of course, they know that Arakan's gone, right?
Yes.
They can't fight for
Cut
it.
your
So
losses.
now they're looking at things somewhere else, right? They got that mid tower. They looked for a kill on the Ashe. Of course, the Ashe kill didn't work out, but you did burn a flash and you did tumble one of their towers. That's the money you want. That's the way you want to start trying to look to come back into this game outside of team fighting. Because right now, the team fighting is too strong. How do you get through the K'Sante? And once you've gone through the K'Sante, how are you going to deal with this Wukong that's jumping on your backline, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So these are the ways UACS has to look to get back into the game, and they're doing that perfectly.
Yeah, this has been so good. I think Tanza has really propelled himself into the game. 3,000 gold lead. And we're going to see what transpires off from this alone. Cassio actually only dinged 14, not 15. So she's only like 14 and a half-ish. So it's not that far ahead, honestly.
You know, we see Dante complete his second item as well. That will be giving him the AoE damage, right, that he wants. You know, those orbs bouncing all over the place. That's really nice. You know, Pantheon looking to probably complete that Black Cleaver, which will also be extremely beneficial, because if you look at the comp, right, it's like Yunara that can benefit from Pantheon's Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Onto stuff like the Wukong to negate his passive, K'Sante to negate his items.
I find it interesting that K'Sante went Swifties this game.
I think he just really wants that stick onto Dante, right?
Yeah, but that's crazy that the Cho'Gath has 3 full items, you know? But he doesn't have boots, so it's like evenly matched in terms of gold, but the K'Sante is the one that has a 550 gold shutdown.
It's just, I don't know, it's a very close game, you know? You look at the kills, it's 9 kills to 2, but it just feels so close, right? It feels like any team fight might be winnable for UACS. Any skirmish feels winnable for UACS. And that's just where the experience, right? That's just when the skills and the mechanics of these high-level players can come into play. You know, K'Sante 3-on-2, that doesn't matter if Dante is sidestepping everything, when he's never in range of this K'Sante. So we got to also think about these factors when we are looking at this game.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, this game could still turn on its head, you know? We can never know what Tanza or UACS could get up to. Teams can throw. We've seen things happen. We've seen miracles come out from nothing, but it always has to start from somewhere.
Pings coming on from the mid lane. It looks like they might be looking for a play. They see the pings coming on K'Sante. It looks like they're all looking for a play onto Kobe Mainu.
Frosty Pigeon is in the wrong lane here.
But Kobe Mainu, he has a flank angle.
Yeah, but do we have enough damage without the Mel? Mel has a really bad TP. Look at the teleport.
Mel's TP does get cancelled by the Cho'Gath.
Cancelled. Wait, that's huge.
It's a 4v4. Kobe Mainu has to do really good job zoning these players out.
Can he cancel the Cho'Gath?
Teleport the TP in.
He doesn't cancel it. It's a 4v5 situation.
Dragon, and they need to leave.
Get
the Dragon is getting taken by. And the pinch out across the Herald. Hits Dante. Dante is out of the fight. He's 1 HP. He's out. Kobe Mainu completely eliminated in the back right. The ability is gone as well. There's only a There's no damage on the side.
Wait a minute.
UACS. Dante, you need to get out.
Oh, wait.
But no. The Cho'Gath, he's finally pulling through.
Oh, the K'Sante damage
but
though.
The Malice here. The Malice here to clean up. K'Sante all out form. He's so strong now. Mal has the ult. She's holding it. She's looking for
this blow from Otacon, crazy.
She doesn't want 2.
Cassio's coming.
She wants all 3. Frosty Pigeon is here
do
for
it.
them all. Frosty Pigeon gets 1. He's looking for the second. God bless.
Oh, he got silenced.
Passive.
No way.
Dante goes down. God Blitz goes down as well. Kobe Mainu and Zushi Meka, the only one remaining in their respective teams. Unbelievably played from Dante.
Wow.
He lost all his HP bar at the start of the team fight, but he stayed out of the effective range. Beautifully played. God Blitz. We're finally seeing the impact of that Cho'Gath pick, right? He was just a tank. He was just a meat shield that was kind of getting ignored earlier on in the fight. But now with the stacks of the hard steel, with the items and the stacks on his ult, he is truly coming to the game, and we really saw that in that in that Dragon Pit towards the end.
That was the best situation UACS could have. They had a 4v5 situation, and even then, the 2 carries, the Yunara and the Cassiopeia, both got chunked so heavily. They were so out of commission. It looked over until Obsessed jumped the back line and was able to kill Caleb with the help of the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath picking up a triple kill at the back.
No, I seriously thought when I was watching that team fight.
Yeah.
When I saw that Dante, you know, the Cassiopeia had to leave early, I was like...
I thought they would lose a 4v5.
They have no damage, right?
Yeah.
They've lost. How are they going to get through the Wukong? How are they going to get through the K'Sante? Of course, they couldn't get rid of the K'Sante, right? But they did completely remove, you know, the Ashe, the Wukong, and the Braum out of that team fight, which is huge.
That was crazy.
For
even Frosty Pigeon was basically dead. Like, they played it so well. He kind of misstepped and got hit by the silence, and You know?
The unending despair healing and the
Yeah.
passive healing off the Q on the minion wave, like added a whole another 200 HP onto the bar that I don't think anyone expected.
Yeah.
And that silence, you know, as you add levels to the W, the
Oh,
direction gets so long.
ultimate hit has no flash. Cassio has no flash.
Caleb sidestep the Cassiopeia, but Dante, he's
Dude,
completely
he's
free.
dead.
They're all dead. Obsess has to flash away, but Cody Mighty's after.
Obsess might be dead as
Slow
well.
after slow. Obsess goes down. That's Baron. But they might be looking for Dante instead.
No, they're gonna look for the Baron core here.
See,
this
that
was
was
very
beyond
obvious.
Dante, right? They were going for Dante. He's a pro player, but it goes beyond that now. Dante means nothing. He's just a bum ADC now, right? He's nothing. He's 0-5. You can leave him completely alone in the team fights, and he can't have much impact. You saw that. He was in that river bush. He was completely alone until towards the end, but he did nothing. He achieved nothing while his whole team was ripped apart by the front to back of Tanza.
Yeah, what a beautiful Ashe ultimate setup. They didn't know there was vision in that bush. Cassio was recalling and ends up getting caught because of that.
And the beautiful sidestep from Caleb on that Cassiopeia.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know,
it's incredible.
If Cassiopeia did manage to get that stun onto the Ashe, right?
It could look different. Definitely look
So
different.
much more different, right? They don't have enough damage to pop cast. That means Obsess can come in a little bit earlier, and by the time he's arrived, he doesn't have to instantly flash out due to his teammate being wiped away. That gives Dante more time to actually fight in the team fight. You know, there's so many more factors that could have changed if Caleb actually got hit by the Cassiopeia ult.
Yeah, everyone is just sidestepping Cassiopeia ults for fun, you know? What a high-level game.
Yeah, I didn't know they had the dog on them like that.
Yeah, bro. It's crazy. But, you know, Cassiopeia is actually very deceptively tanky. He's got Leandri's HP, got the Seraph's shield,
and the
Rod of
roller as
Ages.
well.
Yeah, he took a really long time to die. And if Ashe actually didn't get TB at the DPS there, I think Cassiopeia could have turned it on its head, just start dishing damage onto the Ashe. And that fight looks so different. Conqueror gets proc, heals up.
Yeah.
And, you know, Cassiopeia would have been the hero play that saves the game there. But no, Caleb just stepping up and showing his mechanics on the Ashe here.
Mikhail's is purchased by Rakan, which is obviously huge,
Pretty
you
huge.
know, Gorm and Ashe matchups. You know, I think the Mikhail's will be very important. Of course, Redemption is being built by every support at the moment because of the insane amount of healing and even damage in certain scenarios, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good damage. For support, you're doing 12% of max health. Like, situationally, times 5 and 6%, you know?
It is actually a great item, you know.
Yeah.
And it is extremely cheap as well.
Yeah, we got Baron, we're gonna siege here, and then we're gonna turn towards the Drake here, spawning in 20 seconds. We're gonna add a little bit of pressure here.
Playing a little bit aggressive.
Everyone's playing aggressive. Mikhail comes out.
Obsess tries to jump on the Cassante, but Kobe Manu, he's too tanky. His W just soaks up everything. Frosty Pigeon looking for more. That's a little bit dangerous. You gotta chill out, Frosty Pigeon. A death here can mean you lose the dragon.
No, we're just gonna back off. We got what we wanted, right?
See, the downside of Frosty Pigeon TPing it was that they do lose the dragon priority. Frosty Pigeon has to walk back top, and Cassiopeia does have the ult to try and look for a player, but instead, it looks like Oasis is looking for top tier 2. They're looking for mid tier 2. They're looking for these constellations.
Yeah, mid tier 2 is eyes on the prize here. Maybe even the top inner, depending on how Cassio plays this fight. If Cassio is able to get this turret, it's huge, but I don't think she's able to. But maybe with the help of Pantheon coming up, everyone's rotating towards the top side.
No,
Doesn't seem like there's much to do.
Might be a 4v4 fight in the top side. Of course, it could become a 5v4 with Godzilla CP, as Kobe Minu does not have access to it at the moment.
Yeah, but the gold difference in the 80 carry is so difficult because, he finally got his Infinity Edge, but before he didn't have Infinity Edge, and if you start a fight without Infinity Edge, it just feels so difficult.
And when it comes to, like, you know, they have 3 stacks of Ocean Dragon, right? And that feels so bad because you have champions like, you know, Cassiopeia that are poking before fight starts, Pantheon with his Qs, you know, Unara with his W, and even Cho'Gath with his Q, right? It's the little pokes before the team fight that can mean so much when it actually starts. But when you have 3 Ocean Dragons stacked up, that's so much health regeneration.
Yeah, I agree.
And don't even get me started if they manage to secure themselves the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, Mel has a death cap now. She's so strong. Like, there's not that much magic resist on the side of UACS, you know? Even the Cho'Gath tank, he's getting melted. He has a Jack Show finally, but I don't think that's really enough when you have a death cap on the Mel.
And bit of an alert that, you know, Dante did pick up his Affinity Edge, so his damage effectively, you know, went up by 50% almost, right?
Yep. You know,
And
80 AD, it's nothing to scoff at.
And yeah, and now that I think he's
Ashe, gonna hit the Cassio again. Cassio flash this time. Okay, that's not bad, not bad.
The ult does come out of Cassiopeia. Of course, Cassiopeia ult a much longer cooldown than Ashe ult. You know, is it a fair trade? You know, that's not for us to determine, as we will see it just later in the game. We see Dante topside all alone, looking for that top tier 2. and it looks to be still a very close game. Sure, Tanza has pushed up. They're taking over the map area, but the fact is that UACS is still strong. These team fights are still close, and it's still anybody's game.
Cho'Gath with 9 stacks, he's actually getting a bit scary. You know, he's 4 items. You know, he's matching the Cassante. Cassante went for the Zeke's Convergence as his 4th item. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think it is just to help with that stick. You
Yeah.
know, and he does benefit off having both MR and armor.
Yep.
Of course, that doesn't matter too much now because he does already probably have the minimum requirement for his Q cooldown and cast time.
Yep.
But still, it's just such good for his scaling as he basically gets triple the value of a normal champion right when he's doing resistances.
I want to highlight, Obsessed has a Tenacity Potion in his, you know, pockets.
Yeah. I guess he is truly looking for the final fight on this Dragon or Baron.
Because at the end of the day, it really is just one fight, right? If they can get a clean ace, 5-0 ace, I think they can turn this game around.
Dante did manage to pick himself up a last Whisperer. You know, these things are very important when in these fights, right? Especially when there's a Cassante, Wukong with the armor stacking on top of the Pantheon, you know, Black Cleaver Shred. All of a sudden, you're not tanky anymore, right?
Yeah.
Your whole HPR is getting shredded away.
Especially when you Cassante ult.
And the damage is so unpredictable.
You have no armor when you Cassante ult. So it's going to be so scary of what's going to happen from here on.
I just think the Mikhail's buy from the Rakan is
Very
such a good
important.
purchase. Because there were so many times where Dante was getting caught, right?
Yeah, or
It's
even
been
a Cassio.
yeah,
You know?
And it's been a while since he's been caught. The last time he died, last time he was caught out was in that top side to that Ash Arrow, to that Wukong Cyclone. But ever since then, the only time he's died was in the team fights. And apart from that, he's been playing great. He's been playing safe. He is truly
He's
locked
doing
in
his
now.
job. Yeah.
Baron after 3 seconds, you know, it's interesting because it does feel like Tanza had more map control, but when it comes to Baron, UACS does seem to have the more amount of presence around it. We see 3 control wards in the top side jungle for UACS. You know, Tanza only has 1 in the Baron pit and 1 in the river bush, but Obsess is clearing it just now. Tanza, you can't be giving up space like this. You need to be securing the vision around these. You need to be able to face check it. You don't want to be face checking it. You need the vision so you can't really walk up. They are starting the Baron, by the looks of it, it will be a Baron turn. Kobe Mainu is looking for the TP. This isn't a good fight for UACS.
Redemption.
Miasma has already been used.
Cassio. Oh, okay.
No Miasma for Cassiopeia is huge. That's a big engage window for Tanza. And of course, they tried using that with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but it was just too far away. And the slow from Miasma was just too much for them to look for an engage.
We're just going to restart this fight. We're going to recall. We've got teleports on both sides, so they're just going to either, you know, just come back a little bit. Oh, Cassio. Oh, doesn't land on anyone important.
Rakan is rooted here. Obsess does jump in. He does have to flash here. Mikhails are still available.
They're corralling him.
For Rakan. It looks like Obsess has been caught out. He might have to look for an ult out angle, but it's just not happening with the TP on the team. That looks to be Obsess dead. They're all TPing bot. They know Baron's gone. They're just looking
for Drake.
The Dragon. But do you know who's matching that? It is Frosty Pigeon matching that with a TP. They don't want to give everything away for free. They don't want to give the Dragon out. They're going to be taking the Baron. They're going to be trying to stop the Dragon. They don't want to give anything to you. Nothing comes free in the world of Tanza.
Cho'Gath's gonna smite this Drake. It looks all to be done. Dante is trying his best to kite here.
Oh my goodness, it's like he's throwing pebbles at a truck.
Yeah, but Drake's gone. And for exchange for Baron, I don't think you're too angry about that. What's happening? There's so many things.
You're a little bit deep here. Remember, you
Doesn't
need
care.
to find a way
Triple
to get all out,
stun.
to get out. There is, but Dante's in too deep. It's all out of the Dante.
All out.
For him. The arrow does go wide. Kobe Minor but the redemption comes through so much healing. The three-man
Shut down
from Cassante. It's not enough. The Dante's out. Goblins is tanking
What
everything,
next?
but he can't tank that much. Temtam going back to him.
Temtam
Goes off and down. Goes
Everyone's
the car.
slowed.
That's Mikhail's gone from the game.
Wow.
Mikhail gets shut down as well. Now Dante has to run. Obsess is now back there, so he can look for the hopper. But what can Dante do? Dante and Obsess are perfect duo, but they're nothing to Tanza's 5. They're nothing to Kobe Mainu and Temtam.
Incredible teamfight playing from both sides, actually.
And it looks like, you know, the game has fully gone over into the hands of Tanza, right? Sure, UACS denied that soul. Sure, UACS, you know, tried looking for some consolation. They tried looking for that kill on Kobe Mainu, but he's just so tanky.
Yeah.
He's just so strong. And on top of that, after soaking up with that damage, he almost nearly killed Dante if it wasn't for the redemption, right?
Yeah.
This might just be game.
This could be game. 20
Cassiopeia
seconds
is
on the
reviving
carries.
in 10 seconds. But come on, when's the last time you talked about Cassiopeia for the wave clear? She's not getting through this Baron buff, but it looks like Tanza is just backing away.
Slow and methodical.
Playing it to the playing it in the slower pace, looking to just end it after the next team fight that I'm sure Tanza will be able to secure.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, Dante coming out with the LDR, but I just don't think he'll be enough
Yeah,
to get
he's
through
4 items.
through the Casanti, right?
If there's any situation where Yunara does damage, it's when he's 4 items.
No, this looks to be a great series so far. Of course, Fearless giving us moments in League that we don't see anywhere else in any other game mode.
Yeah, what a great series to witness firsthand. And it's gonna see what we can do. 2 minutes until the next objective spawns.
Yeah, now it's a bit scary, right? Like your ACS, they're on an obvious timer, right?
Yeah.
Tanza, they're completely chill, right?
I guess,
they know
but
they're
now
ahead.
it's getting closer. Gold doesn't matter as much anymore. Everyone's hitting their power spikes.
That is true. But I just feel like UACS is on the timer for that dragon, right?
Yeah.
Once that dragon comes and when the next objective comes,
You're gonna have to fight it.
Has to fight it. And are they ready to win a fight? I don't think they are. You know, Gold Blitz, he is so tanky, but the tankiness that he brings compared to what Casanti was bringing to these team fights is so much more different.
Yeah.
But this
Wave
does
is gonna
look to be
die.
a bit of a good fight for UACS, but so much damage from the Mal onto Dante. Dante's already been chunked to half HP. They have to be looking for redemption from Rakansu, but this is just a perfect fight. Enchanted Crystal Arrow still available to the Ashe for a pick possibility.
Yeah, we're gonna siege the spot lane. All 5 players are at the spot lane while Cassio's in the top lane. You're gonna have to defend this while Cassio does her magic at the top lane.
Yunara just can't get the stacks up on her Q to be able to clear these waves. He just has to stand there and take it.
We're gonna engage now.
A huge engage. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. Temtam, he does manage to get it. It was just a little soft engage, but that's not good. They get sacrificed 2 big ults for nothing from the hands of
Cassio's
UAC.
pushing so hard. She's gonna maybe get an inhibitor. I think she has timing. No, they're stalling as much as they can for the Cassiopeia. They're looking. It's a 4v5 situation if they keep pushing, but no, they're gonna have to give it up. But at the end of the day, it's inhib for inhib, which is such a good trade if you're down like UACS.
I think that was a great play from Yushi Meikau here. You know, of course, just knowing that, you know, that and having the trust in your team that they'll be able to defend the base, you know, be able to push them out while you split push there and look for the extra value, look for the extra gold on the top side.
It was incredible they were able to defend the Wukong ult engage. I thought it was goner. I thought that was game right there because Wukong engages are so deadly.
Yeah.
But they peeled it off so well.
Yeah, I agree. You know, it was actually really unexpected. It was a crazy angle that I didn't see coming, but it was a good angle though, right? He did manage to jump on onto that front line, and he was considering making his way to the back line, but of course he knew that it was too deep. It could have been a potential throw, and they're just playing safer for that Ocean Soul, and he did back off.
Yeah, we're getting to the end game now. 40 minutes on the clock is when the Drake fight will start. Maybe we'll see something unexpected happen, but you know, we've got the GA on the Wukong. He's so tanky. Hey, we're gonna get caught here. It's a 4 people now. 4 in the mid lane, 4v4. We have to invest them out.
And then Tatus Crystal Arrow hits,
okay,
hits Dante. That's Mikhail's gone. Mikhail's being gone at the start of the fight. As you Temtem looking for the backside. Cyclone hits everyone. The promo
Dante's
hits
dead.
Dante goes down. Dante down. Obsessed down. Sushi Makeup's TP's way too late. Give Frosty Pigeon to Penta. He's not a Nivea one trick. He's not a Nivea one trick. He is a Mal one trick from now on. He's taking them down all. Dante goes down instantly. Rakan, if you get hit,
That's
just
beautiful.
Over. It's just all over. Frosty Pigeon running it down. They have no wave clear left. All left to God Blitzer and Sushi Makeout.
Braum flash queued onto
Of course, Kobe Manu now looking for that all out. A one-man stun onto Braum. I think that's the first stun from Cassiopeia we saw this game. McDonald Makeout has already left the game. Is it
He doesn't want to be here.
Tanza takes game 2, and we'll be getting game 3 of the UOA Interclub Esports League of Legends Grand Finals.
Incredible, bro. That was crazy.
That was a great game.
That was a
great
beautiful game.
That was a great game. You know, of course, I told you. No, Kobe Mino on Casanti is a different human, but the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
being.
But he's gone now. It's gone.
He is gone, but all that matters is that he is still on the team.
Yeah.
No, I think that was a great game. I think that truly showed, you know, the difference between running that, late game comp that requires a little bit more of a macro-sided decision making towards the end into Dante over running that early game, I'm going to fuck you in the ass during lane comp done by Ash and Braum.
You just got to play your own game. You can't play around them. You're going to have to play proactively. You can't play responsibly into them.
And of course, Dante, I think he did get a little bit overconfident there at the start of the game with, by getting picked that 4 times that really did bring down his team a little bit at the start. But of course, Dante's not to blame. It's a team game, right? Everything's shared equally. Same goes for the first game for Tanza, right? These games are so winnable for everyone. It's such a close game. It's such a competitive game. Yeah, but I think it's just amazing. I think this game, it felt like it was a complete flipped version of the first game, right? In the first game, it was UACS slowly gaining a lead in the early game, and then all of a sudden, bang, it spiraled out of control. Same thing kind of felt for Tanza here, where they found their early game lead through the Wukong, Ashe, and Braum bot lane, and all of a sudden, one team fight after another, the whole thing spiraled out of control, and now Dante's on the back foot the whole game, right? He was down so much gold. I don't know if he was down so much gold, but his whole team was down so much gold, and then he just couldn't find the impact he wanted to in those team fights.
It's just so crazy. Even though he got to the late game, he got 4 items. You couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Because it's just the whole game is just exploded. It's opened up. You can't really do much when you're in that position, right?
Yeah.
And it's bound to just someone get picked off and just fall over.
Yeah, and it's just and it just crumbled away, right? And I think that's the direction that Tanza needs to keep for Dante for game 3. They need to look for these early game comps that can just, look to shut down Dante in the laning phase. Or else you saw what happened in game 1, right? And in every single other game Dante played, he plays a lane winning ADC, and he will win if he plays a lane winning ADC, right? He will beat you. There is no beating Dante in lane if he has the stronger early game champion. That's not going to happen regardless of your jungler, regardless of assess. If he has the better early game champion, he is going to win lane. And we saw it 3-4 times now already in this competition.
Yeah. I'm just so happy with the quality of games that we're getting. It's back and forth. No team is who wants to yield. They desperately want to win this tournament.
Yeah, and of course for now it's game 3, right? That's where the most amount of champions are banned. There was 10 champions from game 1, 10 champions from game 2, and now there's 10 champions in game 3 through the champ select badge. That's 30 champions gone from the League of Legends roster. And realistically, let's be real, there's only like 50 or so champions that are even playable, right? In competitive play in a 5-stack scenario, 5v5. And I think that really thins it down. That really lowers the amount of ADCs that both sides can pick, especially ADCs, because you see the ADCs constantly getting banned. Sivir wasn't let through at all in any of the games, right?
Right.
You see stuff like that coming in, and that's how you know. That's how it truly knows, as well. And Zeri got banned as well, right? And then there was a bunch of support bans coming in from Tanza and even a little bit from UACS during game 1 and game 2. These support bans are going to keep coming through. These ADC bans are going to keep coming through. And this game, we might be seeing some unorthodox champions, some champions that aren't, that good, right? Some champions that aren't properly played in these kind of scenarios in game 3 draft today.
But we're going to get them.
Yeah, and we'll get them. And I hope it'll be a good game,
Yeah.
We had an amazing game 1. We had an amazing game 2. Of course, game 2 was a little bit closer with a 40-minute game. It was a bit long. And I want a nice, close game 3 as well. I don't want to stomp from either way.
But yeah,
either side.
I think UACS, they have to go back to the drawing board. A little bit of a wake-up call. Saying, what we got to do better next time. What went well, what went wrong. And we just got to figure out what worked for them now. Because you can't just... You can't dog walk them, unfortunately. That didn't happen. So you're going to actually have to play methodically. You're going to have to play smart.
Yeah. So, there are still some, champions left in the pool at the moment. Like we said, we still haven't seen it in game yet. But, Vi is still in the champ pool, right?
Vi is kind of crazy, yeah.
I believe Sinzao is still in the champ pool.
Yep.
I believe Jarvan is still in the champ pool.
Jarvan's gone.
Is Jarvan gone?
Jarvan's gone, yeah. Remember? EQ, ult, Smolder. Oh, no. EQ, ult, the Oriana.
You're right. Jarvan is gone. We have Sinzao left in the pool. We have certain, we have these certain champions that are still playable, right? But of course, we're still forgetting the 10 bans in game 3 that can be really switching up this draft a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, how did you feel about the second game, Tony? If you had your favorite moment.
Favorite moment, I think it was Ash ulting the Casio and then Ash
The
sidestepping.
vision play in the mid lane.
Yeah, vision play was important.
Yeah, I think
that really
yeah.
spiraled the game out of control.
I think that's one of my top plays. I think
Wow.
I also like the play where Kobe Mainu was bot side for the Artican and he jumps on the Cassiopeia
yeah.
at face first range. He manages
Yeah.
to take that step back and dodge that Cassiopeia ult. It's like these small
Crazy.
mechanical plays that truly actually pay off, right?
Yeah.
Especially to a champion like Cassiopeia.
They're locked in.
Yep.
That's what you need. That kind of confidence, that kind of gameplay to be able to win today.
Yeah. So how do you think overall, the draft from game 2? Of course, we both love Tanza's draft, right? We
Yep.
love the direction Tanza took. But of course, UACS with that, with that Cho'Gath top lane, Pantheon jungle, Cassiopeia mid lane, and Yunara Rakan bot. Do you think there was any holes in the draft, any issues in the draft that you saw that they should change going forward into game 3?
I think it wasn't bad in terms of the draft. I feel like it was pretty good. I think they just had a really poor execution of it.
Mhm.
I think execution needs to be worked on here. I think Casio didn't have as much value as planned. She was kind of just playing split all game.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a desperation, right? You don't want Casio to be splitting. Casio wants to team fight. Or, do a 1v1 scenario. She's a battle mage,
Yeah.
And she wasn't given those scenarios to battle mage.
Yeah.
She was getting caught out. She was getting split. She was, not doing the things that she wants to do because they were so behind. They had to make these desperation plays.
Yeah, and I think we also saw a little bit of an issue with Rakan. Of course, Rakan, I'm saying this more in hindsight. I love the Rakan pick, but I just think it was so hard for the Rakan to actually find that big engage on to Tanza, right? There's so much. He has to go through so much. He has to get through that Wukong. He has to get through that Kasante. There's just so much to try get through to be able to reach the Ash, right? He has to get through the Braum as well. And the Braum was doing so much as well, right? His ultimate was doing massive things for Tanza, and his shield, of course, even more, just soaking up so much damage. And I think Braum was just such a nice answer to Yunara, right?
I
Being
agree.
able to just soak up everything.
Braum's a broken champion. He's always slept on.
Yeah, because I believe as well, when Yunara is auto-attacking a Braum shield, the orbs do not bounce. She loses value completely out of her Q ability. So yeah, I think there are some things that need to be, changed in the draft. But of course, it's inevitable that you get counterpicked in a lane when you're picking first. That's just how it works.
I think.
And side selection.
Oh, side selection. It's gonna be UACS blue side, I believe.
It's blue side taking priority for the series by the looks of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what 80 carries Dante can pick in a blue side. It's gonna be something like Sivir. Probably gonna be banned. It's gonna be Misfortune. He likes Misfortune. Varus is still up. Kai'Sa's still up.
I would like to see a Kai'Sa because considering, Kai'Sa is Dante's most played champion, right?
Yeah.
And so he has to be good at it. I mean, of course he's good at it. He was a pro, right?
Yeah, but you can beat a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is very prone to, wave clear and
Or like
long
even,
range.
Yeah, and if Draven's up to grabs, you can't be picking a Kai'Sa, right?
I guess, yeah, if you're confident.
And it's just very interesting. I think that, but the main focus just has to be the bot lane, right? Because the lack of ADC champions actually in the pool. Because ADC is the thinnest champ pool in the game naturally. And on top of that, the constant banning of the support champs. Because I think both support players are kind of getting banned out throughout champ select.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited for how they are looking to pick or ban in game 3. Yep. So we will go to a break and short break, and we will be back for the final game of the Interclub Esports League of Legends. Thank you.
back. Ooh, so we're back for the final game of the Interclub. Yeah,
Interclub.
Interclub Esports. Yeah,
Game
game
3.
3.
I didn't think we'd make it here, to be honest. I thought it would be a 2-0 sweep from UACS.
Nah, you can never count them out.
Yeah, but Tanza has a beautiful game for game 2 to force a game 3. Of course, it is Fearless Draft.
Yep. So we're going to have a whopping 20 and then 10 more later on as the draft develops. Banned out. And we've seen a lot of the core champions just gone. So now we got to get creative. We got to get even more creative, actually.
I'm surprised we actually haven't seen a Silas jungle so far in this competition.
Yeah, I guess people just aren't confident because, teams don't really want to play with Silas jungle. If I had a Silas jungle, I'd be like, oh my god, it's feast or famine, you know?
No, I love a bit of Silas jungle, though, you know.
It depends, right? You have to play around the Silas.
That is true, you know.
And you want your jungler to play around you, not the other way around.
That is, especially when you have Dante on your team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but junglers won't be playing around Dante if he has the same performance as last game.
Yeah, we're switching sides now. We're going to have UACS going over to the blue side and Tanza going back to the red side. So let's see what's going to happen when we get into it. But I think we need to talk about what is left up on the board. What are some power picks that could still be here?
We talked about it before, right? Zinzao, obviously.
Zinzao, Sion,
Vi, Silas.
Yeah,
I think that's a nice counter pick for
yeah,
certain.
Vex is up.
Vex is up.
Ari's up.
Ari's up as well, but I don't know if Ari would be picked.
But Ari's
in
quite
this game.
comfortable for people.
I think Kaiser as well. We talked about Kaiser being.
Kaiser.
I want to see a Draven game from
Draven
Dante
would be
as well.
awesome, bro.
You know, I want Dante to show, a true lane ADC versus lane
Yeah,
ADC
he loves
matchup.
his Draven.
Yeah. So a Draven matchup would be great as well.
Yeah. In terms of support pool is quite pinched. Leona's gone.
Oh, a Bard would be nice.
Bard would be nice. Lulu is banned, but can still be picked. Blitzcrank's up. Nautilus up. Poppy up. Things like that. Is Alistar up?
Alistar is still up. He was
Yeah.
only played once in this whole tournament. And of course, that was the game where ESA picked Alistar, and they did get stomped by IEEE.
Yeah, but there's not many champions left up in the pool. Sever's still up, but I think it's just gonna be permanent.
Sever, I don't think a team will ever be letting Sever through, especially
Yeah,
I
we've
think when she
seen
has a
Sever.
near 100% win rate in this tournament so far, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's fair to say that this Sever will not be getting picked
Yeah,
at all.
Sever, Jin, Caitlyn. If you're Freaky, Aphelios.
Yep.
Things like that.
But of course, I don't think either of those either of the teams wants to be picking a scaling ADC, right? We talked about this in game 1 and we proved it in game 2. Tanzan needs to be trying to get proactive. They need to get to these lane dominant ADCs first over Dante so they can win the lane. Going equal in lane against Dante is not actually equal. You're losing going into the mid game due to
agree.
Dante just being the better player. To go equal in lane with Dante is to win against Dante. That's the only way you're actually going into that mid game in an equal standing, in an equal footing. And that's why I want both. I want Tanza to be trying to get a lane dominant ADC, and of course in response to that, I want UACS to also look to draft a lane dominant ADC as well.
I think I have in my head. I think Dante's gonna play Callista.
Callista?
Callista's something he would play, and I think he'd be like, just give me Callista. I will play lane. I will dominate the lane.
Renata is open as well, so
Yeah, Callista,
Renata
This
can be played in the tournament.
But
And
yeah.
it looks like we will be going into our final game 3 draft.
Yeah, an Envia ban, the usual. We're never gonna see it. Zeri is a potential ban. I don't think it's Zeri, but we are gonna ban Zeri anyways.
and
We're
the
gonna
Syndra ban
quick
counts.
fire Syndra. Yep.
Tanza should ban Sivir here as they don't want to be giving Sivir up.
Ziggs, not
to
bad.
blue 1 pick for UACS.
Depends, but yeah. Look at these power picks that are already gone. Lucian, Jarvan, Ornn, Yunara, Cassio. Severus banned on from UACS. What are they cooking here?
I don't know. I'm not too sure, but of course, when you're 3 games in, right, you already kind of have the bans in mind. You already have the bans semi-predetermined
Yep.
because you already know what to expect. You already know what you've banned in the previous games.
Yeah, but I wonder if that was not something on Tanza's mind. They thought maybe they would have to ban the Sever.
Yeah, which could be the reason why they were a little bit faltering with that Lulu ban, right?
Yep.
They didn't know what to expect, but I really like the Lulu ban here because she is such a flexible support.
Yes.
That can go with so many ADCs.
Yeah. She enables so many hyper carries, so many AD carries. get you safely through the lane.
I
Stuff
think
like
a
that.
Xin Zhao first pick isn't too bad. Of course, there's
Xin
not too many great answers to Xin Zhao in the jungle left in the champ pool.
Yeah, we still got Vi. We still got a few, but it's not the best. It's gonna be Senna.
Now that's question is it a center support? Is it a center
Yeah,
ADC?
now Tanza's gonna be thinking in their heads. They're
Yeah.
gonna be playing themselves.
Yeah, now it's a brain game. Look how
Yeah.
confused all of them look. Misfortune coming from Tanza.
Misfortune?
It was hovered by Dante in the game before.
Yeah, so they're gonna take the misfortune themselves. They don't want to give it over. But what do you pair with Senna? If Senna is an AD carry, what support do you want to play with it? Tom
Of course,
Kench is
there
up.
is that center Tom Kinch.
Yeah.
You know, but I do think center Tom
Ta-
Kinch is
locked
a
in,
little bit overrated now.
MF no, this is
This
kind
is the lane dominant ADCs we needed, right?
Yes,
we
I agree.
Talked about Tanza needs to win lane against Dante
But
to
holy
come into the mid game on
moly.
equal footing.
This could backfire really badly. MF Nautilus is not known to be like
the greatest.
Yeah.
Okay, I think a Tom Kinch pick would be nicer because of the Nautilus pick, right? You're
Tom
basically
Kench looks
negating
so good.
much
It's not
into the
even
center.
funny.
Now
But
we're waiting for the
will
final pick.
Dante actually resort to playing center AD carry?
Yeah, I think when you're playing center AD carry as Dante, you also kind of, putting your main player on a skating champion, right? So it does kind of make it similar to Game 2's draft where you're trying to scale, but Tanza is just playing do or die, right? Because they need to
Tom
kill you
Kench,
in
there we
order to
go.
stop that.
Okay.
In order to be able to win the game.
So Dante is playing center. Very interesting.
Yep.
I haven't seen his center gameplay. I want to see how it goes. I mean,
Or maybe it's a double flex and Tom Kinch might go
Go
top, lane,
top.
and
That's
Senna
crazy.
could look ADC or support.
but it's very obvious. Like I'm showing Nautilus here feels so weird.
I don't know. When it comes to Tom Kinch, I think something crazy could be. Oh, and Ivan.
What
you
are
know?
they cooking?
You were talking about earlier how 0% pick rate of Ivan. No
Okay.
Ursus Troll and Akali has been picked up from UACS.
Uh-huh. This is interesting. I wonder what they're gonna do here for a response to Akali. We could see a Silas Akali matchup. That would be very sick.
You know what I really like here? You know when it comes to Tom Kinch into these peeling comps?
Yep.
I love myself a Mordekaiser.
We're gonna pick Vex here into Akali. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Very hard matchup for Akali unless you can weave in, you can bounce around, you can
is good.
shroud, play around.
Of course, both teams picking the support and the ADC in the first rotation, as there are so little like usable characters in that role
Aurelia?
left in the game.
Aurelia banned Signal's a Yorick pick, but
That is true, but
What
your
the
pick, do you
hell
really
is-
want to be picking your top lane
No.
first before
Aurelia doesn't make sense
your
ban
jungler?
here. This looks like a Xin Zhao ban or like a Vi, something like that.
I don't think a Vi ban is too necessary as you do have the built-in Tom Kinch peel, but of course Vi always has value, so it is still not a bad ban.
Jack's
of course,
ban, pretty good.
Banned. He's been banned across all 3 games. Of course, your
That's
ACS
respect, bro.
showing respect to Kobe Mainu, the best player in the tournament so far.
Yeah. We're just gonna see what's gonna transpire for this last ban. It's probably gonna be some sort of jungle ban here. Camille is actually gonna be, or
Ambessa.
Ambessa. Ambessa does make sense. I would rather prefer a Camille ban, but you know what? Ambessa is not bad either. Yeah, it's gonna be locked in for the Ambessa ban.
Yep, last ban available to your ACS. I think they're just trying to ban out that top laner, right? Because mid lane, it's already been picked. Jungle, I don't think they give a
Jungle's
fuck
not-
anymore.
yeah.
All they care about is banning out that top laner, trying to stunt Kobe Mainu's carry potential that he had so much in that second game.
Renekton ban.
Yep, Renekton ban comes through.
What are we gonna blind here? We're gonna have to blind the jungler. What can you play into center Tom Kench? It's Sejuani,
of course,
Zinzao.
Zinzao, like we're talking about from before.
Zinzao makes sense. I don't think Sejuani. You need a bit more damage here. Zinzao makes sense. But who's gonna lock down the Akali later on? Nautilus can't really see her. Can't really get a hook in.
Oh, a Zac. I do know Tim Tam does like a bit of Zac. I don't like the Lilia pick.
Don't do it. Don't
It's just
do
not
it.
good enough. You can't.
Oh,
stay around
don't do
long
that.
enough.
Don't do that one.
And
Oh,
it
it's
is
locked in.
Fiddle
Okay, you know what?
Sticks locked in.
Uh,
This
This
is double strong AP does mean the top laner has to be
Physical.
a physical damage or like nice tank that can also
Yeah.
dish out physical damage.
But it's just like.
But
I'm
it is
getting-
that nice lockdown that you do want from the Fiddlesticks, the point and click CC with that fear.
Yeah.
Vex also has that fear. And Nautilus with the lockdown. I really do like Tanz's comp, even though it is a little
Ivern's locked in. Okay, bro. we need someone to build Serpent's Fang, but I don't know what you can pick here to.
No, both teams would benefit from a Serpent's Fang, actually.
Yeah, what do you do? Camille is gonna be locked in. Yeah, it's really obvious gonna be the Camille.
Yeah, because of the Jax ban and the Renekton ban.
Yeah, and it's like Senna is not good enough when it comes to just solo damage.
I don't know about the Sion pick into a Camille. You know,
I
you're given
guess.
the advantage of that last pick as you're on the red side, but counter picking yourself into the Camille just doesn't feel the greatest.
Yeah, but you need something. You need frontline. You need some sort of CC, but I don't think Sion is the right answer, but we're gonna do it anyways.
Yeah, I think looking at the draft right now,
USCS, they're innovating. We're seeing an Ivern, we're seeing a Senna Tom Kench.
they're innovating, but they might be innovating backwards by the looks of it. Tanza, of course, they have their own interesting draft of their own. I'm really curious in what these drafts have. I guess this is where the inexperience of Fearless comes out, right?
Yeah.
No one's really played Fearless. You don't get Fearless in normal league. You only get it in these kind of tournaments, right? You never really get the experience. You can't build it up, and you have to be pushing your draft building brain to the maximum. And of course, first game, second game, we saw normal picks. We didn't see anything crazy. And now for the third game, we are seeing these unorthodox picks that we really wanted to. And this is where the team, comps look a little bit weird, but it's about the execution now.
Yeah, all about execution. It's who's gonna play with what they dealt with, and what we have decided to pick for ourselves. I think if you're confident on Fiddle, maybe this will cook, but we're gonna have to see. Fiddle puts kind of bit of a wrench into the game plan because now Vision is the game. You need to know what this Fiddle is. You need to play coordinated as a team. You're gonna have to bunch up, but if you bunch up, Fiddle is just gonna ult on you.
Yeah. I think I really would have liked, an 80 jungler like Zinzao and then a Mordekaiser.
I agree.
Mordekaiser top lane. I really did want to see a Mordekaiser this game, right? And I think Mordekaiser does a great job eliminating someone completely from the fight. And especially when there's someone like Senna and Tom Kench and Ivan in the game, they're clearly just trying to funnel Dante, right? Force him into the late game, make him the monster he can be. And I think Mordekaiser could have done a good job in getting that. But of course, we didn't see that today. It looks like someone has been subbed off from the side of UOACS. I believe that it might be the top laner. Yeah,
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Calder is playing and Godblitz is playing Tom Kench support.
Yep. It looks like, the roles have been changed around here. Some subs have been made. And it looks like...
Very interesting.
Yeah, and it looks very interesting. I think it's a kind of a panic bench, a bit of a panic swap around. Maybe the player was busy, they had to go somewhere. But I don't know if that sub was really necessary, right? I feel like they looked fine game one, and I think game two was just a little bit of a, an execution diff. They just executed the comp differently, and I think Tanza did a better job at that. I don't know if that warranted a bench, but we'll see what Calder can achieve. Of course, Calder did play game one in this tournament for UOACS against... I believe WTCC, and he did play great, so we already know that he is a high caliber player. He is
That's why they banned Aurelia, because Calder's playing. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I didn't realize either.
Yeah,
But
Calder is renowned Aurelia main.
yep. And now we'll see the results, right? We'll see what if that flex, if that sub and benching and putting on Calderon really has that benefit, and sending God Blitz in that support role.
Yeah,
does
maybe
come
this
with
is
two
what you
benefits.
need.
Yep. And we'll get right into game 3. Right into game 3, we get the final game of the University of Auckland Interclub League of Legends Esports tournament. Of course, UOACS, the favorites of the favorites coming into this tournament. Hansa being the last winner of the last League of Legends tournament, looking to two-peat the two narratives, right? The favorites and the previous champions meeting at the finals. It's something that's made in movies, right? And win 1 goes to the favorites, win 2 goes to the people looking to two-peat, and now we finally meet at game 3 for the final game of Summoner's Rift for the tournament.
Yeah, I just want to really emphasize on how important this last match is. It's all for glory,
Yep. And we know there is that beef between Dante and Tim Tams, right? We heard Tim Tams talk about Obsess. Tim Tam said Obsess is trash, he is terrible, he sucks at the game, and he's boosted by Dante. And of course, Obsess said something similar to Tim Tam, that he doesn't have fingers. And we'll truly soon see who was the better jungler today in this game.
Yeah, we're gonna see some unorthodox junglers for once. We're gonna see an Iron versus Fiddlesticks matchup, something you probably don't see outside of solo queue.
Hey, now riddle me this, who has the bust to clear?
Oh,
and the hook straight away goes
First
to
strike.
Godblitz here. And heal comes from Godblitz already.
Wow.
That was very nice for Caleb. Of course, Caleb also opting for first strike. Got a cheeky little cash out through Dante.
Yeah, first strike on Misfortune. You can see it sometimes, but I guess it does work here.
Oh, but Dante
Good
gets
hook.
caught off. He can't be doing this. You don't have heal, Dante.
Oh, wow.
And heal comes from Yuban. And now the lane for Dante looks very dire. Very, very dire. And the Q bounce hit Godblitz as well. Godblitz, Dante, you can't be doing this. Godblitz, you're not a top laner anymore. You're playing for Dante. Focus up, lock in before you get benched mid-game.
Corner going for a trade with Sion, but Dante is taking a lot of damage in response. Misfortune seems to be a really strong laner into this.
You know, of course, the bot lane matchup looking much more competitive now that people are on, different champions you usually don't see, right? And it's very interesting. And we're already seeing big blunders from Dante and Godblitz. We're seeing blunders from, a little bit from Yuban as well. And like, it's the nerves, right? It's the nerves. You made it this far. I don't think we've seen a Game 3 in the League of Legends finals like this before.
Yeah.
Especially in the Interclub scene.
Yeah, stun going out. Coda's gonna get stunned up. Takes a little bit of damage, but not under too much threat. These minions are gonna be kept outside the turret just a little bit.
But Yuban Hex flashes forward. Godblitz, you can't be making that mistake. But he manages to W out just in time.
I feel like that could have been played a bit better, but it is what it is. He chunked him out and he has to recoil. Now we're just gonna pivot towards the top lane once again. Mid lane not much done, so we're just gonna hover around. Maybe this cannon's gonna get denied here. Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't seem like it. Ivan's in the mid lane. Coda's gonna try trade aggressively with
Of
Sion.
course, the Sion Camille matchup, on paper it sounds really bad, but the true damage only really kicks in when,
Level 9
Camille
Q.
is past. Yeah, of course, the level 9 Q, but also her true damage conversion scales by level, not the level of her ability, right?
Right.
So she has to be stacking those levels up. And in the early game, it's just anyone's game, right? In the laning phase, of course, Sion Q can be cancelled with Camille's E, but, it's still not an impossibly unplayable matchup for the Sion.
I agree. So we're gonna have a bit of a slow push here. Sion's gonna try to crash this wave on the 4th wave, but I don't think it's gonna really.
Oh, cheeky roam in the mid lane from Yuban here.
Yeah, but he's
Like,
spot on
he
the
isn't
wood.
rewarded, so the play does look to be dead as he does look to walk back to the bot lane to help Caleb.
Yeah, both sides playing very aggressive. They don't want to give up this pressure.
Kobe Manu can play as aggro and egotistical as he wants, not because he's the greatest, but because Fiddlesticks is in the top lane.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks is doing a standard clear. Both junglers are one of the fastest clears in the game. Ivan, can clear 6 camps in sub 315, 320. Same thing for Fiddlesticks. Yeah, not gonna capitalize too much. Okay, big stun. Coder is still playing aggressive. He wants to get all his grass stacks.
Kobe Manu denying that auto attack from
Two
Koda
grass.
for a long time is so important, right? Because he denies that passive proc from Camille to help make him win the trade harder.
Yep.
He managed to land that Q-stun, he managed to land the grass water before Camille could do anything on her.
Great, and Camille is getting chunked out. Doesn't really matter.
Godblitz, you gotta stop being caught. Godblitz, this is the UAE Finals, Game 3. Caleb does get hit by the root,
Oh, it doesn't
but it's
hit
out of
the-
range of the Time Kitch knockup. Time Kitch has to flash out.
Oy.
Dante's looking for more, but no, that's a disengage on both sides. A little
Wow.
bit of a shaky lane face from Godblitz. Just
Yeah.
a little bit.
Just send a Tom Kinch lane. All you gotta do is scale. You don't have to be aggressive like this. You can just scale, you can farm up. You don't have to do much apart from that. No one's expecting you to win this lane. You just gotta calm down. We gotta calm our nerves.
Ivan a little bit behind in terms of pronouncing the benefits, but of course he has a camp marinated already.
Yep. Oh, hooks it!
Another mistake from Godblitz. He
No
can't
flash.
be here, but the heal comes through. Godblitz
Oh.
makes it out alive once again, but Dante's so low. This is the
teleport.
3v3.
Oh, the
4v3. A huge bounce on Godblitz. The TP gets cancelled as well. Frosty Pigeon, what a Vex player you are, and Sushi Maker will not be there for any consolation kills. How huge is
Wow,
that?
that's
Sushi Maker
huge.
had the flash, he had the perfect execution. If he didn't manage to get that TP, that looks extremely difficult for Caleb, right? He had no summoner spells left. If Sushi Maker did go through with that TP, Caleb's guarantee did, right? But Frosty Pigeon walking up and cancelling that TP.
And a good
How
flash as
great
well.
is that?
Good flash getting away from the Iron Snare. So no trade to be happened, but yeah, Godless is stepping up just a little bit. Didn't expect a double bounce to hit him like that.
You can overstep a couple times, right? But you can't overstep 8 times in the same game. You can't be doing that.
Yeah.
Especially in a game 3 of the grand final.
Yeah, Iron's topside is trying to look to punish the Scion, who's clearly overstepped. We're going to see what's going to happen. Looks to be a free kill, but we're going to trade it for the Drake. Let's see if he can get some minions in.
Wow,
it takes a long time, yeah.
He walked with the crash here because he is, a Scion, right? A death only means so much when he has a life after death.
Is this
he
boss
gets
low?
the crash in, and even Coda gets to back up a little bit, and he does miss a minion there.
Yeah, and Coda has no TP, has no mana, no HP. I think he might get Boston Lord here in terms of tempo.
And Dragon does go in favor of Fiddlesticks for that as well.
Yeah, I think that's not too bad of a trade. You get a good tempo recall. Dante might be caught here.
Dante
He has no flash!
He has to flash, but he
Wow.
doesn't. Huge mistake from the bot lane. They can't be making these mistakes.
Yeah, no flash from Coda.
as well.
He's legit getting Boston Lord.
Coda did not recall from that kill earlier. He had to catch the wave due to Kobe Minor's death form on the Scion. So Kobe Minor can just come back to lane, and Coda's out. Half HP, no mana, and he's just getting destroyed by the Scion.
Boston Lord, bro. You gotta learn it. Tempo, bro. But yeah, even the Senna's kind of cooked, Oh, we're trying something here. Good poke, good poke.
Perfect execution, no kill angle for the Riccardi here.
Yeah.
Grubby's coming up in 6 seconds, Ping's coming down from Tim Tap and Tanza, while Kobe Minor is
proxy farming.
proxying the wave.
We have ultimate. Oh, he doesn't have ultimate.
I don't think they have the power, they have the damage to actually kill Kobe Minor here.
Yeah, Tim Tams is here. He's gonna look for a gank, actually. He's gonna Fiddlesticks ult. Actually, no, he's gonna just fear.
Of course, Norton's moving up top here as well.
No
It's
flash!
right now,
Oh.
but it can become a 4v2 in instant. Fiddlestick on top through, but Coda managed to place the ward. There's no fear for you, Tim Tams. And now the fight is over. The disengage is
They're coming back.
But now Krabby's is up. But
Maybe?
we gotta look at Caleb. He's in danger of a dive, right? There's Dante and Godblitz looking at Caleb here.
It's fine. He's okay, he's okay. I think that's positive for Tanza. They're gonna
That
get
is
this drop.
extremely positive for Tanza. I think this Ivan pick was a little bit of a throw, right? You had no early game damage. Pamela is a walking super minion in early game. Dante is also a walking super minion on Senna in the early game. Your only damage is Akali in the early game, right? Because you
Yeah.
have an Ivan in your jungler instead. Like,
But you're not playing around the Akali.
you don't have the skirmishing power. How are you ever killing the Scion in the early game?
I agree, man. And the Scion's getting largely unpunished, even though they're trying to punish him for the proxy. You have no damage. He's just proxy farming for fun.
It's
Man.
looking like quite a close game, but just the
This
fact
could
that
still go
UACS
anywhere. Yeah.
is at least staying in the competition with the champions they have in the early game is a good sign for them, right?
Yeah, they're not gonna fall over, but there are some accelerated champions on side Tanza. You got the Misfortunes, 1 kill ahead. This Scion is like 2 waves up just to the Boston Law. And Coder has no flash, while the Scion does.
Of
So
course, Kobe Mainu, the MVP from
yeah,
all the games
he's
that
been
Tanza
playing
won.
so impressive. He's been my sleeper pick for this tournament.
He has been my pick, not even sleeper. I've been openly talking about how the greatest
Yeah, I agree.
player is Kobe Mainu. Of course, sometimes looking for a bot lane hover. They do see him on the vision. Pinks instantly come through. Ivan immediately walking downwards towards his marinated camp to the bot side jungle as well. Do not forget that Yubin is willing to burn those flashes like a madman. He has Hex Flash, right? Him not having flash is not the biggest issue when it comes to engages. Dante's just moving back and forth, trying to bait out a hook from Yubin, but that's just not necessary, Dante. Just sit back, relax, stack up your souls, and see how strong you get by the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, he's gonna flash on him. No cleanse. Obsessive here though.
Obsess is a little bit too far away. Caleb, he
He's
doesn't
gonna
have
get eat. Oh no, it's been a disaster class.
And Dante manages to get out of there alive, untouched.
Wow.
A little bit of lack of, jungle tracking on the side of Panzer there.
Yeah, I think we got a bit of overzealous, and we're trying to, the art of killing Dante 2v2 is like so alluring. Nearly getting to just 1v2 actually. He has ultimate soon. He can clear this wave. We just scored a little bit longer.
Oh, the bounce on the Q nearly hits into Dante. Caleb does have ult. He does a spray and pray, but it seems like it's just for the wave and she can't get any more value out of it.
Yeah, Vex is here. Vex actually wants to get a kill here.
They do know where Dante is. Dante recall will stop. Vex
Yeah, no
will be getting
flash.
this kill here, but no. Godblitz is just looking for the suicide.
Death.
Wait, Sushi Maker can't be here.
Oh,
Caleb!
Caleb!
Down. Caleb does not get Dante. No,
Bomba.
he gets Dante, and it's
Not
one
bad,
for
not
one.
bad.
Beautifully
Yeah.
played from Caleb. He saw that he was dead no matter what due to the Kali TP. So he just looked for more, right? He just looked for, I'm dead anyway, so let me flash forward
Yeah.
and fuck
Holder
up
might
Dante
get solo
instead.
killed here. Nope. Sino gets cancelled with the Camille ult.
Yeah,
Nothing's
somehow
gonna happen
Kobe
here.
Miner does avoid that tower aggro.
Yeah. And we're back to a bit of a cold state of the game. That was incredible bot lane fighting from both sides. Yeah, Kali coming in, trying to...
Misfortune going to Validity. Maybe that does open up the opportunity for her to grab a Serpent's Fang, maybe second.
Yeah, Serpent's Fang does look really strong here. I forgot about Misfortune and how she can build lethality.
I did forget about that as well, especially when she is
Yeah,
running first right.
normally you think about SS3 for Infinity and LDR and stuff like that, but nah, this is not too bad. I quite like it.
No TP's available on the top side. If there is a fight here, it will be a forward for both of. Of course, Vex faster with the movement down, but she does not have that. Oh, nor does the Kali with the
Still gonna come
it
out.
does look to be a smite fight. The smite from Obsess comes way too
Fiddlesticks
early.
ult.
Fiddlesticks.
No flash.
Obsess has to flash out. Fiddlesticks into the middle of it. God Blitz has to leave. The shielding is so much so. God Blitz manages to walk
Misfortune's
out.
caught. Everyone's
Obsess
caught.
does so much. Dante's killing them all. They don't have the backline access for Dante, and he eats all of them up. Tim Tam just a fraction away, a little bit too early.
Oh, the whole
thing from the Yuban. Yuban
Kill him.
comes through. Sushi Makeover does manage to pick up the North.
The Vex ult. Oh my god.
One reset. Dante's right there. You see Dante.
Get him.
And it goes wide.
It goes wide. Oh, yeah, yeah.
On the fadeaway. Dante, you can't be doing that. This is not a solo queue game. This is a AUEC Interclub Finals. Please watch your ego.
Wow. Just that, the events that transpired in the ball lane was crazy.
But Tsushimeko comes back. Perfect execution comes through.
We're not done
Caleb
yet.
is
Oh
dead.
my
He's
god.
out. Caleb, you gotta watch your ego too. Everyone, what is going
How
on
did this
here?
happen? All of a sudden, your Kali's on a rampage, 4-0. Tanza does get the Drake, but all of a sudden, Gold lead is on this Akali. So scary. Just everything was blown in that fight. Fiddlesticks all comes out. Flashes, Vex flash, double kills coming out. Just everyone fighting for their lives. Now we're going to have a redemption topside.
Ivan does not have ult, but he does have a pop shield.
Oh.
Holder does flash forward. Kobe Miner, Tim Dubs is here as well. He has the fear.
Wow.
The center ult isn't enough.
No one does
And
damage.
they all walk out alive. It's like a wet noodle fight. You know, Camille, sure, she's level 10, but she hasn't finished that Triforce. And this Sion is just too tanky, right?
Yeah.
So all she's doing is just hitting away at nothing. You know, both flashes burn for the top laner.
Yeah, valiant effort though. Nice try, but not nice enough. And San gets to live away, just walking, limping out with his life.
Yeah, I'm just really interested in the bot lane dynamic now, right? It looked like, you know, Misfortune was a little bit ahead, but now it's just...
I'm good.
It looks so 50-50, right?
Yeah.
Dante is half HP, but he is walking up.
They're gonna go for it!
Bulletstorm is right there.
What the
He
hell?
just gets out of the range of Bulletstorm. The hook goes wide. Yuban, what are you aiming at?
Well, we're trying to ult the after image of Dante. You know, he's not where you think he is, and he kind of gets out unscathed. That's 2 ultimates. I don't know if he can really kill Dante in a 2v2 situation anymore. Gotta go for the hook anyways.
Onto Godblitz, but Godblitz is too tanky. You can't just fight him like that. The root can be bad, but Tim Tam is here. He is on the vision though, so he won't be able to get that fear. Tim Tam does have all
the Gromp.
His Gromp does reset, and now it just looks to be a bad timing for Tim Tam.
Yeah. It's alright. It's fine. If he can just reset, it's okay. Oh.
These players are like amazing players, right? They're insane. They're super high caliber.
Yeah.
But I feel like everyone, you know, the nerves are getting to them. They're all making small mistakes.
Yeah.
They're all making mechanical mistakes, and you can see it on both sides of the team. You know,
I agree.
I don't think any of these players are playing at the level they're playing it in game 1 or game 2.
Yeah, it's just gonna be whoever makes less mistakes in this game. We're gonna see. Are they gonna greed for this? Is Dante gonna stay? No, it doesn't seem like he will. Redemption's gonna come out.
Wow, look at that healing. 340 HP healing at level 8 with Redemption.
Yeah, imagine that with your whole team though. 5, that's 1500 healing.
Of course, Polo looking for it as well. No hook shot available. And it's just, 20 damage, back and forth. You know, maybe we can come back to this 5 minutes later and they'll still be fighting.
Titanic Hydra is a very interesting buy for the Sun. Usually we see Sunfire cape, but he just wants that extra attack damage.
I think
you gotta trade
that
properly.
He needs to build the HP, right? He needs to just build that Bruiser Scion build, or else he won't ever be able to match this Camille.
I
build
agree.
tank just to lose, right?
Yep. So you got, I really like this Titanic Hydra buy. Well, doesn't get the ward, but hey, we're gonna at least get the Rift Code for UACS. Wow, good sidestep. At the end, yeah.
It is coming up in a minute. Kanza has managed to get 2 dragons for themselves. Giving up this 3rd dragon from UACS can mean I think this is the closest game we've had so far.
For sure.
Out of all 3 games or just in the whole tournament itself. I think both teams are all very worried. They don't want to make big plays. They're just looking for slow, methodical wins, right? They're double thinking through everything. They're triple thinking everything. They don't want to die. They don't want to make a big mistake and throw the game away. They like the state the game is in, and they want to keep it that way.
Yeah, I just want to also highlight, you never know what an Ivern is going to be. You just pop out of a bush and ult Q, has redemption, has everything. Like, it's really impossible to play without knowing where this guy is. And Dante is playing aggressive, but he knows that his Ivern somewhere in the bot lane, so they can't really do much about it. Dante gets to play for fun, for free. Just gets so much damage. Static Shiv doing so much damage.
Could we get a the stacks check on Jenna, please?
48 and 17. He's a bit behind. I'd rather him be like 50, 60. But you know what? It is what it is.
Yeah. That is you can't be ulting away when Goblins is available right here.
Okay, just punch back.
The tower's down though. That tower shot didn't matter. 10 times he just ulted the 3 people with no fear. So much damage coming through, but 10 doesn't pop out.
Not enough.
Caleb hit with that root.
Frosty Pigeon.
Frosty Pigeon is here to clean up though. This is enough damage. Yuben Sama makes his way out, but Sushi Mecha is gonna wipe out Frosty Pigeon from the game.
Wow.
And Frosty Pigeon, it could have been crazy. It could have been the reset after reset. But Sushi Mecha makes it back in time and body blocks Frosty Pigeon, and he goes down. And it looks like Kobe Miney getting down here as well.
He gets 8. He can clear the wave. Maybe, yeah. It's fine. They're gonna get a Drake off this, but it's not game ending. But it's a huge swing to UACS.
It is
that
a
fight,
really
yeah.
swing to UACS. That of course, however, this dragon is still fightable as a lot of these champions, a lot of UACS has to recall for HP bars. They have to spend the gold that they just generated through that team fight.
Yeah.
It's just too unfortunate, right? If Tim Tam managed to get that fair off with that ultimate, it becomes a whole nother story. He gets a 4-man fear, and he was doing so much damage, so he just needed to survive another 1 or 2 seconds.
He needs like a Zarya, he needs something.
And of course, Serpent's Fang finished by Misfortune as well. This is huge because as Misfortune with an E with an O, it's so easy to apply Serpent's Fang for her, right? And it's so huge. Almost every single one of the players on the enemy team has access to shield.
Hey, we're fighting for Drake here because Drake didn't get hit before.
Goblin's already jumped on Caleb. Caleb is in a really nice position to look for a full health, but it's not there. Sushi Makeover already on the back line.
So hard.
Oh, yeah. Sushi Makeover. He looks for her.
Oh, wow.
But Sushi Makeover might be out of the fight. But no, she goes in.
Wow.
Winter goes for a trade, but only Kobe Minor remains. The whole team of Tanz has been taken away, and that might be game. They don't have enough damage. Kobe Miner's the only one left. It's a tower dive, but tower means nothing to UOACS. A tower is just another terrain to walk around as they take out all of them. 5 for 1 for UOACS.
Incredible fighting from both sides, honestly. Like we say, Frosty Pigeon trying his best, get some kills here and there, but it's just not enough. Since Kali 7 and 1, doing so much damage in the backline.
Yeah, the play where she flashed forward to get that, R2 of perfect execution onto that onto Temtams, right? How she hit the first perfect execution and the E together on Temtam just completely throws up his HP bar. From that moment onwards, even if they disengage, right? Temtam is not being allowed to contest his dragon. The dragon is already gone, but no, Zushi Makeover looks for more, and it works. It works in their favor, and they kill 5 for 1.
Yeah, that's so crazy. I think we should have given the Drake there. It was already gone from the get-go. It's so hard to get into that pit area, that banana brush. It's so hard to contest. Now they're gonna try again. Tom Kench.
A little put out. Dante gets hooked in, but honestly, full of storm. He doesn't need anything anymore. The ult has gotten closer to Yuben, but it looks like he does get picked out here again as the stun goes through. 1 fear onto God Blitz. But it's not enough. It's not enough to attack.
Frosty Pigeon deal.
2-man fear.
Huge.
Oh shit, almost gets popped. But Dante's still
Dante does so much.
Dante's still eating them alive. They don't have any CC. They have the lockdown.
Sushi make out P on the flank.
Dante's running him down. Sushi make up a
fear.
Execution on Temtam and get him. He's looking for
silence.
Sushi make out onto Temtam.
Oh wow.
Temtam gets popped. Dante was popping the tower shot with Sushi
What's
make out.
going on?
Caleb fully dies of the
turret is cosmetic, man.
Caleb is gone. Caleb is gone, and Dante, after all that fighting, after all that tanking, he is still full HP.
Wow. Dude, this turret It's a paid actor, I swear to God. It's just doing nothing. They don't care. But that team fight, like, it looked so good until it wasn't, you know? The misfortune all came on to Dante, and it looked like it was doing so much damage. But, you know, we've got the shields, we've got the heals, we've got everything. And he's in no direct danger at the very end of the fight. Dante was full HP.
Yep.
Even though he was, like, dropped to, like, a quarter, and he was all back up. Now he's a BSO, he's on the way to the Infinity Edge. It's gonna be such a problem to deal with.
You know, of course, champion like Senna, you know, you can build Infinity without that much crit chance because you do get that innate crit chance through your passive, right? Through the amount of soul.
Yeah.
And I think we're truly seeing, you know, the UAC's main win condition being Senna, right? You
Yeah.
needed Senna to get fed, so you can just funnel her using the Ivan, you know, using the time picture. That's exactly what happened in Dante's, UAC's and Dante's favor, right?
Yeah, they're gonna collapse again onto Tanza.
You can't be there. Why you W is reading for that Grom as Tim does go down, and another kill to Dante and another 2 souls as it looks like Arakan has been given up.
Yeah, that's my problem with Fiddlestick. It's too hard to execute. You were, you know, considering the Xin Zhao. Imagine if you had a Xin Zhao there, you ult there and you're probably fine, right? But no, it's just, you get bursted, you don't have Zhonya's, nothing. You're trying to work towards Zhonya's, but you're not going to get there in time for these crucial fights. So now we're just bleeding out gold. What looked to be such a close game is gonna turn out to be a blowout. And the only saving grace is, I'm not sure if there is even a saving grace. But, you know, we have a Scion that's pretty menacing in the side lanes. Frosty
Has to
Pigeon.
flash out. Dante still has a root available.
Ew.
He doesn't even need it. The attack rate is absurd as Frosty Pigeon gets taken down. It's like Dante playing clay pigeons. He's shooting them out of the sky.
That's
Frosty
crazy.
Pigeon. You're not Frosty, you're just a pigeon, you're just a bird. You're nothing to Dante.
That is unreal. He's dominating now, 8-2 and 11. What a crazy scoreline for Dante, who had like a really bad game before, but now he's turned it all the way to the max.
Tim Tam decided to ult Daisy. I guess he did have something personally against Daisy. You know,
oh my days.
It wasn't unfortunate. I saw the attempt that he tried to make, but you know, they have to be looking for this place. They have to be looking for this crazy place in order to try and win, right?
Yeah, what can we do now? I think. Oh, there's the play!
Dante
Huge play.
can eat enough, but they're both going to get picked from here.
Yeah.
God Blitz goes down. Dante
Yo,
goes
Scion,
furious,
wake up!
But it doesn't matter. 10 times does get the flag. The silence goes down onto Dante. He's not going to have enough damage for Euban.
The healing! What the hell?
Caleb is low. Dante might survive this. Q coming up soon for Dante. The slow comes through and the tower takes him down.
Misfortune gets
And the
it.
kill goes down to Misfortune.
Wow.
You know, that's why Vision
Incredible
is so important,
pick.
right? No matter how good you are, if you are sitting in Vision, you give the chance of the Nautilus and the Misfortune to sit up that all for all play. You're going to get popped. It doesn't matter how good you are mechanically. You need to be aware of where the wards are.
Yeah, but we're opting even more into this lethality as Misfortune. I'm just worried she's not going to scale well into the game, but now, at the very least, she's doing tons of damage, especially to the Senna, who has no armor at all. Basically doing true damage to her.
Now, of course, you know, your ACS look to reclaim, you know, the championship for League of Legends in UOA, right? You know,
but Tanza's not making that easy for them.
no, they're not. They're not. I think, you know, second game just proved that to us, you know, that they're playing out of their mind today. And I think the Tanza's trying their best to just truly complete that 2v.
Yeah, but the two main objectives of Sporting now, it's about to hit 25 minutes. That's the call for either Baron or for a Drake. What are you going to do here? Tanza has already 2 Drakes. They can afford to give this up if they want to go for this Hail Mary Baron call and see what they're going to do. They've relinquished all of this river control. Now you can see Fiddlestick's top side with the Scion. Not sure what we're going to do in Tanza side. We're just trying to control the siege, manage it, but it seems like this turret will fall down eventually.
And it looks like Dragon for UACS here as well, as Tanza aren't interested at all. They're just looking to, you know, protect the top of the jungle. Maybe even look for something like Coda, but it seems like Coda gets out with no issue.
Yeah, Drake's gonna get started now. Everyone's ignoring the Baron. Well, we're ignoring everything else as well. We're just gonna try farm out. Caleb's a bit AFK in the lane because he's frankly got nothing to do except just clear this wave again and again. Bouncing waves. Now we're going to set up Vision towards the Baron. Very surprising, Tanza didn't get a single ward into their top side quadrant like that.
no matter how weak Tanza is, of course, they can't risk giving away Baron here as well, right? So they really have to look for this. It feels bad the Vex has to catch the bot wave and she doesn't have TP, right? This can, if your ACS is tracking cooldown, they could look to force something knowing this information. But of course, Pinks is coming out straight onto Baron. They just want to do it straight away, of course.
Yeah,
Senna has a pretty decent
so
buff
many
Baron, right?
DPS. You got Ivern, you got shields, you got heals, you got everything.
Yeah,
like,
and with Daisy, they got tanks for Daisy when it comes
yeah.
to...
All we gotta do is just deny entrances here.
They look for turn and Eugen is dead.
Oh,
wait,
fear!
She's completely fed.
He's dead!
That's a big turn from Tanza. Caleb, you gotta move. You can't be standing still.
Zion on the backline, Dante!
Zion on the backline, Dante gets
Huge!
popped. Dante gets popped. Tim on top of them all. It doesn't matter.
The resets are coming through.
Crashes, but Frosty Pigeon connects with the Vixel. They're all going down. This is a miracle team fight. They need
Wow!
it. Tanza gets 5 for 4, and they're back in the game.
That's Baron.
Pocket. So much gold in the way of Tanza.
Oh, Caleb's gonna die.
Executed, but he flashes out. What a miracle team fight from Tanza, and suddenly it's the closest game we've ever seen in the game in the day today.
Unreal gameplay from both sides. Frosty Pigeon doing the best he can, snipes the Senna with his Vex ult, with the setup of the Sion, right?
Kobe Minu, what a beautiful man you are.
Yeah.
Of course, we can see Tim Tam cheesing in the camera feed as well, that little rat. But I love him for who he is. This game is so competitive now. It's completely back in anyone's hand.
Balanced gold lead.
The gold lead, they were 5k down, now they're up. You know, and they also got that Baron power play as well with Dragon coming up in 3 minutes. So much can be done in this free time, right?
So much tempo.
But they're still on that timer. Dante is still playing center, right? He is still has that souls to stack, and as he stacks and stacks, he's just gonna get stronger and stronger. But wow, Sushi Maker looking for that backline dive, but instantly gets popped into the knockup by Nautilus and the Fiddlesticks, while Kobe Minu does that perfect backline access.
100 stacks on Senna. It's not too much in 28 minutes. It's only getting like what, 50% crit off of it, so he has 100% crit, I believe, with that amount of stacks. But yeah, we're starting to slowly get towards that final fight, right? These haven't been the final fights, they're leading up to it.
Yep.
We've got a Drake coming up in 2 minutes, but it's not sold for anyone. We don't have to flip the game off this. But everyone's starting to stop scaling. This Misfortune is 4.5 items. So scary, but remember, it's lethality items, not crit items.
But you guys we need to remember that, you know, the only reason Kansas won that fight was because they had the backline access. They had the choke point with Misfortune.
Crazy choke.
Yeah, they had that CC chain on Akali to make sure, no, she's completely
Yeah, couldn't even Zhonya's.
Yeah, but Akali now has that Zhonya's, right? Senna will be more aware of the Vex.
Oh, looking for a pick on Frosty Pigeon. He doesn't have Zhonya's, doesn't have Flash. He's picked off.
Temtem maybe looking for a possible 3-man ult, but no, it is too dangerous. There's nothing
That's
to look
okay,
for
there's nothing
now.
to fight for. This just slows their tempo a bit. Getting a pick on Frosty Pigeon is pretty huge.
Wow,
They're down numbers on the side.
But a big pick on Quarter potentially, but Quarter managed to hook shot out.
Wow.
But Daisy dying here is actually kind of nice for Tanza.
What can we do with this Baron buff? It feels like nothing much. We're just neutralizing gold, that's really it.
But I think that is more than enough for Tanza, right?
So it depends. If you're neutral gold into Senna, it feels kind of bad. And into Ivern, you shouldn't be in the situation. But, you know, they've come back from a 5,000 gold lead. Like, this is as good as it gets. What more can we get? How greedy can we get? We got 1 minute to this Drake. Are we going to greed for this? We're going to look for mid lane pressure here as well as some top lane. Wonder if this Camille can actually push all of his minions out. So many empowered minions barreling down across 2 to 3 lanes.
Dante at the peak of nature, you know, with those 4 items. Now Misfortune, of course, also with those 4 items. This looks to be a very big, important fight. Of course, they want to be approaching these team fights differently. Your ACS just want to jump in first, look for the pick with the Camille, look for the pick to Akali. Tanza wants to force your ACS to play front to back, get that shred, get that high value ultimate through Misfortune to be able to get the win.
Yeah, something I want to point out is this Kumkich has no supportive utility. He's playing kind of for himself. So, I mean, yeah, you have the Ivern, so you really don't need it, but it just feels different. Maybe he's like considered like 4.5 champion, like 4.5 v4, you know, because, you know, Nautilus is kind of walking meat stick at this point, right?
Not just looking for Dante. But Dante managed to stay out of range, of course. He did have the Kumkich nearby to always devour him to get that free get out of jail card.
Yeah, but everyone has summoner spells except Coder on the Camille and Caleb on the Misfortune. We're going to see what's going to happen, how we're going to flip the whole game for cloud for an Earth
They have
Soul
to be aware of Temtem.
point.
Remember that Fiddlesticks ult is enough to pop the whole backline. One fear onto the god.
Camille's on the flank. Camille's in the mid
Temtem has
lane.
the perfect angle for the Fiddlesticks ult. They don't see him there. They don't know where
He's
he
gonna
is.
go. Dante's feared. He's gonna
Ah,
die. Dante's
dead.
dead.
Let's get the ultimate.
45.
Ultimate ultimate from it.
Frosty Pigeon's out of
Kobe
commission
Minor.
though.
It doesn't matter if Coda has the backline action.
Caleb's dead.
It doesn't matter if Caleb's dead. Wait it does. Sushi make out.
There's no damage left. We're out of DPS.
Pops open. Temtem's dead. It's just the support and Kobe Minor.
Oh,
It's the
no.
Sushi obsessed. It's all over. It might be over. As Coda.
What can he
takes
do
over
here?
the backline. Kobe Minor.
There's a wave barreling down. Can he stall him long enough, or is he gonna look for the wave mid? It doesn't look like it. He's gonna die here. Can they end the game off of this fight? 20 seconds until someone relevant can clear this wave. It depends. Can they tank it? They got an Ivan. They probably can.
That was a beautifully played team fight, right? Dante did manage to get popped, but Tanta spent so many of the resources trying to get to Dante. They completely forgot about Miss Fortune, right? Sure, she's got the G now, but where was that last fight? She needed
Yeah,
the
no minions.
Nautilus to be with them,
That's
but
not
Nautilus was too busy playing with Sion, right? And the game just goes from winnable to another miracle team fight needed from Tanza.
Yeah, it's just unreal. Both of the 80 carries got blown up on site. It's like so crazy.
Yeah,
Fiddlesticks was very good, but it's only one guy. Can you be expending Misfortune ult and Fiddlesticks ult for one person? Is that worth it?
He did manage to secure the dragon as well.
Yeah,
He does
okay.
put Tanza in a nice situation, but of course, they are now still 4K gold down.
Yeah, it's still a difficult situation. We're gonna have to pull back. Inhibitor gone, missing in the mid lane. So we're gonna have to clear these minions thoroughly before we can actually start something off with Tanza.
30 seconds, 20 seconds left on the Baron. This Baron play can mean the end of today's series.
Yeah, Baron 18 seconds. Someone's gonna call it. I can feel it. Someone's gonna just send it on it. And we're gonna see an incredible fight turn out. The problem is both of the 80 carries have flashes. Even Caleb, he's got a Guardian Angel. It's gonna be so much harder to burst him down.
Of course, the pressure and the starting to build up.
Yeah,
right, as
we're gonna
we get
clear
to that
vision
last
here.
Final fight of this tournament for the possible last final fight of
Yeah.
of the series, right? And everyone is too scared to engage.
Yeah, I think.
But Sushi Makeout gets to Timtam. Timtam, nice one use, but it doesn't matter. He goes golden. Not the perfect Misfortune ult, but Sushi Makeout also goes golden. There is the Vixor, the Fear, God Blitz gets popped,
Holy.
and it's a 4-for-4. But it kind of looks good on
He got hit.
Tanza.
He hit Dante. I don't know if he's gonna go in though. He's not gonna go in.
Remember-
Holder's on the flank. They don't know.
Misfortune still has that
Oh
GA.
no, they're gonna get the re-engage.
But Kobe Minus too strong. He'll stay alive in time for Caleb to get back here. But Caleb decides to go the long way around. Caleb, you need to be there. This is the Baron fight. You need to be there to help your team out. You can't be going mid to catch the wave. And now Frosty Pigeon gets hit that as well. Tanza looking for the second win in a row. But Dante says, fuck no. I'm here to take the crown back as he looks to close out Game 3 of the AUEC Interclub Esports.
Yeah, we're gonna see the finale here. Dante just shooting lasers at Misfortune. You can't really do much about it.
Coming through. Misfortune with no ult cannot deny those towers. She cannot protect those towers there. It looks like everything's gonna go down. Timtam looking to ult, but that doesn't mean anything. Dante takes them all down. Dante kills them all. GA doesn't matter. You can respawn 10 times and Dante will beat you all 10
Wave
times.
coming in 5 seconds. Can they actually successfully hold this? 5 seconds until Sion. Can he hold it?
GA still available for Caleb. Heal comes down from Leuven, but Porter one pops Nautilus. Caleb,
You're gonna have to
back
go.
ground zero. Sion looks to ult him, but it doesn't matter.
Hit the
Dante
Nexus.
is just too good. UOACS, they will beat you. They beat everyone. They beat Tanza. They had a bad tournament, but now they're back. They're back as the champions. Everyone,
Oh,
give it up to UOACS.
Wow, congratulations.
Esports champions.
Don't use in the chat. Don't use in the chat.
We have to make it
make it even more interesting. Give them a story, bro. Colder than legendary superstar.
Holy, you fucking guess, motherfucker.
Let's go.
Holy that item check is so OP, bro. Everything is good, so no one is dying. I played lane so
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Camille lane is so
Can you take nothing? This was in here, right?
It was
Wait, can you guys pack up later? Can you go first bomb and then that thing?
Wait, first bomb the enemy team.
He's got to get some winning team. Oh, yo, GG, man. GG's, bro. GG, bro.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I'm gonna jump it. It's what it is. It's what happens. It's what it is. Everything's playing. This feels like he's so useless.
Alright, good game, bro. GG, man. Can you cut to caster?
He was inspired.
Oh my, you actually put. Yo, man, thank you so much, bro.
Oh, I dare for president.
And then,
Hey guys, we're muted the whole time. So,
Yeah, it is what it is.
Long story short, congratulations for Tanza to at least even making the grand finals, right? It wasn't an easy journey getting there. They had to play a lot of games over multiple days. They did almost bring back the third game, but you know, bit of a fumble towards the end. Not really a fumble. I think it was just Dante just playing perfect League of Legends, you know, and
Overall, it was a successful event. I think it was one of the best events we've had so far.
And also, of course, congratulations to the winner, right? You saw the celebrations going on in person here
It's
at the
just
Esports Arena.
so much more satisfying when you win like that.
We gotta
Congratulations.
Okay. Yeah. So we're watching the champions now.
Alright, everyone, give it up for your 2025 Interclub Esports League of Legends champions. It's UACS!
So happy to take the win here.
yes.
That was a great game.
Very well deserved. They fought for it.
They did fight for it.
Tanza gave them a run for the money.
Yeah, the Ivan pick did eventually.
Now, of course, we're going to have it signed as well by all the players here on the right side of it. Let's get those signatures in. This is Auckland Uni Esports Club memorabilia now.
Very well deserved. And I think they should be happy to walk away with this. Even Tanza, I think they should be happy how they played. They gave them run for money, and that's a very cute signature move.
Dante did get his
ready?
crown back, right? Like, the whole of that 5-stack did.
You're hired next time.
Got the crown back, and I don't know why they're all signing on the same spot. Are they insecure with the signature? Why don't
Yeah, there we go.
You know?
God blitz. You know, he looked shaky in the support role, but eventually he got it out. He did his role.
Yeah.
Tom Kench felt really impactful in that game. Those engages, those, you know, saving, those eats.
Little lack of consistency with the size of the alphabets. I guess God, you know, doesn't actually is equal to everyone, right? If you're good at League, your handwriting's dog shit. You know, I guess that equality is there. You know, what a beautiful game, though. You know, great plays from everyone throughout the tournament.
Awesome, and now, of course, we're going to hand it over to Auckland Uni Esports Club President Linda for the post-match interview.
Okay. So, are you ready for your interview?
Yes.
Okay, walk us through that final match. When you guys secured the last team fight, what was going through your head?
I mean, we kind of almost threw it at Baron, but after the last team fight, like, obviously everyone's just screaming and get the win. Yeah.
Okay. Did you expect to go all the way and take the title, or was there a point where you guys thought it might have slipped?
Oh, I mean, from the start we knew we were gonna win this tournament. Like we're the best 5 players in the uni, and we win every tournament, so like it should be expected. Yeah.
Okay, as a comp sci club, how did you guys balance comp sci and scrimming?
We didn't play one single scrim. We haven't played a single game with this 5-man roster till yesterday, and we only played one clash of our main roster. So I think that just proves how much better we are.
Okay, we got the heat. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for Interclub Esports Championship 2025 for League of Legends. Thank you and congratulations to UACS for winning the title.
And of course, don't forget to join us tomorrow.